This is the Riviera, darling. People get away with everything.
Welcome to Westminster. For the past 7 weeks, the parties have been trying to persuade you to back them at this general election. Now there is just 1 hour left. 1 hour to vote, 1 hour until the exit poll. 1 hour until we find out who's likely to control Parliament and the country.
Here in Maidenhead, the Prime Minister waits to find out if she will win another 5 years in power.
It's Jeremy Corbyn's first general election since becoming Labour leader. He's awaiting the voters' verdict here in North London.
The first time too for Tim Farron at the head of the Liberal Democrats as they look to take more seats than last time.
Scotland was the story of the last election. Will its voters deliver another shock tonight?
Here in Sunderland, they want to make it 7 times lucky and be the first place again to declare a result.
Good evening. In less than an hour's time, we'll learn whether Theresa May is on course to remain in 10 Downing Street or whether that famous building will have a new resident. The broadcaster's exit poll, carried out for Sky News, the BBC and ITV News, will be released when voting ends at 10. And you can follow the countdown to that moment right at the bottom of the screen. We're live tonight in more constituencies than ever before, more than half of those counting across the country, 350 seats. After a snap election, we'll have snap analysis from our political editor Faisal Islam, as well as the key players from the political parties. I'll be speaking to them here at the heart of Westminster, in front of the Parliament that they all want to run.
And this is where we'll be tracking the results that will tell us who wins tonight. This is our results hub, where we've deployed the latest technology to deliver pictures from hundreds of constituencies as they're declared on mobile and on TV.
And here are some of them. From Cornwall to Coventry, Maidenhead to Murray. We're going to be crunching the data as the counting starts and watching the story of the night as it unfolds right across the UK.
And the first set of numbers we're eagerly awaiting is the broadcaster's exit poll. You remember what a moment that was 2 years ago. Well, at 10 o'clock, we'll see what the experts are predicting based on thousands of interviews carried out at polling stations today.
And with all the numbers comes the story and the reaction to it. We're going to be watching what's being said on social media and how that's playing out after this snap general election.
And if you're away from the television, you can follow every single result as it happens on the Sky News app. And don't forget to turn on your Sky News notifications to get an alert on your phone for every major twist and turn.
Welcome to Maidenhead, where Theresa May has been the MP since the constituency was established in 1997. Among the more colourful candidates standing against her are the monster-raving loony party leader, Howling Lord Hope, and Lord Buckethead is here as an independent. He stood against a previous woman PM back in 1987 and carded 131 votes in her Finchley constituency. To be honest, we're not sure if he's the original Lord. When asked if the title was hereditary, he described it as complicated. Mrs May hadn't had much time to spend here in Maidenhead since she called that snap election 7 weeks ago, crisscrossing the country in her battle bus. Nevertheless, she does have some Hollywood A-listers that she'll want to impress here. George and Amal Clooney live nearby. No doubt, up through the night with new babies Ella and Alexander, they'll be expecting the result, like us, around about 4 a.m. The PM, well, she's relaxing at home with husband Philip. Eye on the exit poll expected at the stroke of 10 p.m. She's at home at the moment. Robert Nisbet is there for us. Hi, Robert.
Hi, Kay. Well, where you are, it's nice and dry. Where I am, it's very wet indeed. And earlier on today, when Theresa May and her husband Philip arrived at the polling booth, the weather was slightly more clement. Quite sober dress for the Prime Minister. Her husband Philip, who has been accompanying her on the last few hours of the campaign, travelling all over the country with her yesterday, soberly dressed without a tie. They walked in to the polling booth past some of those colourful candidates that you were referencing referencing a little bit earlier on, Kay. And as you pointed out, in 2015, Conservatives won this seat of Maidenhead. Labour came second, and the Conservatives will be hoping to hold on to it again. As you say, the Prime Minister has been crisscrossing the country. She's visited all 4 nations in the United Kingdom and also been travelling recently extensively in the north and in the Midlands as well. And we're hoping that when she makes that 10-mile trip to UK, as you say, in the small hours of this morning, the weather will be a little bit better.
Let's see. I'm sure she won't mind, depending on how that exit poll goes at 10 o'clock. Robert, for now, thanks very much indeed. She'll come here to the Magnet Leisure Centre around about 2-ish. We're expecting something like that. The count will be declared behind me on the podium there that you can see, and depending on how it goes, she will be heading back to London, if she is in fact the Prime Minister again, in the early hours of the morning. When might we hear about her cabinet if she is the Prime Minister? Don't know yet, but as soon as we know, you'll know. What about Mr Corbyn? He's hoping to put a spanner in the works. Colin's with him.
Kay, thanks very much indeed. Yes, we have no Lord Buckethead here, but we do have 150 tellers, all absolutely raring to go. We're not far here, actually, from the North London restaurant where more than 20 years ago now, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown really mapped out a road to Downing Street for the Labour Party. Jeremy Corbyn perhaps wondering tonight whether he might be able to follow in their footsteps. What are the prospects of that? Let's turn to our senior political correspondent, Jason Farrell, who's been with the Labour leader throughout the campaign. He was up with the Larks this morning, Jason.
Yeah, that's right. He's been up and about today. He's not at home at the moment, and we don't know if we're going to see him come back here before he goes to you at the Count in Islington North. But he was at Pakenham Primary School earlier today to cast his vote, and he went to the ballot, and then he spoke to some of the reporters and some of the people who were there. He said that it was, he thanked the reporters for coming down, said it was a day of democracy, said he was proud of his campaign. It has certainly been a gruelling campaign. He's been to 90 rallies. He did 6 of them yesterday, going down from Glasgow through the UK to Wales, ending up going across London from Watford to Islington, where he ended up for his last rally of the evening. Now, of course, this is a man who has been he's been put to the test by the Labour voters, by the Labour members. They have twice in the last 2 years considered his suitability for the leadership of the party. Now it's down to the British public to decide whether they think he's suitable to be Prime Minister, and he'll get a good idea of whether they do or not in less than an hour's time.
Jason, thanks very much indeed. As Jason was saying, it's been a period of real frenetic activity for Jeremy Corbyn. 88 rallies, 63 different constituencies, thousands of miles crisscrossing the country. 2:30 is our best guess as for the declaration. He hasn't got very long to put up his feet, that's for sure. Ed Conway, though, has been looking at what it will take for either Theresa May or Jeremy Corbyn to win tonight. Ed.
Thanks, Colin. Just a few numbers to start with, because, of course, the dream for every national party in an election is to win an overall majority in Parliament. So Theresa May, for instance, she inherited a majority of 12 when she became Prime Minister. Of course, inherited that from David Cameron. The biggest majority since the war, that was Tony Blair's 1997, won 419 seats. That gave him a majority of 179 seats in Parliament. The biggest majority won by a Conservative government, well, you have to go back to Margaret Thatcher, 1983, a grand total of 397 seats. That gave her a majority of 144. Of course, that was against Michael Foot. What about Labour? Well, they won 232 seats in the last election, of course, under Ed Miliband. This time around, Jeremy Corbyn will be hoping to increase that number of MPs. And don't forget this. This is the magic number, the big one, 326 seats. That is what's needed for a party to win a majority in Parliament and to win this general election.
Well, our political editor, Faisal Islam, has been following the twists and turns of this campaign for the past 7 weeks, and Faisal, the campaigning's over, but now the party leaders, of course, have to wait like the rest of us. And in many ways, it's been quite a strange campaign with these terror attacks, recent terror attacks. Are there any signs of extra security?
Yeah, it has been pretty strange, and obviously those horrors in both Manchester and London Bridge, unprecedented in terms of a campaign. We did hear from some leading police officials, the National Police Chief Council Lucy Dorsey, said it had been obviously unprecedented times in general, but also for an election. She said security around polling stations had been constantly reviewed. Thankfully, we've heard of no incidents during the day so far. So it looks like any operations have been successful.
And not long to go until we start to get the first hint, I suppose, of what the result might be with that exit poll.
The party leaders, the officials, everyone at those HQs will be eagerly awaiting this exit poll that's proved pretty accurate for the past 3 or 4 elections. This is the moment of truth. They've been campaigning, they've been traversing the country up and down, east and west, and now the moment comes. It's just 50 minutes away.
Not long. Thank you, Faisal. Well, we'll be speaking to all the people as the counts come in, of course, and there's a bit of a head-to-head race that's going on at the moment between Sunderland and Newcastle. Sarah Jane Mee is in Sunderland for us tonight, where they have been often the first count there. But first, we'll go to Isabel Webster, who is in Newcastle.
Thanks, Sophie. Yes, I think you could say what's developing here is something of a derby between Sunderland and Newcastle, an electoral derby, if you will. 2 years ago, Newcastle decided to try and streamline their counting, make it a bit quicker. They amalgamated all 3 counts for Newcastle East, Central and North into this giant university campus hall behind me so that they could be quicker, but they were still beaten by Sunderland by 2 hours. So this year, they're hoping they've got their secret weapon, a man named Bill Crawford. He's the man who masterminded all of the counts for Sunderland, and they've managed to poach him, and he's made no secret of the fact that he wants to try and beat his former employers tonight. But can he do it? Well, that's the big question, of course. 128 polling stations across the city here. Those first ballot boxes arriving at about 10:05 tonight. The last one's expected at 10:30. The electoral votes that are postal votes, they were opened at 3 o'clock just to give them a little bit of an edge this afternoon, but they won't be counted, of course, until 10 o'clock. And they have an army tonight of 400 counters. That's 20 more than Sunderland. So we'll have to see if they'll be able to do it. But in terms of the politics here in Newcastle, all 3 constituencies were Labour holds in 2015. The second largest party were the Conservatives. So it will be up to the team behind me to decide, SJ, who will be victorious.
Well, Isabel, I'll tell you something. Sunderland is up for the challenge tonight. Historically, as you said, Sunderland always declares first. This is the slickest operation in the country. They are the reigning champions. As you said, Newcastle are the pretenders. I'm outside the sports hall here. It's a little bit windy. It's been a lovely sunny day in Sunderland so far. It's put the sun into Sunderland, and this is where all the action will be taking place in around an hour or so's time. The car park is just up here. That will be full of vans coming in from the 121 polling stations across the region. They will be greeted by 86 formers who will run the ballot boxes from the vans to a long string of 6 formers along this zigzaggy path all the way into the counting hall. It is a well-oiled machine. I'm joined by 3 of those 6 formers now. I've got Rebecca, Ellie and Ethan. Good evening to you all. Now, Rebecca, how have you been preparing for this?
Well, we've done some training. We've passed a few boxes.
It's more than that. You've been working on upper body strength, you told me.
Speed, strength a lot. Yeah.
And Rebecca and Ellie, you've done this before. Ethan is a novice. Any tips for him?
Just keep tight hold of it. Make sure you don't drop it. That would be the worst thing.
Show me your gloves, Ethan.
Lots of grip.
Lots of grip. And I understand that you'll be doing a lot of the running. So you've been doing some sprint interval training?
Yeah, apparently I will be doing a lot of sprinting from the van, so just hopefully I won't slip over. That's it.
You don't want to do that on live TV. Any nerves amongst you?
Yeah, just don't want to mess up. Don't want to drop that back.
Determined to beat Newcastle. Determined.
Newcastle, there you go, guys. I'll just squeeze past you if I may. It's a good job, actually, that you're going to be lining this route, because it's pretty treacherous if you have to run it. You can see a bit of mud and some treacherous steps. But 3 constituencies here in Sunderland, all counted under one roof. And as I said, Sunderland is the record holder. Houghton and Sunderland South, they declared at precisely 10:48 last time out. Sunderland Central, they weren't too far behind. They were 11:16. Washington and Sunderland West, 11:29. They've count very quickly in this hall indeed. Houghton and Sunderland South, 6 elections running they have counted first. And this is where all the action happens. Over 200 counters, as you can see, fingers at the ready. They are primed and ready to go. I was talking to them earlier. They are very excited about tonight and determined to beat Newcastle. Let's go over now and speak to Irene Lucas, who is the returning officer. She is the woman in charge here tonight. Irene, if I can just interrupt, I know it's a very busy evening for you here tonight. We've just been hearing from Isabel Webster in Newcastle. Newcastle saying they want to declare before 11 p.m. tonight and perhaps take your crown from you tonight. How confident are you feeling?
Well, I'm really confident that we are going to return an accurate and an efficient count. And for me and for Sunderland, that's absolutely the most important thing.
And talk me through the operation here tonight. I mean, Sunderland is the stuff of legends. You even reconfigure the traffic lights to make sure that these vans get here on time and all the ballot boxes get in quickly.
Well, I have to say that that's a bit of a myth.
No!
Oh, yes. And if you'd like to go out at 10 o'clock, you can take the camera crew out and have a look at all of the traffic lights and you'll see that it's a myth.
Well, we could say everyone stay at home tonight so the vans can get here quickly. But just talk us through what's happening behind us here. It's a hive of activity at the moment. What are the counters doing to get ready?
OK, well, basically, first of all, we're checking that all of the counters that should be here are here. They're all in the right position. They have all been briefed previously. They all know what they're doing, but they will be rebriefed and their supervisor will ask everybody if they're confident that they understand what their role is tonight. They are segregated into the 3 constituency sites. So each of the groups, and there's about 80 in each of the groups, will look after their own constituency and will be supervised as if it's a separate count in its own right. So a hive of activity, as you can see.
But you are cool, calm and collected, Irene. Have a good night tonight. Irene Lucas there, the returning officer. As I said, it is getting busy here. It's getting very excited. Irene's playing it down, but I can tell you something, that Mackham-Geordie rivalry is alive and kicking this evening.
You can almost feel the pressure in the room there. Sarah Jane, thank you. You're watching Vote 2017, the results on Sky News. Next, meet the Sky 250, the seats that we've picked that will tell us which way the night's going. And we're with the leaders of the Lib Dems, UKIP and the Greens as the clock ticks down to 10 o'clock.
Your sunshine shining down on me. Your sunshine shining down on me. Yes, your love is so high. You fill my heart with the joy. You are everything now that I do.
The Fiat 500 Lounge, £179 a month with £716 initial rental and 3 years free servicing.
Bad, still fun to be had. Get them off their phones, stay dry as a bone, 'cause this deal is great. Just don't hesitate when it's chucking it down. This is your playground.
Go there for less at Go Outdoors.
When your old stone or wood patio is past the point of repair, replace it with Trex composite decking. Trex decking resists mold and mildew. It is built to withstand warping, rotting, and splintering. It also comes in a range of colors. Bring lasting beauty and durability to your garden by making sure your next deck is built with Trex. Visit trex.com/UK for more information on where to buy.
Get 2-for-1 cinema tickets with Meerkat Movies.
So, did you miss me on my day off?
Miss you? I didn't even notice you'd gone.
Hang on, Tom. I'm taking you all the way to the top. Actually, can you get the button? I can't feel my arms. Pins and needles.
At Bosch, we know there are many occasions when using plastic kitchenware is very practical, but it can be difficult to dry in the dishwasher. Introducing Perfect Dry from Bosch, dishwashers that dry as perfectly as they clean, even on plastics. So you can use your tea towel for something more fun. The dish dryer amongst dishwashers. Bosch, invented for life.
thirst comes calling, reach for the beach.
At Homebase, we're all about low prices so you can update your home for less. This Jumbuck Oil Drum Barbecue just £44.98. And this Karcher K2 pressure washer only £84.99. This Ryobi electric lawnmower just £79.99. And all Crown 2.5 litre period colour emulsion only £18. Homebase, always low prices.
Available to buy and keep in Sky Store now.
Are you ready to follow Batman and learn a few life lessons along the way?
I sure am, but first, where's the seatbelt?
The first lesson is, life doesn't give you seatbelts.
Own the Lego Batman movie now, before it's in the shops.
What?
It must be great to be Batman.
I agree.
Buy and keep the Lego Batman movie now. You'll get it straight to your TV, across your devices, and the DVD direct to your home. Buy and keep in Sky Store now.
You're watching Vote 2017, the results live on Sky News. And here in our results hub, we'll be tracking the seats which will decide this election. And you can also track them here on your screen. We'll update our counters every time we know a party has won a seat, with all the latest results as they come in. And then once we reach 10 o'clock, we'll reveal the result of the broadcaster's exit poll, carried out by Sky News, the BBC and ITV News. We'll also show you the decisions made by voters in the Sky 250 seats we have chosen to help us tell the story of this election. Ed Conway can tell us more.
Thanks, Adam. Well, here they are. Right behind me, you can see the Sky 250, all of these constituencies, live shots we've got from around the country. Macclesfield over here, Kirkcaldy, that's Gordon Brown's old seat there, Glenrothes. You can see that all of these seats we have live feeds from, and as those results are going to come in, you will be able to see them in the 650 constituencies across the UK. You can see them here, coloured in according to how they voted last time around. Now, let's consider the state of the parties after the 2015 election. Let's bring that on. You can see the Conservatives at 331 seats there, Labour on 232. And over here, if you look over here, you can see our hexagon map of the UK. Now, this is what the UK would look like if every constituency was essentially the same size. So in the bottom there, you have the Tory heartlands. There's London there, there's swathe of red there. And moving up, you can see the northwest, the northeast, and Scotland at the very top. All of those yellow seats representing the 56 seats the SNP won at the election. Finally, we'll be keeping a close eye on this line, 326 seats. That's the number needed to win. So, whatever the results, whatever the permutations, we'll find out more about them later on tonight.
Well, among the Sky 250 seats Ed was talking about there are a number the Liberal Democrats are defending and some they are targeting. Tim Farron is fighting his first election as leader, and Siobhan Robbins has been following throughout the election campaign. Siobhan.
Hi Anna, yes, I'm about 8 miles south of Kendal, south of you, and I'm outside Tim Farron's home, and it's from here he's expected to make that 20-minute drive in the early hours of the morning back up to you to find out the results of that count. And of course we have seen him already today braving the pouring rain in Kendal to cast his own vote, but it's been a really busy few weeks for him as leader. He's been on the battle bus travelling across Great Britain. He's done already 3,500 miles, done 38 stops, 12 of those in the last few days alone, with days stretching from 6 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock at night. And there'll be no sleep for him in the next few hours as his teams across the country keep him up to date with those Liberal Democrat results as they come in.
Siobhan, thank you. So Tim Farron expected here at Kendal Leisure Centre a little bit later on. They are all set, as you can see. And raining it might have been today here in Cumbria, but I think this poll still tops the poll for the most picturesque of the leaders' constituencies, taking in, as it done, those famous parts of the Lake District, places like Kendal, where we are, and stretching out to Windermere and Coniston. So Tim Farron, as I said, expected here later on, but this is hilly. It is rural and it's geographically big, so the result expected not before 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, at the last election, 110 seats changed hands across the country, which is one of the highest totals ever, and many of those were in Scotland, which in many ways were the main story of the night back in 2015. Ruth Davidson, the leader of the Scottish Conservative Party, voted earlier with her dog in tow. Kezia Dugdale of the Scottish Labour Party was also seen casting her vote, going down to the ballot box there, as was Willie Rennie, the leader of the Liberal Democrat Party in Scotland. And the final leader there, Nicola Sturgeon, going to cast her ballot, the leader of the Scottish National Party. We can go now to Glasgow, where Sky's Neil Patterson is following the story. Neil.
Evening, Sophie, from the Emirates Arena in Glasgow, arguably the second most important football stadium here in Glasgow. Its neighbour across the road, of course, Celtic Park, home of the mighty Celtic, of course. Although the polls haven't yet closed, so I probably shouldn't be expressing a preference one way or other. We are slightly limited, of course, in what we can say ahead of the close of polls at 10 o'clock. So perhaps the most interesting development we can report is the idea that, Neil, I got locked in the toilet just a little bit earlier on, so the Emirates Arena staff, thank you very much for letting out. Yeah, so we will have cameras at counts across the country, more than half of them, 59 separate counts, in fact. First we can speak, though, to Mark White, who's in Edinburgh for us this evening. And Mark, you've got a rather busy night ahead.
Yes, indeed, Neil, and I can report that the toilets here in the Meadowbank Sports Centre are all functioning correctly at this time. So this centre will be the count of 5 separate constituencies across the evening here. It represents about 9% of the Scottish electorate, second biggest counting centre behind Glasgow. As was mentioned just before, of course, the party leaders have all been out voting here today. We can tell you, of course, in terms of representation, that the Tories have 1 MP. We'll know by the end of the night whether they have been able to increase that representation in Westminster. The same, of course, for Labour. The Scottish Labour Party has 1 MP north of the border. He represents a constituency here in Edinburgh. We're expecting a long night, as you say, Neil. The first declarations aren't expected before 4 a.m. in the morning.
Mark, thanks very much indeed. Well, a busy night in Edinburgh, a very busy night here in Glasgow. 7, count them, 7 separate results that we'll be expecting, told around about 3:30 to 4:30, although I've got full confidence in the staff here at the Emirates. They'll get us home just a little bit earlier than that. Let's turn now to Boston, where we'll find Gillian Joseph. Gillian, what time do you think you're getting to your bed?
Yeah, thank you very much, Neil, in Boston, here waiting for everything to start this evening. UKIP battling for votes here. They got 4 million in the last general election in 2015. That afforded them 1 parliamentary candidate. It wasn't the leader of the party. It wasn't the leader of the party that actually got to take that seat. It was Douglas Carswell, as we know, in Clacton. But we know that the party battling for seats despite the 4 million result that they got. Well, let's just tell you what that result was. Paul Nuttall is now in charge of the party. It was Nigel Farage, but since Paul Nuttall has taken over, he's decided to stand in Boston and Skegness. Our political correspondent, Tom Rayner, has been following the UKIP campaign, and he's at a hotel. We're expecting Paul Nuttall to relax a little bit before he heads down to the count where I am.
So you can see the excitement building in all the counts around the country. We've got a record number of people out and about at those constituency counts, but there's someone else who is very involved in our election night coverage, just as he's been involved in our campaign coverage, and that is Lewis Goodall, our political correspondent, who we've allowed back in the warm out of his lorry for 1 night only. Lewis.
Yes, Sophie, it's very weird being inside. But yes, so far we've heard from our team who will be tracking the party leaders and the results tonight. But we'll also be tracking what people think far from the Westminster bubble. Now, you may have seen, as Sophie said, during the election campaign that I travelled around the country with my very own lorry. And here's a reminder of some of the highlights. Come on, room.
a real slave driver, that one in front, isn't it?
Yellow 32. Do you still say droopy draws? Newcastle, a city of thousands of students and nearly as many nightclubs.
Shipley in West Yorkshire.
Why did you join?
Because I wanted to not become a stick in the mud, an old-fashioned and an old woman.
So you joined the WA?
Yeah.
Last time she was in this town, she decided, whilst on a walk, to call an early general election. How are you lot voting?
It just goes on me, you know what I mean?
I'm getting the hang of this. This is...
Yeah, that's it.
Have you got a space on the team?
I think there's a lot of tradition in this country.
Now, Lewis lorries are still clocking up the miles, so we're going to see them a bit later on in the evening. But in the meantime, you're watching Vote 2017, the results, live on Sky News. Next, the council's racing to count first will be live in the city that's trying to claim Sunderland's crown. They've not long to wait now till they can start, just half an hour to go.
Frustrated with trying to match flights and hotels online? Dial down the stress. Dial up relaxing. Dial up the style. Dial up the wow. Dial up the fun. One call to dial a flight and an experienced travel manager will create your perfect holiday, piece by piece. Dial a flight. One call, all the answers.
Welcome to QuickBooks. Manage your small business finances with it. Customize and send invoices in seconds. Get paid faster. Automatically calculate self-assessment and VAT. Run payroll with ease. And connect everything to your bank account. All using an effortless solution that's great for accountants and used by over 1 million small businesses. QuickBooks makes any place your place of business. See your finances in a whole new way. Search QuickBooks today. Now with up to 50% off for your first 6 months. QuickBooks. Your accounts and taxes done.
When your old stone or wood patio is past the point of repair, replace it with Trex composite decking. Trex decking resists mold and mildew. It is built to withstand warping, rotting, and splintering. It also comes in a range of colors. Bring lasting beauty and durability to your garden by making sure your next deck is built with Trex. Visit trex.com/UK for more information on where to buy.
Happy Egg Company, where happy hens lay tasty eggs.
From BLTs to Coronation Chicken, at Co-op, all our sandwiches are now made with 100% British fresh meat.
Jamaica might be a small country, but we have a bold attitude, something we call Talawa. See it there? She got it. Trenton's got it. Randall's gonna need it. And she's already got it. That's why old Jamaica has such zing-a-ling. Try our new improved diet ginger beer. It's sugar-free.
Gentlemen, we can't help you lose that spare tire, and it won't help you catch that bus. But new Invincible Sport from Men Expert will give you more power in your shower and keep your underarms in check. Invincible, even if you're not. New Invincible from L'Oreal Men Expert.
It's all set up for Dustin to roll that in and be the hero.
That putt to win the US Open.
He did not make it. He's had a lot of heartbreaks. You've got to learn from these experiences. He's a kid that's going to come back.
Dustin Johnson stood up and did it.
At last, Dustin Johnson will leave the major champion.
Who will write this year's major story? The 2017 US Open. To find out how to add Sky Sports, go to sky.com/sports.
Welcome back. You're watching Vote 2017, the results, live on Sky News. Now, there's less than half an hour to go until voting ends, and we can bring you the results of the broadcaster's exit poll. That's likely to give us a strong indication of the way the night will go, but of course, we need the real results to be absolutely sure. And we're very likely to get our first results in the northeast, either from Sunderland or Newcastle, and the first declaration could be before 11 p.m. Well, the hunt is then on for other seats declaring early. Basildon South and Thurrock East could come in around 12:30. And Nuneaton around 1 a.m. In 2015, that was the result that signalled the story of the night. Many people will be looking to results in Wales this evening, and one of the first seats to declare there could be Wrexham at around 1:30 a.m. And we'll also be waiting for the first results in Scotland around the same time. Angus is among those expected to declare about 2 in the morning. And we'll be tracking all the results we think are imminent on our arrivals board in our results hub.
And throughout the night here on Sky News, I'm going to be doing what a lot of you are doing at home, sitting on the sofa. I don't have a sofa, I'm afraid, but watching the results come in whilst going through social media, going through Twitter, going through your Instagram accounts and Snapchat and things. And I'm going to be curating the best of them for you here on Sky News, so you can put your devices away. I'm saving you a job. The polls don't close for another half an hour, so obviously we're limited as to what we can show you yet. There have been a lot of dogs, though, on Twitter today. A lot of people sending in their images of their lovely dogs at polling stations. It's become something of a popular thing for people to poll about. But this year, in the era of fake news, we have had fake dogs as well as real ones. Let's see if we can bring this one up. It's being a little bit tricky, this one. We've had horses at polling stations. We've had babies at polling stations. People saying cats not at polling stations, but these are two of my favourites. We've got a hedgehog at a polling station, that was in Hemel Hempstead, and a tortoise at a polling station as well. Now, throughout the night, we're going to be also bringing you some data about what you're searching for, what you're Googling at the moment. The nice people at Twitter have sent us the top 3 emojis that people have used when they've been tweeting about the election throughout the campaign, so that's from April to June. A smiley face, the first image, the first emoji. Hands up, yay, and a tick, perhaps not surprisingly. What about what people are Googling for? Well, this was between 6:30 and 7:30 tonight, so this is pretty recent. These are the top regions that have been searching for information about the election. England at the top, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. And the top 3 cities, the top 3 places that are searching about the election, all in England: Birkenhead, Cambridge and Bristol. And these are the questions that people are putting into Google. We know after the referendum, the number 1 question on Google was, what is the EU? But the top questions throughout the last hour, between 6:30 and 7:30, it was who to vote for, who will win, how to vote in the general election, and when will the election results be declared. Well, of course, if you stay with Sky News, you'll know all the answers to those, apart from perhaps who to vote for. But there is some inspiration from one rather enterprising coffee shop. They are suggesting that people should consider Rick Astley for Prime Minister, because he will never give you up, let you down, run around, desert you. He'll never make you cry, he'll never say goodbye, and he'll never tell a lie or hurt you. Have you seen something better out there? You want it up here on our social screen? Tweet me directly at Jane Secker Sky, and we'll get it up here for you.
Well, here in Manchester, we are now some 2.5 weeks after that terrorist attack on the city, so security has inevitably been reviewed. But the stoicism that we saw in the aftermath of the attack very much continues tonight. And here in Manchester Central Convention Centre, one seat that is being contested tonight is that of Gorton. You may remember not so long ago a by-election was triggered after the death of the long-standing MP, Sir Gerald Kaufman. That was suspended up until tonight. But it's not just Manchester that we're going to be focusing on. We're going to be looking at the whole northwest region, places like Warrington, where the seats Warrington South and Warrington North have both been contested. We'll be looking at Liverpool, where 5 seats there are currently held by Labour. And then we'll be looking right across the Mersey at the Wirral, where we expect declarations to take place sometime after 3 o'clock. Here in Manchester, the counts, there are 5 counts in totals. We expect the counts to begin at about 1 o'clock in the morning. We expect declarations to start to take place sometime after 4 o'clock. We'll keep you up to date with all the latest developments.
Well, meanwhile, the Midlands is always a crucial battleground at elections, and tonight many eyes will be focused on Birmingham. Here at the International Convention Centre in Birmingham, they'll be counting 4 of the city's seats, but we'll also be live in Birmingham Edgbaston and in Birmingham Northfield in the south of the city. And across the West Midlands, we're going to be tracking many seats, including Walsall North and Walsall South. And also, we're going to be live in Wolverhampton too, where 3 of the city's seats are being contested. And Birmingham City's 10 seats are going to be counted at a number of venues this year. And with a potential electorate of more than 700,000, that's the number of people who are registered to vote in Birmingham, it's an absolutely enormous task. There are 1,200 count staff who are working on that this evening. 4 of the declarations are going to take place just behind me here. We're expecting those any time between 4 and 6 o'clock in the morning, but plenty of reasons to stay up late here in Birmingham.
Well, I tell you what, they are limbering up here in Newcastle, ready for the fight. A little bit of fighting talk. We're just going to poke our noses outside and show you where the vans are expected to arrive. I think in just over half an hour's time. They've got 2 lanes, which will allow 5 vans to pull up at any one time. And apparently that's already more than Sunderland have got. So we've already got a bit of an advantage there. The ballot boxes will be brought straight in here and they will be zapped in using one of these. And the barcode on the top of the box will tell them exactly where it's come from. They'll break that crucial seal and they'll take out any postal votes that have been incorrectly placed in there, but they will be counted and then they'll be distributed in the hall here. We're in a huge hall because they've amalgamated all 3 counts in Newcastle, Central, Eastern and Northern, but as I say, they're all then sent off into different parts of the hall and a team of 9 will then count through those votes. So, for example, this is Team 2. They will be supervised at all times to make sure that everything is above board. And, of course, then you will have those candidates wandering around as well, having a little look at what's going on. But the people that are going to be doing the heavy lifting this evening, those all-important runners, well, we can talk to some of them now. We're joined, first of all, by Brogan. Very good evening to you. We've heard from Sunderland in the last half an hour. They're quite adamant that they're going to win. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, you know, they've had a pretty strong history, but it's time to change it up. We've got a real strong team here, lots of professional sports people, and we're ready to give them a shock and get Newcastle on the first to be back.
How did you get chosen? Because you're all in your sports kits tonight. You're all looking very fit and healthy. I take it that you're part of the Northumbrian sports teams.
Yeah, so we're all part of Northumbria University, which obviously got a fantastic sports setup. So we've all played and trained quite heavily, which will help us out here. But also we've all either going this summer or have been to Zambia, where the money is going to get funded. So Volunteer Zambia send students out each summer to kind of work with underprivileged kids and try and enhance their life. So whilst we're beating Sunderland, we're also trying to do a little bit of a good deed.
Oh, right, so because you're being paid £25 each, I think it is, as the fee by the council to do the running, you decided to waive that and donate it to this charity in the summer, and so you're doing it just for the honour of beating Sunderland?
Absolutely, yeah, that's better than £25 in my eyes.
Oh, well, let's talk to Claire Harper. Do you think you're going to be able to do it?
Yeah, totally. I think we've got a great chance. Like Brogan said, we've got some great athletes.
Have you been rehearsing or practising or just psyching yourselves up?
Yeah, for the past few days we've had some practices. The guys here are really experienced, so we'll be absolutely fine.
So what does it actually involve? Obviously there's running from the vans to the tables, but do you know where you're going and your route that you're going to be taking?
Yeah, so there's some guys at the door over there and they're getting the boxes out of the cars, and then some guys in here are running the length of the sports hall, so we all know our roles.
OK, well, good luck to you. I really hope you're able to do it this evening. I'm just going to show you what will happen once that counting's taken place. We're going to squeeze through here, sorry chaps, because whoever is victorious tonight will be able to take the steps up here onto the podium and be given that honour of being elected the MP here. As I say, 3 constituencies amalgamated, Central, Eastern and Northern. All 3 of them were Labour in 2015. Second largest party then were the Conservatives, but it will be this army of 400 and I think it's about 60 people, 460, who will determine who's victorious tonight.
Gentlemen, yes, a very good evening from the Titanic Exhibition Centre in Belfast, where counting will take place for all 4 of this city's constituencies. Across Northern Ireland, there are 18 seats being contested in this general election. Last time around, the Democratic Unionist Party won 8, Sinn Féin 4, the smaller Nationalist Party, the SDLP 3, the smaller Ulster Unionist Party 2, and we had 1 independent member of Parliament. We'll be keeping a close eye on North Antrim, way up at the very top of Northern Ireland. Ireland. It's a coastal constituency, home to the very famous Giant's Causeway, of course, but could be one of the first constituencies to declare in the United Kingdom. We will also be keeping a close eye on Fermanagh and South Tyrone, the most westerly constituency in the whole of the UK. It runs right along the Irish border. It's much more rural territory there, so it takes them a little while to collect the ballot boxes. It'll be a bit later before we have a result from there. Given the Brexit referendum, 2 Stormont Assembly elections, and now the general election, this is the 4th time in a year the people of Northern Ireland have voted. Let's hope they've mastered the art of counting votes quickly.
Welcome to Cardiff. General elections, a huge practical democratic exercise, but also a tour of the nation's leisure centres. And we're in a good one here, the National Sports Centre in Cardiff, right next to the International Cricket Ground. The ballot boxes have begun to arrive from across the 3 seats in Cardiff that will be declared here. And there's genuine excitement and uncertainty about what story they might tell about the political situation in Wales. Now, we're not just live here in the capital, we're also live west of here, west of Swansea, on the coast in Gower. We're going to be live up in the very north of Wales as well, Vale of Clwyd, where we find the broad sands of Rhyl, and in the far northwestern corner, Ynys Môn, known to the English as Anglesey, and Holy Island in there as well. We'll get the first declarations here in Cardiff, we're told, not till after 4 o'clock in the morning. But we are expecting to hear some of those important Welsh seats after 1 o'clock in the morning, and that will start to give us some clues, not just about the situation for the nation of Wales, but the picture for the United Kingdom as a whole.
Well, quarter of an hour to go, and you can really feel the excitement building. You're watching Vote 2017, the results, live on Sky News. Next, the countdown to the close of polling and the team in Sunderland who are determined to be first. And the countdown too to the exit poll, the first sign of which way this election is going.
It's not too late to catch up. Game of Thrones, every episode ever, now on Sky Box Sets. Our summer of sport continues as Formula One heads to Canada.
Packed grandstands, red hot temperatures, crescendo rises here in Montreal. It's lights out, and away we go!
Bottas flying, Vettel flying, Hamilton's really on a hot lap.
What a race, mate. Awesome drive.
What a move! Has Vettel got ahead of Lewis Hamilton? Yes, he has!
What a Ferrari.
Who will come out on top in Canada? The Canadian Grand Prix on Sky Sports.
Plantair 39 Caffeine Shampoo. Most women saw less hair loss when showering or brushing. It's especially popular with women over 40. Go to Boots, leading supermarkets and pharmacies. Plantair 39, Germany's #1 women's shampoo.
There's a tap that makes your coffee. A tap that makes your tea. And even prepares your tomatoes. The new Cooker Fusion gives you instant boiling, warm, and cold water, and is easily installed in your kitchen. So out with the tap, in with the cooker. For free installation, call 0845 833 333 or visit cooker.co.uk.
I'd get my son a quad bike.
Have to buy a recording studio.
A vintage Mini Cooper S.
Top of the range tractor.
Definitely a rhinoceros.
I'd definitely get my son a house so he could move out of mine.
Yeah, etiquette lessons, yeah. Plenty of them.
The Happy Egg Company, where happy hens lay tasty eggs.
First we understand, then we make. Volvo, human made.
Hello again from Maidenhead, the Prime Minister's constituency. Of course, she will be expected here in the early hours of the morning. The tellers are arriving, as are the postal ballot boxes, all the paraphernalia that they need in order to have a swift count here in Maidenhead has been put on the tables within the last few moments. No local elections this time, so the hope is that potentially we could be out of the traps a little bit earlier than normal. Checking that out for you, and we'll update you as soon as we can. Meantime, what's happening in other places around the country? Charlotte Lomas is in Uxbridge, Katie Spencer's in the West Midlands, Rhiannon Mills is in Brighton, Charlotte Lomas in Uxbridge, which of course is the Foreign Secretary's seat. What's happening where you are?
It is, Kay. Well, I'm here at Brunel University in West London, where we'll be getting the results of 3 constituencies, including Uxbridge and South Ruislip, which is currently held by the Foreign Secretary Boris Johnson. We'll also be getting the result for Hayes and Harlington, which is a constituency held by the Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell. And we're expecting those big names to arrive here at some point during the evening and check on how the count is doing. And also, of course, when those declarations are made, we're expecting them at around 4:30 this morning. And I'm told the first ballot boxes are due to arrive here shortly after 10 o'clock this evening.
We'll be with you then, Charlotte. For now, thank you, Katie Spencer in the West Midlands. Katie?
Yes, West Bromwich East really is the one that everyone's going to be looking out for later. That, of course, is Tom Watson's constituency, the Deputy Labour leader. He's held that since 2001. We're expecting a result to come in around about 1:30. They're hoping they're going to be able to do it a little bit more quickly this time around. There's around about 250 volunteers who are carrying out this count. I'll just let you have a look. They're having a quick meeting down here at the moment. They've actually already had rehearsals yesterday, so they're all primed. They're all rehearsed. They know what's going to be happening so that they can crack on and get on with the count after 10 o'clock. There's 142 polling stations that we're going to be receiving the votes from. The closest one is about 10 minutes away, so it shouldn't be far after 10 before this count gets underway. What you have to remember as well, though, some of the people that will be counting tonight, they've also been manning the polling stations, so it's going to be a very long evening for them at this count.
Goodness me, they'll need to go to the seaside after that, won't they? That's exactly where Rhiannon Mills is for us now. Caroline Lucas's seat, hi.
Yeah, that's right. I'm at Brighton's Community Stadium, where people would normally come and watch the football, but the only passing and running around that we can expect this evening, of course, are watching those ballot boxes and those ballot papers. We're expecting 3 results this evening. Brighton Pavilion, which, as you said, was taken by Caroline Lucas back in 2015, the co-leader of the Green Party and the Greens' only MP. We saw her out at a polling station earlier, so we'll be waiting to see whether she regains her seat. Also, we'll hear the result here tonight for Hove, which was taken by Labour last time, and also Brighton Kemp Town, which was taken by the Conservatives. But I'm afraid if you are waiting to hear what the results are going to be here tonight, you are in for a very long evening ahead, as are all the people behind me on those tables. We're not expecting the results through until between 5 and 6 in the morning, so plenty of coffee on standby to keep everyone awake.
I was thinking more diet drinks and probably a little bit of sugar as well, Rhiannon, would be my top tip. Having covered these elections since 1979, thanks very much indeed, all of you. I'm in Maidenhead, as I was saying. This is where the Prime Minister's count will be taking place. 14 separate stations, as you can see, lots of media already gathering up there on the podium as well. We're expecting the Prime Minister, soon after midnight, also being told that potentially the count here is going to be accelerated this year, not least because there are no local council elections to be counted. We'll have to wait and find out. But certainly, the Prime Minister, about 10 miles away, she will be waiting to see what that exit poll says, Sophie.
She certainly will, and there is less than 6 minutes to go now until voting ends at 10 o'clock, which is, of course, when we can bring you the results of that exit poll carried out for Sky News, the BBC and ITV News today by the pollsters Ipsos Mori and GfK. But before that, we do have time to talk to more of our correspondents. Dominic Waghorn is in Bristol for us, and Alistair Bunkle is in Leeds. Dominic first.
Well, we're in Bristol City Academy, where 2 of the city's 4 constituencies are going to be counted when ballot box starts arriving here around half an hour, we're told. Unlike where Kay is talking about acceleration, they're saying here it's not one of those constituencies or counts where they try and sprint to the finish. It's all about being right and accurate rather than about being as quick or quicker than anyone else. But they have had local elections recently here, so they say they're pretty well practiced and hopeful for a finish more around 3 o'clock than possibly as late as 6 o'clock. Across the West Country, and we're looking at a number of other counts further west from here, there are leaden skies, so seasonal deluge are being expected as those ballot boxes come in across more rural constituencies. We're looking at Devon North, where the ballot boxes will also start coming in. We're seeing them poised there, those teams, waiting for that to happen. And then further west in Cornwall, Camborne and Redruth as well, also waiting for their ballot boxes there. So an air of, I think, expectation here as people are sitting waiting for those ballot boxes. Polling stations in places as diverse as Portakabins and pubs, and all about to close minutes away as those boxes then will start arriving in counts like this.
Well, good evening from the very grand town hall in Leeds city centre. In 2015, the vote was actually counted in Leeds Arena, but we can't be there tonight because Elton John is playing a concert. But I can promise you that as long as I'm still standing, we will be bringing you the results of 8 constituencies from here. They are Leeds Central, which is currently held by Hilary Benn, Leeds East, Leeds North East, Leeds North West, Leeds West, Morley and Outwood, the constituency lost by Ed Balls in 2015, Pudsey, Elmet and Rothwell. We also have cameras around this region, the Yorkshire and Humber region, so we will be bringing you live results from Dewsbury, from Hull and from Sheffield as well. Now, on my way up on the train, I read in a number of newspapers that they will be expecting results around 5:30 to 6 o'clock.
Well, the result tonight, whatever it is, has got so many ramifications, both here and abroad. And joining us here at Westminster will be some of the key figures from and supporters of the parties. Sir Craig Oliver was David Cameron's Director of Communications for 5 years in Downing Street. He was at his leader's side at this point in 2015. Well, tonight he's waiting to see how David Cameron's successor has done. We're also joined by the film director Ken Loach, who is perhaps the most famous backer of and advocate for Jeremy Corbyn's leadership of the Labour Party. So we'll get the first reaction from them just as soon as that exit poll arrives in a few minutes' time.
Well, here in Sunderland, the excitement is building. You can hear the buzz behind me. That exit poll due out in less than 3 minutes' time now. And just behind me, those doors at the back there, those red doors are open and are ready to receive the ballot boxes. All those sixth formers, 80 of them lined up, ready to bring those ballot boxes in, where the counters are primed and ready. They're so excited and they are determined to hold on to their crown as the place that declares first. They are the record holders, the reigning champions. They don't want to let it go. The last election, Sunderland South and Houghton announced at 10:48. Can they beat that record tonight? A lot of jokes going around here, actually, that people have ordered their dinner for 11:30 and midnight. That's how much confidence they've got in the Sunderland elections. They're not going to let their dinner go cold. So we're just awaiting those ballot boxes. There are 3 constituencies in Sunderland, all being counted under this one roof. I mentioned Houghton and Sunderland South, Sunderland Central as well, Washington and Sunderland West. All of them, last time out, declaring before 11:30. Pretty impressive, right? For 25 years, the last 6 general elections, they have been at the top of their game. This year, though, they've got competition. Their rivals, Newcastle, they are saying they will be declaring before 11 o'clock. Will they? The competition is on. Stay with us here on Sky News. Live coverage throughout tonight and well into the morning. We're just approaching a minute now until the exit poll is released. We'll have more after this break.
The moment is nearly here in hundreds of constituencies across the United Kingdom, from Cornwall to Caithness, Brighton to Belfast. The polls are about to close. And when the polls do close, we will bring you the exclusive exit poll carried out for Sky News, the BBC and ITV News by Ipsos Mori and GfK. Who will control Parliament and the country for the next 5 years? It is 10 o'clock. Votes 2017 is over, and here are the numbers. We are saying the Conservatives are on 314. That is down from the 331 David Cameron had at the last election in 2015. Labour is up 266 from 232. The Liberal Democrats, a good night for them. They are up from 8 to 14. The SNP are down 34 seats for them compared to 56 in 2015. Now, if the exit poll is correct, what we're saying is that the Conservatives are the largest party, but remember, it's 326 for an overall majority. So that means the Conservatives could be in hung Parliament territory. The Conservatives have 17 fewer seats than 2015. And if that's right, they'll be 12 short of majority. Our exit polls surveyed 30,450 people across 144 locations. The other forecasts are that other parties will win 22 seats. That, of course, includes 18 in Northern Ireland, 1 for the Greens and 3 for Plaid Cymru. So, Conservatives' largest party.
Well, after that extraordinary exit poll, we are joined now by the former Downing Street Director of Communications, Sir Craig Oliver, and the film director and Jeremy Corbyn supporter, Ken Loach, and our political editor, Faisal Islam, as well. Faisal, let's go to you first. Quick reaction to that exit poll. It looks like the gamble hasn't paid off for Theresa May.
A staggering exit poll that, if true, goes against all the expectations. Remember, at the beginning of this, not just the Conservatives but Labour too were expecting an increase in majority of about 100. If Theresa May has lost seats, if she's lost enough seats to lose her majority, that goes down as one of the most extraordinary shocks in electoral history. I have to say, let's go back over the exit poll history. What they aim to try to do is get it within 20 seats. So you can add 20 to that and you just about get the same result that we're at the moment. You can take 20 away and Jeremy Corbyn is heading to Downing Street. So it's right in the middle there. So we really will be a long night of results in different seats, different currents. And I have to say this, that although history suggested that there would be a default to the incumbent, that people would go back, I picked up over the past couple of weeks, and I said it in my last live last night, I did pick up strange situations where people you would not have expected in the past were saying they were going to vote for Jeremy Corbyn. Ex-UKIP voters who were obsessed with Brexit, who were upset about immigration, but thought that Corbyn's approach to nationalisation was the right thing. Ex-Conservative voters who said they wanted to vote for Jeremy Corbyn. And there's something else too. We have focused totally on Leave voters, generally speaking. We've gone and vox-popped people in the north of England. There are an awful lot of Conservatives, perhaps there's one across the road here, who were committed Remainers, who weren't happy with Theresa May's approach to Brexit. And I've heard from an awful lot of those too, who were really uncomfortable about the idea of backing Theresa May's specific approach to Brexit as well. Who knows how it's all going to come out in the wash? I doubt that's going to be the specific result. But as I said, you add 20 to that, Theresa May still has a majority. You take 20 away from that, Jeremy Corbyn's potentially in Downing Street. If that's the point result, how about this? 314 to the Conservatives and 314 to the Progressive Alliance.
Extraordinary
Enjoy
stuff.
that.
Faisal, thank you. Well, Sir Craig Oliver, it feels like we should come to you next. This really does seem to be a shock result, if the exit poll is accurate, for the Conservative Party. It's a very bad night.
The team that's done this exit poll has got it right more often than it hasn't. It's been very accurate in recent elections, so we have to take it seriously. I think Faisal's absolutely right. that is right on the cusp. If you take into account 10 Ulster Unionists about that, it puts the Conservatives on about 324, which is still short of a majority. So every seat is going to count, and a touch one way or another will make a huge difference tonight. But if this is true, if this is accurate, in CCHQ there will be deep and lasting shock. This was the biggest gamble that a politician has taken for a long time, and if that exit poll is right, it has failed.
Ken Loach, let's bring you in. Faisal was saying that if the exit poll is underestimating the support for Jeremy Corbyn by just 20 points, he could be the one going into Downing Street.
He could. I mean, I'm a football fan, you know, so you never count your chickens till the final whistle. But if this is true, it is an extraordinary result for Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party, starting so far back and written off. And I think people have recognised an authentic man of principle, as opposed to somebody who's acted like a robot. And I think that has come through. And despite the press, if it's true, despite the press, despite the bias within the media, he's actually managed to connect. And that's not only a triumph for him, it's a triumph against the media presentation of him, which has been extraordinary.
The other thing I'd just make a point of is a lot of Conservative dissatisfaction under the surface with this campaign. A lot of people have been saying that they didn't like the fact that it exclusively focused on Theresa May for so long. They didn't like the manifesto at all. And that's been really kept below the surface. I suspect tonight it will start bubbling up big time.
Yeah, well, they'll certainly start looking at that campaign. Thank you both very much for your thoughts, and thanks, Faisal, as well.
Well, Sophie, an absolutely sensational result. And if it's anything like accurate, I think there has to be a question, even if the Conservatives go into government, will Theresa May be the Prime Minister? Sky's election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher, was part of the team inside the exit poll deliberations, working on them, and he joins me now from Westminster. Michael, you and I in previous years have argued a little bit about the exit poll, and you've always turned out to be right. But this one is the most sensational one I can recall.
Well, during the day, Adam, we've been checking the data and rechecking the data and trying to scratch our heads about what is happening here. And throughout the day, what has happened is that the Labour have actually done better as we've gone through the day. We also believe, although we can't confirm, but we also believe that turnout is high, and of course that points towards people becoming mobilised and engaging with the electoral process. So that's good for Labour. Labour's vote is up everywhere in the English regions, but so too is the Conservatives. But it's just that Labour's vote is higher, risen higher than has the Conservatives. Labour's doing particularly well in London, because when we come to examine why the Labour vote is rising, we see that areas with high numbers of graduates, people with degrees, have swung quite heavily behind Labour. So Labour across the English regions is up, especially in London. Indeed, Conservatives down in London. But therefore no Conservative surge in the Midlands, in the North East, North West. Another critical part of the story, though, Adam, is Scotland, where the SNP estimate is really on the margins. We are highly uncertain about this estimate for the SNP. But if it's correct, then, of course, this will help the Conservatives, will also help Labour and possibly also the Liberal Democrats. But it could be that Mrs May is kept in power by the Scottish Conservatives squeezing the SNP vote there.
Michael, well, more from you later. That is absolutely sensational. You're seeing the exit poll at the bottom of your screen, suggesting a hung Parliament and loss of Conservative seats. Let's get more now from Ed Conway. Ed.
Yeah, well, let's check how the exit poll suggests Labour are faring and how it compares as well with their performances in the past. Because remember, at the last election, they won 232 seats. That, of course, with Ed Miliband at the helm. It's going to be worth just looking and comparing that with what we saw tonight in this exit poll. And, of course, we'll also be looking at what happens to currency markets as well. Now, let's compare back. So, to Ed Miliband there, 232 votes. What about tonight's exit poll? Well, it's suggesting that Jeremy Corbyn here could win 266 seats. That's up up 34 seats on last time, in stark contrast to what many of the polls were previously suggesting. Of course, it's lower than the numbers the party had while in government. Let's just show you, each of these bars show you the number of seats Labour won in each election. So if we go back through time, we can see Gordon Brown's losing election in 2010. Of course, that's actually fewer seats than Jeremy Corbyn getting potentially, according to the exit poll, this time. Here are Tony Blair's 3 elections. You can see them here. And if we scroll back through the 90s, we can see the peak of Labour's performance. So there you have it. 1997, 419 seats in that famous landslide. And note, that was basically the peak. So go back past 1992 into the 80s, and you can see Labour's seats falling and falling down to that post-war nadir of 1983. Michael Foot winning just 209 seats. But, of course, the exit poll is suggesting Jeremy Corbyn is on course for a much better night than that.
OK, Funai, thanks so much indeed. So if that exit poll is correct, Theresa May's team will be reeling. They were expecting a comfortable majority of at least 60 plus. That is not what the exit polls are saying so far. She is at home this evening. She will have been watching those exit polls as we did here in Maidenhead. Robert Nisbet is there for us. Hi, Robert. My goodness me, what a shock.
An absolute surprise, I have to say, Kay. I've been following the Conservative campaign team for the last few weeks, and there had been confidence despite various wobbles along the way, including that error in the manifesto that many viewed it over social care and criticism that their manifesto hadn't been effectively costed. But there was a quiet confidence running underneath most of the senior members of the campaign that they believed they were on course for a victory, and that gamble that we've all been talking about had paid off. Now, I've heard within the last few minutes from a senior source in the Conservative campaign, very brief statement, Kay, but it's this: let's wait and see. It's a projection. There is a long night ahead, and we all remember 2010, just how long a night that was and how it stretched into days and weeks as the wrangling then began. But there will also be questions, I think, within the Conservative Party, and there are senior Conservatives who I've spoken to over the past few weeks who have also had disquiet, let's say, about various aspects of the campaign. They felt that it was too tightly controlled, that it was too much focusing on Theresa May, and that message control was so great that other senior Conservative members didn't get a chance to have their say on the campaign. They would have preferred less, I think, focus on Theresa May herself and more about the broad principles and policies that were on offer. So just to reiterate that, Kay, a senior Conservative campaign source telling me, let's wait and see. It's a projection. There's a long night ahead.
Certainly is, Robert. She has the 4th largest majority in the country after Knowsley, East Ham and Hampshire North East. 200 to 1 on to retain her seat. It's a cast iron certainty here. What's going to happen in the rest of the country? My goodness me, that exit poll is going to rock them at Tory Central Office. Sophie?
Thanks, Kay. Well, we're joined now by the Northern Ireland Secretary, James Brokenshire, to try and pore over that extraordinary exit poll.
Hello, Sophie.
If it's anything near right, it's been a total disaster for Theresa May.
Well, it's still very, very early in the evening, and we'll actually wait to see when those individual results come through. And we've been campaigning to win this election, to win that mandate, to get on with Brexit and actually deliver jobs, the economy, growth, all of those things that the Prime Minister has been campaigning on. But I think, we've seen polls at this time of the night, and I think we just need to wait to see those results before drawing any conclusions. And it is those individual battles in individual constituencies that will be making the difference. And certainly from my tours up and down the country,
so you think it's wrong then? Are you saying that you think
I think
it's
too early. It's too early in the night to be drawing conclusions. But all I would say is that there has been, I think, some really solid Conservative support in some of our key marginals, seats that we believe that we can win. And so I think that we'll just wait to see what the first results start. So it's actually getting some hard data.
Well, won't be long until that hard data starts coming in. But if it does turn out that Theresa May loses seats, then the whole gamble will have paid off. She's built this whole election campaign around her personality, her as a leader, and it looks as though voters have had a look at it and potentially haven't really liked what they saw.
Well, I don't sort of, I don't think we can draw conclusions in that way at this point in the night. You know, clearly, we want to see a Conservative majority to give that mandate to the Prime Minister to get on with the job, and why she very firmly called this election. I think she was right to call that election, given that there were so many people seeking to block progress in relation to the Brexit negotiations.
Even if she loses seats, she was still right to call the election.
I think it was right, because ultimately she was presented with a situation in the House of Commons, also the House of Lords, of people actually wanting to frustrate the whole Brexit process, why the manifesto was very clear, and those principles, the 12 principles that were set out therein. And so it is very firmly about that, how we do take our country forward, get the right negotiations, which start in 11 days' time. But equally, the Prime Minister was clear in saying that we've had huge surprises in elections over recent years, and therefore that there is always no certainty about elections, why she went in with that frame of mind, knowing that she wanted that mandate, she wanted to get that result to be able to get on. But we'll wait to see what comes through with the results we see tonight.
One of the things that Theresa May said constantly throughout the campaign, I've got it here, is if she loses just 6 seats, she'll lose this election, and Jeremy Corbyn will be sitting down to negotiate with the presidents, prime ministers and chancellors of Europe. So if you lose 6 seats or more, which the exit poll says you will, Jeremy Corbyn will be Prime Minister.
Well, to be honest, it was that choice that we framed very clearly between Theresa May taking our negotiations with Brexit forward, or that coalition of chaos. And actually it was to try and underline to people that things could change, to actually show that there was a choice here, that people were saying, oh, well, it was always going to be this. Well, elections are never like that. They're always about a choice, a decision that people have to make, and why the Prime Minister was underlining that people going out and voting, people making those decisions, you know, obviously determine the elections, to make sure that people don't stay at home, actually do go out and vote. But, you know, we'll wait to see what the results actually start to tell us.
OK, very nervous few hours ahead.
It'll be a long night, as these elections always are, these election coverage always is.
James Brokenshire, thank you very much. Let's go to Ed Conway now.
Yeah, thanks, Sophie. This is our big screen here, and as the results come in over the course of the evening and through to the morning, we will have them coming up here. But for a moment, let's just ponder on that extraordinary exit poll result. And we're going to get out a piece of kit that we prepared last time around, didn't really have much cause to use, which is called the Coalition Builder, where we try and work out how easily you could make a coalition from the results that we have coming in. Now, of course, all we have so far is the exit poll. That's not yet borne out by any of the results. We'll see. We'll mark to market as those results come out. But let's see how easily you could create a coalition out of these results. So, for instance, let's take the Tories first of all, the biggest party according to this exit poll, and put them into government. As you can see, even with all of those seats there, they would still be 12 short of that winning line, 326 seats. Now, that, of course, is the winning line. There are big question marks, though, about a few different variables. For instance, how many Sinn Féin MPs are there going to be in Northern Ireland? They don't sit in Parliament, and that determines precisely where that line is. How many, for instance, of the Unionist MPs in Northern Ireland could the Tories rely on to help them get up towards that line? But we know that, for instance, the Lib Dems, who last time around went into coalition with a Conservative government, well, theoretically, they could create a solid majority, well, pretty wafer-thin majority, but nonetheless a majority for the Conservatives. But they've said that they don't want to do that. They have promised that they're not going to go into coalition in their manifesto. So there are big question marks there. Shall we try and do the same exercise as well for the Labour Party, just to see whether they could get anywhere close to that line? So let's take the Labour Party and put those seats, 266 of them, into government. You can see they are much further from that winning line, 60 extra seats needed. Perhaps add on the Lib Dems, add on the SNP with 34 seats, lower than last time around. And you see we're kind of approaching that line very quickly. Plaid Cymru, perhaps, the Green Party, that coalition, the progressive coalition that they've talked about previously, they're getting very close to that line, but they'd still be 8 short. Nonetheless, there's going to be a lot of this over the course of the night as we work out whether these numbers are indeed right and whether they can work. And of course, there will also be all sorts of market reaction. We're going to be looking at that through the course of the evening. Do you remember last time around when Brexit happened, how the pound fell so sharply by about 10% in that night? Have a look at this. This is happening right now. This is the pound versus the US dollar. And you can see that as that exit poll came through, it was around 129, 130. It came down, it plunged down by about 1.5% against the dollar. Now, these prices are updated every second, and we are, over the course of this evening, going to be looking through and just seeing what the news from this exit poll and indeed from this election prefigures for the market. But just have a look at that. Yet again, there's been another shock to the system, and traders out there who were nervous about this exit poll but thought that there was going to be a majority, well, you can see what they're doing. They're selling the pound.
Here we go. Well, we're joined now by Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary, Emily Thornberry, and Ed was just showing the reaction of the markets to the thought that there could be a hung parliament, to the thought that you potentially could be joining up or doing deals with other parties. They don't very much like the idea of the Conservative Party losing their majority, do they?
Look, it's still early. These are only exit polls. But they have been right for the last 20 years or so, 30 years. So I think we're on the verge of a great result. Just think, you know, only 7 weeks ago, the hubris of the Prime Minister, who was 20 points ahead, who wanted to have a blank cheque. She wanted to be able to do whatever she wanted with the country, with Brexit, with the economy, with our National Health Service. And we said no, and we meant it. And we put forward a popular manifesto with a leader of the party who has withstood the most extraordinary personal attacks and actually has shown that if anybody was strong and stable, it was him. And this is a great result, if it's true.
So what happens if it is true then? If Theresa May is short of her majority, you said that there would be no deals with any other party.
Well, I think,
do you stick by that?
I think that if this is right, and again, we haven't had a single result yet, but if this is right, I think she should consider her position.
But so you think Theresa May should...
First of all, I think she should go, because I think that she has manifestly failed. And secondly, I think that we will see what happens next. But if the Labour Party is called on to provide the next government, we will do so, and we will do it in a unified way under a popular manifesto where we have put forward policies before the country that they have liked, with a leader who is strong.
So what does that mean then? Does that mean you would consider going into deals with other
Let's have a
parties?
result first.
This does matter to people.
Of course it matters.
You're calling on the Prime Minister to resign if the exit poll is right.
If the exit poll is right, she should resign.
It's only right that we should ask you what you'd be planning to do if the exit poll is right.
Let's see. I mean, we will, you know, let's see. I don't think that I need to speculate at this stage. I mean, I'm not even an MP, so I would really like to be re-elected tonight. I would really like to see some real results, and we'll take it one step at a time.
OK, Emily Thornberry, thank you for your thoughts.
No problem.
Well, interesting that Emily Thornberry, Shadow Foreign Secretary, is doing a tour of the media studio. She's very confident that the constituency count here at Islington South, the teller's already busy underway emptying some of the ballot boxes there. She enjoys a healthy majority here, not as big as Jeremy Corbyn's 43%. He's Islington North, she's Islington South. Statement we've just received, I'll tell you about it in a second, from senior Labour sources, but I just want to paint a picture for you of what happened on the stroke of 10 inside this leisure centre when that exit poll came through. Eyes, certainly my eyes, many other eyes fixed on a gaggle of Labour activists sporting the red rosettes who were huddled in a corner. And I have to tell you, at the moment that exit poll came through, there were gasps from the media gallery here, but no reaction that I could discern anyway from those Labour activists. Maybe they're feeling a sense of caution, thinking back to 1992, John Major, Neil Kinnock, thinking back perhaps to 2015, the exit poll not being reflected by the actual vote. Let's bring in Jason Farrell, our senior political correspondent, who has been talking to senior Labour sources. They say, Jason, that Theresa May's credibility is, quote, shot to pieces.
Yeah, that's right. So sources close to Jeremy Corbyn saying that her credibility is shot, saying that she's the one who said that if she lost 6 seats, she wouldn't be Prime Minister. Adding to that, no party has ever advanced as much in popular support in a general election campaign as Labour has, if these exit polls are accurate. So strong words coming from the Labour camp tonight in anticipation that they could do very well this evening. Think back to Len McCluskey only a few weeks ago saying that 200 seats would be a good night for Labour. 266, well, that would be really quite phenomenal. You think back to February and the Conservatives taking Copeland and getting that confidence that they might be able to take more seats in the North East, the North West, those Brexit supporting seats. That seems to have backfired. Could they lose Copeland tonight? And it does sort of reflect the things that we've been seeing around the country, this sort of turning point that seemed to come around about the time that the manifestos were released, when Labour seemed to have a boost from what was in theirs and the Conservative Party seemed to flounder from the social care policy that they had in their manifesto. And so, we'll wait to see. We should get a more full statement from Labour later, but they will be watching every single seat now just to try and see whether this exit poll is really taking them potentially towards a hung parliament, potentially towards even Jeremy Corbyn becoming Prime Minister.
Jason, thanks very much indeed. What a sensational turn. The big question, I suppose, for the activists here and the advisors, Jeremy Corbyn's advisors, is to what extent this is a tick for him, for his programme, for his manifesto, for that way he reached out to younger voters, sticking to his principles, you might say, and to what extent it's a cross for Theresa May. How much is a vote of no confidence from the general public in her leadership? How much of this is a vote of confidence in Jeremy Corbyn? Adam.
Thank you very much indeed, Colin. Well, those results, actual results we're going to get in the North East in the next hour or so will give us an idea if this exit poll really is on track, because of course the Conservatives were hoping to pick up UKIP votes and seats in the North East. But the exit poll, which shows a sensation, a hung parliament, isn't the only research we have available tonight, using information gathered from more than 10,000 Sky customers. Sky Data is helping us understand why voters have voted the way they have. Let's talk to Sky's Lewis Goodall about that. I mean, before we come on to the Sky Data, if this exit poll is right, and it's been, it's plus or minus 20 seats, but it's been in the right region for the past 3 elections, it's a sensation, isn't it?
I mean, absolutely sensational. Perhaps the biggest electoral gamble that any Prime Minister has taken in modern times, and the biggest rebuff and rejection from the electorate that you can imagine. And when you can consider this as an election that was all about her mandate, her personal mandate, asking the British people not just to give her a majority, but an enormous majority against for her negotiations for Europe, then it really, I think, would probably be very, very difficult for her to continue. And then she would become the shortest-serving Prime Minister we've had in this country since Andrew Bonar Law. Remember him, Adam? Not many people do. Most people remember him as the invisible Prime Minister, and there's a reason for that. He was only Prime Minister for about 10 months or so, and Theresa May would be looking to be the shortest serving Prime Minister since then. And that would really, truly be a sensational result. And I think more generally, if we're looking to sort of historical examples, this is starting to... There was a lot of discussion about whether this election would be most like 1987 or whether it would be like 1992. It's starting to look to me a little bit like 1974, where you have a Conservative Prime Minister go to the country on the prospectus of who governs, and the country says, not you, and guess what? We have to have another election later in the year, just as we did in 1974.
And of course, they had to have an election, as you say, very close together, and that remains one possibility.
February and October.
And another general election. As far as I can gather, from this poll, we also think there's quite a lot of movement, that the Conservatives doing better in some areas and less well in others.
Yes, that's right. I mean, we can clearly see from some of those numbers, so looking at the SNP, we're sort of losing sight of that given the sort of overall mammoth nature of the Labour Conservative figures, but the SNP way down. And that would imply, we think, that clearly the Conservatives will be doing better in Scotland and potentially taking some seats that we had expected to see a revival there. So, for example, Angus Robertson in Murray, in the north of Scotland, he could be in trouble. And then if we look sort of further south, actually, Labour doing much better. Labour would actually have more seats under Jeremy Corbyn than Gordon Brown had in 2010, never mind Ed Miliband, and they would be coming directly from the Conservatives in England. So we might imagine people like Anna Soubry in Broxtowe, she could be in trouble. We could imagine that someone like Theresa Villiers in Chipping Barnet in North London, she could be in trouble. And Myrie Black in Paisley and Renfrewshire South, she could be in trouble as well. So we could see all sorts of different permutations that, frankly, we didn't imagine and didn't even think possible at the start of this election campaign, where, of course, we thought the Tories would be far in the advance. It might be worth considering Gordon Brown might be one man who thinks he's a bit vindicated tonight, because, of course, famously, he didn't go for that election in 2007. Maybe this was why. Maybe this is exactly what he thinks.
Because, of course, if this is right, Mrs May has thrown away 3 years of Conservative majority government.
Absolutely.
Now, Sky Data, this is subjective analysis, really, the mood of the nation. What's that telling us?
Well, as we can see over here, I mean, we have, why would you vote Conservative? I say this is just our data, nothing to do with the exit poll, saying that people are saying they would make a good government. 69% of our respondents saying that they would. 28% of people saying they are the least bad option. So on the basis of that, we might think that they should have had a much better night than perhaps we would have expected.
That's only Tory voters, though.
But that is, of course, only Conservative voters, yes. So actually, 30% of those people actually would say that they would make a bad government, even Conservative voters. So maybe that gives you some indication of why they're struggling tonight.
Any more information?
No, well, we've got here, why did you vote Labour? Again, Labour respondents, they would make a good government, 46%. They're the least bad opposition, 38%.
So that's interesting. The Labour voters less convinced, really, but still thinking it's worth a go.
Yes, absolutely. And what we've seen, I think, during the course of this campaign, and I saw it myself a little bit out on the road over the last 6 weeks, is you really saw the Labour vote solidify. I mean, at the very start of this campaign, you really went to places, in traditional Labour places, and you heard people say, I really don't like Jeremy Corbyn, very antithetical to him. And over the course of the 6 weeks, as the campaign wore on, Labour voters going back to Jeremy Corbyn and really turning against Theresa May. And if this ex-poll is right, that seems to have been what's taken place.
Of course, so one in the eye for the mainstream media, particularly the newspapers.
Well, again, I mean, and some of the pollsters as well. Not a great night for pollsters once again.
Thank you. Jane.
Well, social media, I think it's fair to say Twitter just about went into meltdown after that exit poll was released. Lots and lots of people now reacting. I think Theresa May has one own goal of the season. That's from Gary Lineker. That's one of our favourites in the last couple of hours. Someone else suggesting that this is all just a conspiracy by us lot to make you lot at home stay up all night because nobody can go to bed now. Sandra Hearn, reflecting on Theresa May's comment that the naughtiest thing she'd ever done was run through a field of wheat. Where is the nearest field of wheat for her now, he says. Lots of people also now discussing what comes next. A lot of people, Boris o'clock. Boris Johnson is featuring in a lot of people's tweets in the last half hour since this result came in. Also, though, a note of caution. This is from Guido Fawkes. He said, reminder that at this time, on June the 23rd, of course, after the referendum, Nigel Farage conceded that Remain had won. So a note of caution from him, but others are saying, what's going on in Labour HQ at the moment. Amy Lou Lewis suggests that this could be what Corbyn and McDonnell are doing right now inside the Labour camp. Let's just take a look at some of the election data from the last couple of hours. And this is interesting as well. Between 8 and 9 this evening, these were the most discussed candidates on Twitter. Jeremy Corbyn, 51%, Theresa May, 40%, Tim Farron, just 3%. I mean, I suppose in some senses, not a surprise that Jeremy Corbyn is getting a lot of traction on Twitter. We know that his appeal, he has a very strong appeal amongst a lot of young voters, and they are much more active on social media. But it is a case that Twitter is simply going into meltdown. Emma Freud summed it up. What's the emoji for what is happening here?
Well, we've heard some of the reaction from the parties to tonight's exit poll prediction, but what about the public? We've sent our reporters out on the road tonight. Becky Johnson is at a logistics hub in Manchester, and Ashish Joshi is on the Isle of Wight at the festival there. So let's go to Becky first, shall we? And what's the reaction been where you are?
Yeah, actually, stunned silence. Drivers here on night shifts, a lot of them Tory voters, they were predicting big Tory majorities. They watched the exit poll come in on this big screen on the side of the Lewis lorry that we've got here. Let me bring in Mike. Mike, you're a Conservative voter. You thought it would be a big majority. It's not. What's gone wrong for Mrs May?
I think probably two things unfairly. I think not attending the debates on TV, that didn't really show the strong leader. So that's probably gone against her. And maybe unfairly, the cuts she made to the police when she was Home Secretary in light of the recent incidents, that might have also gone against her.
All right, so we'll have to see. I mean, Colin, you're a Labour supporter, a lifelong Labour supporter, and you were actually saying to me you thought Corbyn's been doing better in the last couple of weeks, so you're not so surprised?
No, definitely not, no. Not the last 2 or 3 weeks. He's come on leaps and bounds.
You weren't convinced by him, were you?
No.
What's he done to convince you?
I don't know, just confidence. He's gaining confidence, I think, himself. I think he's believed in himself more.
Okay. Other Tory voters here, what do you think's gone wrong for Mrs May? She was, you were thinking it would be quite a big majority for her.
I thought it would be a landslide. I think maybe there's too much arrogance in the first place in terms of calling the election to get a bigger majority, so it's backfired. I think, as Mike said, I think some of not doing a live debate's not a good one, because it's a bit like reality TV these days, isn't it? People vote in terms of what they see in the sound bites. So.
All right, thanks ever so much for talking to us. So we're going to get reaction here throughout the night.
So we're at the Isle of Wight Festival. Thousands of young people descending on the Isle of Wight to enjoy the festival here, when the Lewis lorry put this graphic up on screen. Gasps, shock. And I've got some young Labour voters who received the news extremely happy with what's going on. Taylor, Serena,
yeah.
Thank you. Give us your immediate reaction to what you've just seen on the screen.
I'm really happy about the reaction. Yeah, really happy.
Why? Why did you... it was just not predicted. Yeah. This isn't the final result. This is the first exit poll, but it looks like Jeremy Corbyn and Labour have done really well. Yeah. Did you expect him to do so well?
I didn't expect it at first, but I think a lot more students, especially in my area, voted a lot more. I saw loads of posts on Facebook about just registering, people encouraging a lot of people to register, even if they weren't going to vote for Jeremy. Loads of people were just registering, because a lot of my generation haven't really registered, but this time they really pushed it.
Jeremy Corbyn seems connection with young people. Why do you think he's done that?
I think we just need a bit of a change now, and he's really tried to interact with people like Jamie and the Grimes. He's trying to talk to people more on his level than someone just projecting and saying what they want to do, than actually talking to normal human beings, if that makes sense.
Normal human beings, for the many, not just for the few. That's what he said all along. So that's an immediate reaction from 2 people here, lots of other people, quite a broad spectrum of political opinions here, but certainly this has been well received by the majority of them.
Thanks, Ashish. Thank you, Becky. You're watching Vote 2017, the results, live on Sky News. The polls have only been closed for around half an hour, but we've already got an extraordinary story. The broadcaster's exit poll suggests the Conservatives will be the biggest party, but will lose their overall majority. It also suggests Theresa May has lost seats, meaning her gamble to call a snap election would have failed. And Jeremy Corbyn is forecast to win 266 seats. That's 34 seats more than Labour last time around. Well, we're joined to discuss that exit poll with our panel, with Ken Loach, the film director, with Rachel Johnson, the journalist, and also with Sir Craig Oliver, the former David Cameron advisor. Ken Loach, let's go to you first. I mean, if this exit poll's right, it suggests that campaigns do matter, and Jeremy Corbyn has managed to convince people during those 6 weeks.
Yes, I mean, it's a campaign in the teeth of a hostile gale, remember, from all the media. So I think it is extraordinary.
Although there was media criticism of the Conservative campaign as well.
There was, but nothing like the personal abuse that Jeremy Corbyn got. But I think people are really concerned about things like the health service. They're concerned that they don't have secure work. They're concerned that they get work through agencies where they can be turned on and off like a tap. So I think there were real issues that people were worried about and angry about. And that wasn't reflected in the coverage, but it was certainly reflected when you talk to people. They weren't talking about Brexit, they were talking about things very close to home. And that's what Jeremy Corbyn was talking about.
Sir Craig Oliver, when I spoke to Emily Thornberry, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, a bit earlier, she said that if this result is right, Theresa May should resign. Do you think she would have to go?
Well, politics is all about expectation management, and I think what the Conservative Party allowed to do in this campaign was settle around the idea that 50 was par for her, and anything less than that, 50 majority, anything less than that would be a problem. the Conservative Party are going to have to go some to actually get towards 50. So she would be in serious trouble, I think. The other issue is, I think I've been talking to people at CCHQ, a couple of people there, and apparently it's very silent there. A lot of people looking at their phones, watching the TVs in silence, and in genuine shock by this. Now, it's possible the exit poll is wrong, but historically, it's actually been very accurate. So real concern, I think, in the Conservative Party tonight.
And of course, it would have to be very wrong for her to get to that 50-seat threshold that you're talking about.
Significantly wrong to do that.
Rachel Johnson, it feels like we should touch upon the Liberal Democrats as well, because expectations have been quite low for how they've been performing, but it looks, according to this, that they would actually be picking up some seats.
Well, as Craig keeps saying, if. I mean, it looks, if there's 14 seats, that's many more than the Lib Dems hoped. I mean, it's a 50% increase. They've got 9 seats at the moment. I should say we, as I did join the Lib Dems. Sorry, people are shouting at me. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I thought somebody in the gallery was...
celebrity.
So no, it's not good. You know, it doesn't mean that, unlike some, you know, potential leaders of our big political parties, that the leader is toast tomorrow morning. I think it means that Tim Farron, who people said didn't have a brilliant campaign because he didn't cut through on his lead topic, which was Brexit, people were absolutely fed up with the idea of having a second referendum, getting angry all over again 10 months later about the same subject. That didn't work. Shouldn't have nosed off on that. And as Ken says, actually people were much more interested in housing and the health service and education than they were in fighting a battle that was lost in terms of the Lib Dems in June last year.
Do you think, Ken Loach, that if there is a hung parliament, if we are in hung parliament territory, then actually Jeremy Corbyn should be looking to do deals with other parties, like the SNP, for example?
Well, I would think they would do it on an issue-by-issue basis. I can't see them having... They've said so clearly that they won't do a coalition. I can't see them doing that. But I would think he'd say, look, there's the manifesto, support it if on an issue-by-issue basis. And I would think he'd feel that the wind is in his sails now. So that their popularity is growing, and that therefore he'll, you know, it will continue to grow.
I think one important point to make is just how volatile British politics is at the moment and what that actually means for the future of the country and the running of the country. If this is accurate, the difficulty of running a country at these incredibly difficult times with Brexit negotiations, I think Ken's absolutely right, concern about public services is very real. It's going to be an incredibly volatile period if this is true.
And we've seen the pound fall.
I think this actually explains why we've had one of these votes. The Germans have a noun called Trumpun Brexit, which is this unexpected shock result when the whole country seemed to press the what the hell button and let's just go for something out of the mainstream. And this has happened here, but we've got to remember that we're in a state of perm-election. And with this, if this exit poll is right, this perm-election could carry on because we could see a leadership election, we could see another general election, the third in 3 years.
No, I think that's absolutely right. And if it is right, your reality is that you will see people plotting, maybe somebody not a million miles away from you in the next 24 hours, if this is true. And you're right, and this is incredibly close in Parliament, and that could mean another general election. But we have to keep underlining if this is right.
But that contributes to the anger and the fatigue that we're feeling in the electorate.
Well, voter fatigue, I think, is certainly something we all feel.
If these figures are right, that, in a sense, that's not a huge shock, because the simmering discontent on all the social issues that we've talked about, it's only nudged a few percentage points.
Okay.
So, you know, I don't think it's a huge
we'll come
shock.
Back to you,
in a way, it's what we should expect.
Well, we'll come back to you later in the evening. Thank you very much for all your thoughts on that exit poll. Appreciate it.
Well, welcome back here to Sunderland. The counts are underway. I make it around 10:42. Last general election, Sunderland South and Houghton declared at 10:48. So a result could be imminent. They're trying to make it 7 times lucky and be the first to declare. If you look over my shoulder, the counters are still very busy. We're being told that there was a 61% turnout for Houghton and Sunderland South. The counter's still busy going through those ballot papers, but we are expecting that result in around 6 minutes' time if they are to equal 2015's record, if not sometime after that. But as soon as that exit poll was announced, there was a huge buzz around this hall. If an exit poll has ever convinced you that you need to stay up tonight and watch Sky News through the night, it is that poll to find out what happens. As I said, we are awaiting that result here. You can see a lot of police in the background as well. We've got armed police here at the count tonight as well. Like I said, possibly a few minutes to go. The candidates have started to pour into the hall, ready for the results. It should be a matter of minutes for Houghton and Sunderland South. We'll come back to you as soon as we've got that result.
Keep a close eye on that, certainly, but let's return to that shock exit poll. Once again, could the Liberal Democrats be kingmakers? Are we getting the sensation of 2010 once again? Let's get the very latest reaction then from Siobhan Robbins, who's been following the Liberal Democrats throughout this campaign and is with Tim Farron's team. What are they saying, Siobhan?
Yeah, I'm outside Tim Farron's house. I'm just keeping an eye out because I'm expecting him to come back actually in the next 10-15 minutes. But I've been speaking to senior sources within the Liberal Democrat camp, and this is what they say: no pacts, no deals, no coalition. They're really sticking to that message. They've been saying it throughout. They will not go into coalition, and it's pretty unsurprising, really, given that they were totally burnt by going into coalition in 2010. We saw them lose so many seats in 2015, much of that because of the coalition. So they're saying they're sticking to that. They also said they won't react to the exit poll. They're waiting for the proper results to come in. However, they did say this is a building project. They were looking to just hold seats. So I'd infer from that, if the exit poll is correct and they gain 6 seats, then that would be a really good night for the Liberal Democrats. But as I said, we're waiting for Tim Farron to come back. We'll try and bring you his reaction when he does.
Siobhan, thank you. So no deal, no coalition. Ming Campbell, who obviously is standing in Twickenham, has had much the same to say. Tim Farron, he said, made it very clear. He said no pact, no deal, no coalition. We've had our fingers burnt by coalition. I don't need to tell you that. I find it very, very difficult to see how Tim Farron will be able to go back on what he previously said. Well, let's bring in then, shall we, the president of the Liberal Democrats, Baroness Brinton. You're not tempted by government once again?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, one of the reasons that Tim Farron made it clear we wouldn't go into coalition is because we couldn't work with either Labour or the Conservatives, who are both pushing for a hard Brexit. We've been the only party, national party, who's been very, very clear that we didn't want to leave the single market, and both of the other parties want that. So Tim's absolutely right. Coalition is not on the cards, not just because of the 2015 result, but because of big policy differences.
What if they said to you, as part of the deal, OK, we will give you another referendum on the Brexit Pact? Would that at least make you think about it?
Tim has been very clear, no coalition deal on this for either Labour or the Conservatives, simply because the gap between us is too wide. It is that straightforward, that simple. No coalition deal.
So what is more important to you, getting the UK to stay in some means in the European Union, which is what you fought this campaign on, or once again protecting your party?
We're very clear that our role is to challenge the government, whichever colour that government might be, in the Commons and in the House of Lords as any deals come forward. And we still say that there are a number of people who would like some sort of say on the final deal, but we're a long way away from that at the moment.
But you could offer them that if you decided to go into coalition with either of these parties, if that's what your red line was.
No. We are very, very clear that we do not want to go into coalition with either of the two parties simply because their stance is so unrelenting, such a hard Brexit, it makes it unworkable.
Can I put it to you that there is a difference, isn't there, between the type of liberalism that we see from Tim Farron and Nick Clegg? Nick Clegg, classical liberal, supporting economic liberalism. He'd prefer to see taxes cut for the poorest to increase opportunity. Contrast Tim Farron, who is in favour of higher public spending on public services and the disadvantage to reduce income inequality, more left-wing of the Liberal Democrat Party. Would he sit more comfortably, do you think, in a progressive coalition? Should he change his mind on this?
No, I don't think Tim does, but I think what we want to see is the results coming through. The exit poll's interesting, but it's a national one. I think you're going to see that where we've done particularly well and gained seats will be in the areas where our line on the dementia tax, our line on the 1 penny for the NHS and social care has really cut through. When this election started, everyone said it was only going to be about Brexit. Well, Theresa May's made a real mess of that. We know that actually the public are extremely concerned both about the NHS and about the Conservative position on the dementia tax. We think that's where we're going to see our steady growth later tonight.
So why was it okay for you to go into coalition with David Cameron back in 2010 and it's not now? What's changed?
Oh, it's very clear. People forget in 2010 we were at a time of national crisis. People forget how bad it was when Labour left government. We had to do something in the national interest. It's unfortunate that over the 5-year period people forgot that, and they still do today. We were also very clear that by the time we got to the end of coalition, the time for austerity had come to an end, and we needed to start to build infrastructure growth again and stop the severe cuts. This election, the Conservatives have made it very clear they want to go on with severe austerity. And what we're seeing in the poll tonight is the public don't like that. Yes, it looks Labour's figures look encouraging for Labour, but also they are for us. We've come back from an appalling position in 2015. If the polls are right, we will nearly double our seats. That's good progress for us. This was always going to be a long trek back.
Baroness Brinton, President there of the Liberal Democrats, thank you. And it was Stephen Lloyd, who is re-standing for the seat of Eastbourne that he lost in 2015, that said going into coalition with the Conservatives back in 2010 saved the country but killed ourselves. And perhaps that is still on the mind on the Liberal Democrats and their supporters.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, on your screens now you can see these two counts that are going on in Newcastle and in Sunderland, and we are expecting them to declare within minutes. It looks as if they're not going to hit their record time, because it was round about now that Sunderland declared when it set the record, but we expect we will get those results very shortly, and they will begin to tell us whether the exit poll and the real results are marching together. Let's get more now from Lewis Goodall. First of all, Lewis, we were hearing from Michael Thrasher, and anecdotally, there are a lot of reports on social media about young people getting out and voting, and also he said very high turnout, which there is normally anyway, amongst people with degrees.
Yes, absolutely. It looks like it's the graduates what sort of won it, or at least what certainly lost it for Theresa May, if this exit poll is right. It seems that people with degrees, pretty much between the ages of 18 and 30, swinging quite heavily towards the Labour Party, either perhaps enticed by that Jeremy Corbyn pledge on abolishing tuition fees, but also perhaps on an anti-austerity pledge. I mean, I said before that this is an election that could be a lot like 1974. In one way, it could also be a lot like 1970, if this exit poll is right, talking to Professor Michael Thrasher as well, which is that it looks like there has just been an enormous increase in terms of the Labour Party and Conservative Party vote share, a real return to two-party politics, as we've really noticed towards the end of this campaign. But nonetheless, despite that, and despite the fact of big increases for both parties, Theresa May managing to falter.
Now, it should be said that people are saying if this exit poll is right, but the record of exit polls over the last 3 elections is they're only out by about 15 to 20 seats. So that points to a very bad result for the Conservatives, given their position when they went into this election. It looks unlikely that they're going to get more seats than they had before. What about, though, the sort of people who might be in danger of losing their seats if we see this picture of Labour gaining, the Lib Dems gaining, and the Conservatives dropping, particularly since it looks as if they're hoping to gain in Scotland?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we spent so much of this campaign, didn't we, targeting and focusing and thinking about the sort of Labour figures who might lose their seats in the North and the Midlands, and yet we're having to rewrite that playbook, absolutely. Instead, we're starting to talk about Conservatives, often on the more sort of centre of the party, people like Anna Soubry losing her seat. In Broxtowe, that classic Nottinghamshire bellwether, Marjorie marginal, which has often swung between Labour and Conservatives depending on who was winning. And it's just worth saying, Adam, that we actually are seeing some potentially quite big increases in turnout. So we think that, for example, Newcastle Central, big university town, looks like turnout there could be 67%. It was 57% last time. So if that comes to pass, we can see why Theresa May might be really struggling here.
Well, we'll come back to you in just a moment, but we've got to go now to Scotland, and we're joined for the SNP by Tom Shepherd of the SNP. Are you braced for losses across Scotland, as the exit poll is suggesting, Mr. Shepherd?
Well, I think we do have to wait and see what the real poll is. This is only an estimate at this stage, and I remember 2 years ago getting very excited about exactly the same time when the exit poll then predicted pretty much the same thing, a hung parliament, and of course it didn't turn out that way. So I think we want to wait and see. But if this was in any sense correct, this exit poll, then this represents a huge defeat for the Conservatives, not just in England, where they appear to have snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, but also in Scotland, where clearly they sought a mandate to win the election, to oppose the second independence referendum, and it looks as if they're not going to get that. It looks as if the SNP will get what anyone would have called a landslide had it not been for the result 2 years ago.
But the exit poll 2 years ago also predicted that the SNP were going to win well over 50 seats. This time down, the exit poll is suggesting you're dropping from 56 to 34, down 22 seats. And that does suggest, doesn't it, that the Unionists, particularly the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats, have made inroads in your strength in Scotland.
No, I think what it suggests is that the result 2 years ago was something of a freak result. I mean, getting 95% of the seats in Scotland is something that was beyond anyone's imagination before it actually happened. So it's really no surprise. I think even on the best of days, we would have been losing seats from that total. If it's at 34, then that's a lot more than we would have liked to see, and it will be a disappointment. But it doesn't mask the fact that we will still have won the election in Scotland, and the Conservatives will have lost the election both in England and in Scotland.
And if this result UK-wide is anything like on the mark, where do you think it leaves your push for IndyRef 2, a second vote on independence? Because it would seem that a head of steam is building up against that in Scotland.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I need to see exactly who wins the seats, and we don't know at this stage who's going to be the second party in Scotland, whether it is the Conservatives or whether, in fact, this might be some sort of unexpected result for Labour in Scotland. There certainly is some indication that amongst younger voters, even in Scotland, Corbyn's message was attractive, and they're exactly the people who are the bedrock of the pro-independence campaign in Scotland, but they may well have been seduced by Jeremy Corbyn's message. So it's very hard to draw anything into these results, well, and certainly not before we have them, about what it means for the independence campaign and that. I think what it does mean in the short term is more important for what happens with Brexit, because if this result is anything like true, then it means that we will be putting back on the table the demand that we should be staying in the single market, and the demand also for a differentiated set of arrangements for Scotland in a post-Brexit United Kingdom. And I think that is going to have to be on the negotiating table. That's going to have to be re-looked at if indeed these results are going to be anything like what the exit poll is predicting.
Mr. Shepherd, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Live pictures there from Newcastle Central. They are saying they're going to declare within the next 10 minutes. So that will be a hard and fast result. And it looks as if they may be beating Sunderland, unless that can beat them to the wire.
Well, according to the exit poll, UKIP are not forecast to pick up any seats in the general election. Tom Rayner has been following the UKIP campaign and he's in Boston tonight. So, Tom, what's the atmosphere like in Boston?
Well, we're still waiting, Sophie, for Paul Nuttall to arrive here. He was in his home constituency where he lives earlier today. He's making his way here. We expect him to be in the hotel mulling over those results. Of course, the exit poll suggesting that UKIP will not win a seat this time, but I have spoken to a senior UKIP source who said that if this poll is even close to being accurate, it's a devastating blow to the Prime Minister, but an enormous concern, that's the phrase, an enormous concern to everybody who voted for Brexit. Don't forget that UKIP stood aside in more than 200 seats this election in order to try and get Brexit supporting candidates on into positions where they would win. And in fact, just to underline that, Sophie, in the 120 constituencies where UKIP came second in 2015, they have stood aside in 23 of those. Now, clearly, the indication is that they are going to be making this an argument that UKIP still has relevance. Regardless of whether they win seats tonight, they will say Theresa May has let them down on Brexit and that they need to come back.
Thanks, Tom. Well, you're looking at pictures live from Sunderland, who is saying that a declaration is imminent. We'll, of course, bring you that as soon as we get it. Sarah Jane, you are in Sunderland tonight for us. What are you expecting from the declaration?
Well, Sophie, we're expecting it any minute now. It is 10:58. The 2015 election they declared at 10:48, so they're only 10 minutes behind here. But that's because of a higher voter turnout, 61% turnout compared to just over 56% back in 2015. All the candidates and their assembled people are now crowding around the platform where that declaration will take place. We are told it will be any minute now. You'll have seen the scenes earlier on of those six formers running into this hall with ballot boxes, the counters counting furiously. They pride themselves on being first, and they are hoping that they will be the first to declare in the 2017 general election. This will give us an indicator. The first count we are expecting is Houghton and Sunderland South Ward. Bridget Phillipson of the Labour Party, she won in the last election. She is in amongst that crowd there. They have representatives from the Green Party, Richard Bradley. We have the Liberal Democrat, Paul Edgeworth. Paul Howell for the Conservatives.
We're going to have to break you off there because it looks like Newcastle have won the battle to be first. Let's listen in.
We've beaten Sunderland.
Can I have your attention, please? I'm ready to declare the result for Newcastle-upon-Tyne Central. I am Pat Ritchie.
They can't hear it. They can't hear it.
I give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for Newcastle-upon-Tyne Central constituency is as follows. Nick Cott, Liberal Democrats, 1,812. Steve Kite, Conservative Party candidate, 9,134. UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,482. Chi Onwurah, Labour Party, 24,071.
Well, Labour hold Chi Onwurah is re-elected. Labour holds Newcastle-upon-Tyne Central.
595. And the Chi Onwurah has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
Well, let's listen now to Chi Onwurah, champion of STEM subjects and women's involvement with them.
The police for enabling this election to take place after the terrible murder.
Well, we're seeing armed police there in Sunderland. We're waiting for the result there, but they have lost the battle to be first tonight. That has been won by Newcastle Central. On your screens, you are seeing Chi Onwurah now, and we'll be able to bring you that result in a little bit more detail in just a moment. But Chi Onwurah has been re-elected. Disappointed faces we're seeing there in Sunderland, but they too are close to declaring the result. Let's have a look at the Newcastle result now. Chiamura re-elected with a majority of 14,900. There you have it. 24,000. Steve Kite, the Conservative, in second place, 9,000, long way behind, and UKIP in fourth place there. And those are the shares, well, nearly 2 out of 3 votes for Chiamura. And this really is the important thing to look at now. We see the Labour vote is up and the Conservative vote. So what's happening there is that UKIP has gone down, but the Tories have not picked up all of that UKIP vote. They have also, possibly on the Labour side, benefited from the Liberal Democrats and the Greens. So given that the Conservative desire was to absolutely squeeze the UKIP vote, doesn't look as though they have managed to do that and to recruit enough in these key target areas in the northeast. Of course, this is early days, but this report from the first constituency to Clare, Newcastle upon Tyne Central, does not contradict what we've been expecting from the exit poll. I think that's more or less right, isn't it, Lewis?
Right, this would be exactly in line with the exit poll. This would be about a 2% swing from the last election from Conservative to Labour, which would be exactly in line with the rest of the exit poll predictions. We can see from that result that the Conservatives are indeed gaining votes from UKIP, but Labour are gaining some votes from UKIP, and Labour are gaining votes from other people as well, and they're getting new people out to vote, because you can see turnout there, as I was saying before, up by about 10%. Now, this is obviously a safe Labour seat. It's been pretty much Labour continuously since 1945, apart from a brief period in the 80s, so no surprise that Labour have held it. But this is nonetheless a pretty decent result for Labour. Now, bear in mind, of course, if Labour were to become the biggest party, they'd need a swing of over 5%. So that's why we're not seeing that reflected in the exit poll. But nonetheless, a pretty solid result for Labour.
Yeah, but worth noting that turnout point, because
absolutely.
It looks as if the referendum has given people a taste for voting, if you like.
And, well, absolutely. I mean,
if
the turnout hadn't gone up, we might be able to imagine a situation where Conservatives had managed to eat into that Labour vote share. But the fact is, Labour seem to be attracting new voters in that constituency. And if that is reflected across the rest of the country, it doesn't really matter how much the Conservatives are able to eat up UKIP support. If they're boosting turnout overall, this is why Labour might be having a good night tonight.
And also worth pointing out that Newcastle Central, Newcastle upon Tyne Central, is a university town. A lot of universities there.
And that is why perhaps we're seeing, I mean, it would be quite unusual if we saw a 10% increase in turnout up in the whole of the country, so we saw turnout go up from about 66% to 77%, then we'd have a bigger turnout than pretty much any time in the last 20 years or so, since 1992. So yeah, so we wouldn't necessarily expect turnout to go up by this much everywhere. We're seeing that graduate vote really push up, and we'd expect to see it in a seat like this. Nonetheless, you can't take it away, a decent result from Labour.
Well, Lewis, we're seeing pictures there of Sunderland. It'd be interesting to see if nearby Sunderland on Wearside actually follows the same pattern as Newcastle upon Tyne, but a disappointing result for UKIP there. We saw their vote down some 10%, and Sophie has more on that. Sophie.
Thanks, Adam. Well, I'm joined now by Patrick O'Flynn, who is UKIP's economic spokesperson. I'm very sorry, but Sunderland do look like they're just about to declare now, so we'll go straight to that count.
I, Irene Lucas, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Houghton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Bradley, Green Party, 725. Paul John Edgeworth, Liberal Democrat, 908. Paul Habel, Conservative Party, 12,324. Michael Anthony Joyce, UK Independence Party, 2,379. Bridget Lave Phillipson, Labour Party, 24,000.
You can see there Bridget Phillipson re-elected as the MP for Houghton and Sunderland South. The Conservatives in second place there with 12,324. UKIP again on around 8,000 seats there. We can talk to UKIP economic spokesperson Patrick O'Flynn. It does look from these early results as though UKIP's vote is coming down. How worried are you by this pattern?
Well, that's not really the point of this election as far as the overwhelming majority of people in UKIP are concerned. What we're really worried about, I think my colleagues all over the country, is what it means for Brexit, because it looks like the Prime Minister has called an unnecessary election, and despite us, putting some wind in her sails in many parts of the country, seems to have failed to capture the public imagination and could be short of a majority.
You say putting wind in her sails when you stood aside for the Conservatives in
well, not technically for the Conservatives, but for the Brexit interest, and in most cases that meant the Conservative candidate. So I think they'll be having huge inquests in Conservative Central Office, but my first task in the morning would be to go to the Labour Party manifesto and read just what they committed to on Brexit, because we now have potentially the clean Brexit that everyone in UKIP hoped for put in jeopardy by Mrs May calling an election and apparently failing to secure the easy win that she should have been able to.
It's interesting looking at where UKIP voters appear to have been going in these early seats, because there was lots of talk about the Conservatives picking up former UKIP voters, but according to places like Newcastle, it looks like Labour is as well.
Well, it looks like in Newcastle and Sunderland the appeal of the home counties Conservative Prime Minister is somewhat limited. Let's wait and see. And you can also, there can be some jumping around between the parties, so it's hard to make a complete clean comparison. But there are other parts of the country too. I mean, our big hope in UKIP is Tim Acre in Thurrock, where effectively we've been running a secret by-election there, and it felt quite good on the doors today. And if there is no Tory surge, and there doesn't seem to be, then I'll keep my fingers crossed for him. But the biggest worry for everyone in UKIP is that we have a Conservative Prime Minister that's clouded the issue rather than securing the big mandate we were hoping for.
If you don't win in Thurrock, if you don't get any seats, which is what the exit poll predicts, surely it must be time for your leader, Paul Nuttall, to stand aside.
No, I don't think so at all. I think actually, if now the actual extent of Brexit could be in jeopardy and we could be getting Labour, Lib Dem, SNP people leaning on Theresa May to stay in the single market, to stay in freedom of movement, then I think UKIP is more needed than ever. And I think
you
Paul
might think that, but if these results are anything to go by, and if the exit polls are anything to go by, not many people seem to agree with you.
Well, I don't see this as a failure of UKIP in this election. This is the Prime Minister called an election for a mandate to go into the Article 50 negotiations. She didn't turn up to many parts of the election, to the debates, and I think they'll be held to pay with Eurosceptic voters, and I think they'll gravitate back to UKIP in very large numbers now.
We're looking at pictures on our screens of Purfleet, which is where that crucial count will be in Thurrock that you are really relying on. How hopeful are you then that you might win there?
We might do. I mean, the exit poll isn't normally very wrong, but I read somewhere online that there are over 70 seats where the result is too close to call, and our team in Thurrock put in an enormous effort over a long period of months, so it felt like we were going to run that one quite close, so I'll keep my fingers crossed there. But as I say, for every UKIP supporter pretty much, the bigger worry tonight will be what has Theresa May done to the Brexit process through her rash act of calling the election and her incredibly underpowered campaign.
Do you think that Brexit could actually be in jeopardy then?
No, I don't think that, because the Labour Party was committed to Brexit in its manifesto, but I think the form of Brexit, undoubtedly there will be Remain-inclined Labour MPs who seek now to lean and keep us in the single market or water down coming out of freedom of movement and things like that. I'm just hopeful the final result will be, a little better for the Brexit interest than the exit poll, but it's far from the big win that most Brexiteers were expecting.
OK, thanks very much for your thoughts on that. We can go now to Ed Conway with his big screen. He's been looking through who's in and who's out.
Yeah, that's right, Sophie. And you can see here, now that we have two of those results, here they are on our screen. There's Newcastle Central and Sunderland South. Of course, Newcastle pipping Sunderland to the post in terms of declaration, and some interesting differences between the two of them there as well. But it's worth just looking into that question of the figures that we're going to be looking at over the course of the night. There's bound to be some drama given what the exit poll is suggesting, and who is going to be in and out. And remember the shock when in 2015 Labour's then Shadow Chancellor Ed Balls lost his seat to an unknown Tory, Andrea Jenkins. Well, here are the faces in the seats that we're going to be watching out for tonight, starting with Ilford North. The prominent Corbyn critic, Wes Streeting, he's defending a majority of just 589 in that seat. It's going to be a close race with Conservative contender Lee Scott in Ilford North. You've also got Labour's Deputy Leader Tom Watson. He's got a much bigger majority in West Bromwich East, but if the Tories do well in the West Midlands, and they were hoping to, then who knows, he could lose to his rival Emma Crane. You've also got Home Secretary Amber Rudd. Some people tip her for Chancellor potentially if Theresa May had a big majority, but we'll have to see about that. She's defending her marginal seat of Hastings and Rye. A swing of 4.7% would see that go over to Labour's Peter Chowney. In Sheffield Hallam, former Lib Dem leader Nick Clegg, remember him? He's defending a narrow majority. Remember that time when he clung on in 2015? This time it's only 2,353. A lot of people thought that he could be in jeopardy and could potentially lose his seat to Jared O'Mara, but of course the exit poll may be telling us a slightly different story. Also, keep an eye on Vauxhall. This seat's been held by Labour's Kate Hoey since 1989. She's defending a majority of over 12,000, almost 13,000. Now, normally, in any other election, that would be considered safe, but remember the dynamic going on underneath the surface. She's a Brexiteer, and her constituency voted nearly 78% in favour of Remain, making it one of the most pro-Remain areas in the UK. So could the Lib Dems do well here as well? And finally, what about a possible return for some familiar faces? Former Business Secretary Sir Vince Cable, he of course lost his Twickenham seat. He'll be hoping to make a comeback. Last time around he lost out to Conservative Tanya Mathias. The majority there for her is a relatively thin 2,000. And could Zach Goldsmith make a return in Richmond Park? He lost to Sarah Olney in 2016 in the by-election there. He resigned from the Conservative Party. This time he's running as a Conservative candidate again. By the way, you'll notice in our graphics that Richmond still marks as a Conservative seat because we're comparing tonight's results versus the 2015 general election. We're doing like for like. Finally, last but not least, we're likely to see, well, who knows these days, but we thought we were likely to see the return of Esther McVey, former Employment Minister, of course. She lost her seat last time around in Wirral West. This time, she's standing in Tatton, the safe Conservative seat vacated by George Osborne. Will you be wondering whether that was a good decision? Of course, last time, he won a majority of over 18,000 votes.
Thanks, Ed. Well, I'm sure the political party HQs are reeling after that exit poll. We're joined now by our political editor, Faisal Islam, who can give us a bit of a taste of what the reactions have been from the main parties.
All off the record, all very quiet. Obviously, Labour are kind of cock a hoop at this, and they're trying to kind of assert a victory already that conditions the night as it goes on. I mean, obviously, in some of those early results we've got now, interesting. UKIP vote down, Tory vote up, Labour vote up too. Not quite what some expected. But some of my Tory contacts are pointing out they think that the exit poll's wrong. They think things will look very different by 3 a.m.
Well, not long to go till we find out if that's optimistic or not. Faisal, thank you. Well, we're joined now by our esteemed panel. We've got the journalist Paul Mason and Sir Craig Oliver, who used to work with David Cameron. Paul, let's go to you first. Jeremy Corbyn's camp must be absolutely delighted with this exit poll.
Well, whatever happens, and we think it is too optimistic, Theresa May's authority is shot to pieces. But I think it is, I warn people this is too optimistic, because I still think Labour are going to lose some seats in small towns in the Midlands and, say, east of the A1. But equally well, you can see both from the Houghton and Sunderland South and the Newcastle result there, the Labour vote in our core areas is holding up, is better. And my interpretation, we'll have to wait for the psephologists, is that the UKIP vote is breaking much more strongly to Labour than I thought it would.
I can't resist asking you this. How do you think David Cameron's feeling right now? Do you think he's secretly pleased that...
I don't think so. I think that what he will see is that he thinks that actually it was an honest attempt to actually try and bring some stability to British politics. And remember, just across the road is the House of Lords, and because of the 2015 manifesto didn't have the Brexit policy in it, a lot of people in the House of Lords were saying, well, we don't have to support this, we can cause all sorts of trouble. If it's in the Conservative manifesto and they'd got a majority, they wouldn't have been able to do that. So there were reasons for calling this election, and I think he would have understood that as a politician. The reality at the moment is it's looking like it's backfired.
OK, thank you both very much for your thoughts.
Well, I'm joined now by Bridget Phillipson, fresh from that result in Houghton and Sunderland South. Congratulations to you. Labour holding that seat this evening, and we've just been having a look while we've been standing here at that exit poll tonight. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's always great to declare so early in Sunderland, but, you know, I said in 2015, and I'll say the same now, that, you know, it's very early days. It's hard to know quite what the evening will hold. And, you know, the exit poll, I think, has come as a bit of a surprise to everyone, as it did in 2015. But, you know, naturally, I'm delighted to have the confidence again of the people of Houghton and Sunderland South, to have seen a big increase in turnout, which is really welcome and I think might make the difference.
Yeah, we are waiting for the other two seats to declare here in Sunderland. Emily Thornberry, a little bit more positive and upbeat. She's saying that she feels Labour is on the verge of a great result.
Well, I'm just naturally a bit more, I'm just a cautious person by nature, and I think you get used to it here in Sunderland, that you are asked to comment on what's going to happen when, you know, and this is my third time as a candidate, successful candidate here, and it's hard to sometimes extrapolate from what goes on to what will happen nationally, but, you know, naturally I'm delighted, and I think what we've seen throughout the campaign, as the campaign developed, is a rejection of Theresa May and of the manifesto on which they stood. You know, we saw it unravelling on the doorsteps here in Sunderland. You know, as the manifesto and the big mess up around pensions and social care, people who I think were concerned about what that would mean for their families, and I think that really started to turn things around. And, you know, we fought a very positive campaign, and I'm proud of that campaign.
And just looking at that exit poll, the words "hung Parliament" are being used this evening. That may change as coverage goes on throughout the night, but where does Labour stand on that? All this talk about a progressive alliance in the build-up to this election. What do you make of that, and what are your thoughts?
I think it's very early. We don't know what the night holds, and naturally I hope that the exit poll...
If Labour did hold the cards, though, would you be open to a progressive alliance?
Well, that's a decision that's above my pay grade, but, you know, I'm just delighted that it looks to be a good night. I'm delighted at the result here, and that we've seen, you know, an increase in the vote share for Labour at the third attempt.
And Jeremy Corbyn as Prime Minister, would he have your full backing?
I support the leader of the party. We've been clear during the campaign that we fight as a Labour Party. We've, you know, been united as a party in that campaign, and long may that continue.
OK, Bridget Phillips, congratulations tonight. Thank you very much.
You.
Over to Kate.
Well, Labour might be celebrating in Sunderland tonight, but let me tell you, Theresa May not at all happy at that exit poll. We are told that she is reeling at the exit poll. Her team thought it was safely in the bag with at least a 60-seat majority. Very early yet, but nevertheless it's come as a shock to the team. Robert Nisbet is here with me. Early days, but wow.
Yeah, wow. And I think that's what they're saying at the very highest levels in the Conservative Party campaign, because they thought that they were going to be making hay while the sun shone. They really believed.
All the personal polls were saying 60-plus majority.
Absolutely right. I had someone come up to me, a very senior member of the Conservative Party, who was suggesting that between 50 and 70 seats, a majority, we presume, would be a good result, but they were in expectation management mode, which suggests that they were confident of increasing the majority. So what could have gone wrong here? And I suppose we can look at a variety of different ways.
Not necessarily gone wrong yet.
Exactly. We have to establish that there are caveats here. This is an exit poll, and those swings that we've seen in Sunderland South have shown a big swing to the Conservatives, and so some of those UKIP votes do appear to have gone to them. So it's still a very early night yet. But social care in the manifesto, how people are going to pay for their end-of-life care, especially when they get a debilitating disease like dementia. That certainly started to pull at the thread of the manifesto. That was the first time where we started seeing weaknesses. But we also heard from senior Conservatives who were unhappy with the direction of the campaign. They were unhappy that it was really a presidential-style campaign with Theresa May at the front. They wanted to see more discussion about the substance. There was also criticism as well of the lack of numbers in the Conservative manifesto, whereas the Labour one was full of them, although those numbers, of course, had been criticised by the Conservatives. But Labour could point to the Conservatives and say, you haven't costed your plans.
Let's keep putting those caveats in, because it is early days, as we keep saying. Only 2 seats declared as yet, but already Corbyn's team saying the PM's reputation is shot to pieces. One wonders if this proves to be correct, this exit poll, what it means for her future.
Well, if we look at the margin of error in these kind of exit polls, we tend to look at about 20 seats. So if she got all of those seats, that would bump her up to pretty much where she is now. And really, for her reputation, she would have to have had a clear majority, I really think, to survive. And there will be people within the Conservative Party saying that perhaps she is not the right person to lead them into Brexit negotiations. And the deputy political editor of The Sun has just tweeted that the odds on Boris Johnson becoming the next Prime Minister have just fallen from 25 to 1 to 5 to 1. And there may be some looking around the top table of the Conservative Party say, well, if it isn't Theresa May who's going to be sitting around the table when we negotiate Brexit, who is it going to be if they are running the government after this is all kind of fallen out?
Okay, Robert, for now, thank you. And the latest odds on Theresa May being replaced as Tory leader before Christmas are 5 to 4 on. Those are the latest odds that Ladbrokes are offering. And not looking good early in the evening. Long way to go yet, though, Adam.
Well, yeah, we might not be waiting till Christmas if that exit poll was spot on the mark with the Conservatives going to be the largest party in a hung parliament. That would be a disaster for Mrs May and her gamble in calling this election when she had 3 years to go with a majority at Westminster. Well, let's get more on that exit poll from Professor Michael Thrasher. Professor Michael Thrasher, we've had the first two results. Labour holds, as usual, in the northeast, but everyone is still talking about this exit poll. People are saying exit polls have been inaccurate in the past. You're in there, you're in the room with the pollsters and the academic experts. Could they be wrong enough for this to be a very different story tonight?
Not in the sense of the Conservatives winning a very large majority, which Mrs May wanted, and that's why she gambled on this election. It really cannot be the situation where the Conservatives will have a large overall majority, if indeed they've got an overall majority at all. So in that sense, the exit poll is really going to confirm that this was an election called in error.
And do exit polls quotes always underestimate the Conservative performance?
No, Adam. And although 2015 it was the case that eventually the exit poll was saying they were just short of an overall majority. But what we've seen throughout the day is gradually, as more and more information comes in from the polling stations where we've been, two crucial, important things. Firstly, the number of people voting appears to be rather high.
Turnout's been up in both the seats declared
and
so
so
far.
that's nice to see that confirmed in those two results. And that would indicate to us that what is happening is that the kinds of people that haven't voted in the past do appear to be voting in this election, and that points towards younger voters coming out and supporting Labour. So that's the first point. And secondly, it's Labour's vote is up everywhere. The Conservative vote is also up everywhere. But when we did the swing, the national swing, it's about 2 percentage points to Labour. And again, the first result confirmed that level of a swing.
Now, let's be clear about this. Just explain what an exit poll is, because it's not like an opinion poll where you contact people on the phone or over online and say how you're going to vote, is it? It's very different.
It is. And what happens we choose 144 polling station locations across the country, and they are chosen to be representative of certain kinds of seat. For example, those where the Conservative and Labour are battling it out, or the SNP are holding the seats, or whatever. And we look across the different regions. But crucially, as people leave the polling station, we ask them to complete another ballot, and it's those people that we're asking. We've asked.
So it's people who have voted.
They've just literally voted. 30,450 people at 144 polling stations. So it's quite different to an ordinary opinion poll.
Yeah. And just quickly, health warning about Scotland.
Scotland is really very difficult for us to call this. And although we've kind of plunked for the midpoint, the SNP could go as low as 21 seats, or they could survive the slump and finish with almost 50 seats. There really is a very big range in the estimate for Scotland. So we will watch those results with a great deal of interest.
Well, let's get more from our economics editor, Ed Conway.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And it's worth just bearing in mind here, you know, there are many stories, as you were mentioning there are many stories going on tonight simultaneously. And of course, one of them is what's happening, or likely to happen, or expected to happen in Scotland. Let's pull out the SNP seats that the Scottish National Party are defending over the course of this election. And here, all of these seats were the seats previously won by the SNP. To give you a bit of context, the way that we've arranged them is the swing away from the SNP if they were to lose those seats. So essentially, these are the narrowest margins that the SNP has. So Berwickshire, for instance, that's a Tory target. You're talking about a majority there of 328 votes there, so very narrowly held there. And to put things in context, if we kind of zoom out and have a look at some of these seats, all of these up to around here were won in the last election in 2015. So these are all the gains that the SNP made last time around, and that if that exit poll is indeed right, might well be in play. So for instance, going up here, more than a 4% swing there. You've got all the way here to Caithness, to Aberdeenshire West. We're talking Aberdeenshire West, that's a 6.4% swing. The Tories are looking hard at that. And how about this one? Gordon. Now that is Alex Salmond's seat, of course. And so were that to fall, that would be a big story as well. And so we'll be keeping an eye on how these seats fare in Scotland over the course of the evening and working out whether we're seeing a swing away from the SNP that takes it almost into seats that they had before this election, before the last election. So the SNP also a big story tonight, Adam.
Welcome back to Glasgow. And I was here back in 2015 where there was that exit poll which suggested the SNP getting in excess of 50 seats, and there was a sharp intake of breath and no little swearing at that point. A similar response here, and let's just get the caveats out the way, shall we? Yep, Conservative sources, as we've been hearing, already indicating that they've performed rather better in the first two seats that have declared than the exit polls would suggest. SNP sources pointing out the fact that of the 144 counts that were canvassed for the exit poll, only 10 of them took place north of the border. I mean, all of that said, I mean, what is pretty clear is that the SNP will have come down pretty substantially from their vote share at 2015 of 50%. I mean, plenty of people looking to the Survation poll that took place just shortly before the election, which revealed that perhaps just two-thirds of those who had voted yes back in 2014, I should say, were planning to vote for the SNP this time around. And that means, as Ed was pointing out there, that there are any number of seats which look really, really tricky for the SNP now, and a few of them are in Edinburgh, where we can speak to Mark White. Mark, take us through what you're hearing there tonight. I mean, certainly it appears the case. We could be seeing Liberal Democrats picking up in Edinburgh, even the Labour Party holding on to and adding to its total in Edinburgh.
It's going to be a fascinating night ahead, obviously north of the border. It's incredible across the UK as a whole, but here in Scotland, just looking at those exit polls and the potential for the SNP to lose up to 20-odd seats north of the border would be an incredible blow for that party. No one within the SNP really expected that they could maintain the highs that they did at 2015, but no one was expecting that it could be a 20-odd seat drop either. And it's still early on, lots of caveats as you mentioned. But if we look at Edinburgh itself, 4 of the 5 constituencies here are held at the moment fairly comfortably by the SNP. But already one of those seats, Edinburgh West, is, we're told, in danger of falling to Christine Jardine of the Liberal Democrats, an old colleague of mine from my BBC radio days. She's run a good and a strong campaign. The Tories also doing pretty well in that constituency itself. And of course, you have Edinburgh South. That is the only Labour seat held in Scotland by Ian Murray. He'll be hoping, of course, that there will be other Westminster representatives to join him in Parliament after the end of tonight, but we simply don't know. Some predictions suggesting as many as 6 Tory MPs, perhaps 4 Liberal Democrat gains, and we just simply don't know what the Labour picture is as yet. You would imagine that quite a few Labour seats could be up for grabs by Labour by the end of the night. And what does it mean in terms of the mandate for the SNP and going forward with IndyRef2? Well, it would certainly take a significant blow, wouldn't it? But at the same time, there's an upside potentially for the SNP in that they could be the power brokers in any progressive coalition that may be emerging south of the border.
Mark, thanks very much indeed. Well, Nicola Sturgeon did say as she headed into this election that every vote for the SNP strengthened her mandate for a second independence vote. You can't have it both ways, frankly. And if the SNP performs considerably worse than expectations led us to believe, look, it will be difficult for Nicola Sturgeon to be able to explain her way out of this one.
Well, Neil, it's going to be a few hours yet before we get a result from Scotland, but in Sunderland, a declaration is imminent. They didn't manage to beat Newcastle, who took the prize for the first declaration, but Sunderland now coming up. This is the declaration in Sunderland Central, which we are expecting. Again, what is generally regarded as a safe Labour seat. Julie Elliott got more than 50% of the votes last time. UKIP there also were in third place with nearly 8,000 votes. But while we wait for that result, let's go back to Westminster and Sophie Ridge.
Well, we're joined now by the Shadow Chancellor, John McDonnell, and also the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, David Gauke, to try and chew over the exit poll and also the results that have come in. Mr Gauke, you first. This looks as though Theresa May's gamble has gone catastrophically wrong. I mean, is her position in question?
No, her position isn't in question, but at the moment we've only got a projection and we need to see what the full results are. We've only had a couple of results so far, so let's not rush into this until we actually see results from around the country. But the question the country still faces is we've got a hugely important task in front of us, which is negotiating Brexit. The Conservative Party and Theresa May as its leader, I believe, is still the best placed to do that negotiations. I don't think there's anyone else who could lead us into the negotiations so effectively. They start in 11 days' time, and the idea that we should ignore that and navel gaze, I think, would be a big mistake. I think Theresa May continues to be the right person to lead that. By the looks of it, we're going to be the largest party in Parliament. By the looks of it, we're going to have the largest share of the vote, although I accept those are only the projections. But as things stand at the moment, I think she's the right person for the job.
It's interesting talking about the Brexit negotiations starting. John McDonnell, if this exit poll is right, would Labour be prepared to do some deals to make sure it's Jeremy Corbyn at the negotiating table?
I preface everything I'm saying by I'm extremely sceptical of polls, extremely sceptical. Let's see how it rolls out and let's see some real results. And I think there'll be differential results all around the country. So David and I agree about let's take this with a huge pinch of salt and see where it goes. I'm a natural pessimist and we'll see whether or not I'm an optimist in the morning. But whatever happens, the situation is, I'm really proud of the campaign that we ran as a Labour Party. It was a positive campaign.
On the question of the
but
deals,
let me come to that question. The issue for us is how do we get the best deal in negotiations on Brexit for the country overall. Now, if we're in a situation where the Conservatives can't command a majority, the Labour Party will seek to implement a minority government. We'll put forward our proposals and expect other parties to support them. And I'd expect some elements of the Conservative Party to support them as well.
So you're saying you wouldn't try and get the SNP on board, you wouldn't try and get the Lib Dems on board, even if that means that that's your chance to shape the Brexit negotiations and to get into number 10?
I think we'd be able to shape them anyway by, excuse me, by being a minority government, putting out those proposals, allowing the other parties then to see whether or not they support them, which I think we could get a consensus across a number of parties. I think actually some elements within the Conservative Party would support our overall approach and the new tone that we want for the Brexit negotiations. And I think we could achieve, well, a parliamentary majority on that issue.
So, first of all, unusually enough, there is something we agree on, which is these are projections, and so people are going to have to keep watching. We'll see on that. But for argument's sake, if those projections are right, let's be clear, the Conservative Party would win far more seats than the Labour Party. I haven't seen a share of the vote projection, but I assume from the numbers that we have, we would also have the largest share of the vote. So it seems pretty clear that Theresa May would continue as Prime Minister. There would be a Conservative minority.
But there will be problems within her own party, won't there? Let's be honest. Some Conservatives will look at this and think that she's made a serious error of judgment. She's come out of the campaign a diminished figure and someone else should take over.
I think it's one of trust as well. I actually think, let me respond to this. I think it's one of trust as well because This is a Prime Minister who said 7 times she wouldn't call a snap election. Then she called it. People thought actually she's putting the party interests above those of the country. And I think there was a breakdown of trust within her during the campaign period as well, around the manifesto changes, U-turns, etc. And I think that's what she's got to worry about, that she doesn't hold the trust, not just of, well, I think she'll lose the trust of some of her own members of Parliament, but I think she doesn't hold the trust of the country, and that's proven it.
No, I think, and this is where, and look, maybe now is not the time to continue the campaign that we've just had, but where I would draw a contrast is, frankly, the Conservative Party in our campaign have sought to face up to the real challenges that we have as a country, whether that is Brexit or whether it's some of the long-term pressures on public spending, faced up to those challenges. In contrast, look, Labour may have had a successful campaign, but it's been, well, may have done, we'll have to see what the results are, may have done. No, let me finish my point.
Okay.
But if they have, it is on the basis of promising lots of nice free stuff that other people will pay for, and not facing up to the real challenges that we have as a country. So, and I think it's right that politicians and political parties do face up to those
But what
challenges.
about the Conservative campaign? Because you could argue that it was pretty gloomy, and that perhaps is why, if this exit poll's right, people haven't been drawn to vote Conservative, because you effectively took their votes a bit for granted.
Well, I think we've sought to address the big issues that we face as a country, and top of that list, I think, is Brexit, because it is really important that we get this deal right. But also, face up to the fact that we have got an ageing population, and the idea that we can say we're never going to increase the retirement age, the state pension age, regardless of how people might age, how life expectancy might change, is just fiscally reckless. Now,
David,
maybe it turns out that we have taken a hit as a consequence of that. I think it would be a great pity if we did, but it's right. It is. Let me just finish.
Yeah, so I didn't want to interrupt.
But I think it is right that political parties face up to that. Now, as I say, we may have taken a hit for that, but I think it was right to be clear with the British people of those challenges.
I think there's something much more significant that's gone on here. Labour ran an extremely just straightforward, positive campaign. It was based around Jeremy Corbyn's own character, that slogan that we used for his leadership election about honest politics, straight talking, and that's what people appreciated. And I think this election has changed the nature of political discourse in this country. They don't want Yahoo politics or the nasty politics that we've seen, particularly in the media, from some of the right-wing media. I think they want an honest discussion of the policies, and they want to be informed. And I don't think they felt that by way of, certainly not in the Conservative manifesto, but I don't think they liked the actually being dragged into a general election, which was totally unnecessary.
So if that's true then, why haven't Labour come out with this exit poll showing they've got a majority? Because it is worth pointing out, despite the conversation we're having, that the Conservatives are still doing a lot better than Labour.
Well, let's see. As I say, I'm sceptical about opinion polls. We'll see by the end of the night how many seats we've got. But remember, only 4 weeks ago, we were supposedly 20, 25 points behind in the polls. People were predicting our complete demise of our party back to the 1930s, a wipeout completely. If this exit poll is anywhere near right, even if we're in striking distance of that, we've demonstrated that the nature of our campaigning is not only, I think we've changed the nature of political discourse, but actually I think we've raised the whole level of debate, and people appreciate that.
You're looking at pictures at the moment from Swindon. Swindon North is due to declare in the next 10 minutes or so. It's a Conservative-held constituency. It was Labour previously. We're also waiting for results in Sunderland as well. You can see people busily counting up ballot papers. That's Sunderland Central there, another safe Labour seat. But of course, it's interesting to see what does happen to those UKIP voters. David Gauke, just to bring you in again, how damaged do you think Theresa May's authority will be if the exit poll predictions are right? And I know we keep saying if. I know that, of course, we've only had a limited number of results coming in, but this is what, obviously that's the concrete thing we have at the moment.
Yes, with all those caveats repeated, I think that Theresa May continues to be the dominant figure in the Conservative Party. She won the party leadership with a massive majority of members of Parliament. I think she is the best qualified person to lead not only the Conservative Party but the country. And I think given that we have got really important negotiations beginning in 11 days' time, I think the responsibility of those of us who hope to be elected as Conservative MPs in the next few hours is to continue to support her, to deliver the job that we have as a country, which is to get a good Brexit deal. And as I say, particularly that given this starts very quickly, if the Conservative administration continues, which, as I say, looks the likely result, then we need to get on with doing that piece of work rather than anything else.
The timing of this is interesting, of course, and if you look at the markets, the pound has absolutely plunged after the exit poll. It's not really a great vote of confidence, is it, John McDonnell, in the idea of so many more Labour MPs getting elected than perhaps expected?
I think that just reflects the uncertainty there is in the result at the moment, and once we have certainty about that result, what you'll find is that the pound will steady. That's inevitable, I think.
So you think that the pound will steady then, even if the results are as the exit poll suggests?
Well, I think what will happen is there's uncertainty at the moment. As soon as we get certainty of the numbers of seats, I think inevitably there'll be more certainty within the markets themselves. But just going back to Theresa, it's not opponents now who are saying that Theresa May's position is untenable. We're getting political commentators at the moment tweeting that Tory MPs are saying if this is the result or anywhere near it, her authority is undermined. And I think it is all about calling a general election that nobody wanted or needed.
John, are you of all people to be talking about backbench MPs criticising the leadership? I mean, 172 of your MPs called for Jeremy Corbyn again.
I know, but we're in a situation
we're certainly not in that position.
We're in a situation now where Jeremy Corbyn's run a fantastic campaign. If the results are anywhere near this, that's a real significant sign of approval of not just party members and actually I think a large number of MPs now who recognise his qualities, but also the general public.
We'll have to leave it there.
That's not the case with Theresa May.
Thank you both very much for your discussions on the exit poll and the couple of early results that we've seen so far.
Well, we are waiting for the Sunderland result, but we think that Swindon, which is going to be interesting, our first result from the not in the north is due to come now. These are both seats in Swindon which are held by the Conservatives, but the swing should give us some idea of whether, as we think tonight, there is a differential pattern. But we can go to Sunderland. Sunderland is going to be first after all. This is Sunderland Central, Julie Elliott, the Labour MP.
Again, please. I am ready to declare the result for Sunderland Central. I, Irene Lucas, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Sunderland Central constituency is as follows. Sean Christopher Coburn, Independent, 305 votes. Julie Elliott, Labour Party, 25,056.
Julie Elliott re-elected.
Rachel Sarah Featherstone, Green Party candidate, 705 votes. Niall Dane Hodgson, Liberal Democrat, 1,777 votes. Gary James Layton, UK Independence Party, 2,209 votes.
That's well done. He got nearly 8,000 in 2015.
Jeffrey Oliver, Conservative Party, 15,059 votes. And
So
therefore
the third Labour hold in safe Labour seat in Sunderland there. Julie Elliott is re-elected and her majority is just under 10,000, 3 votes under 10,000. We can see the result there and listen to what she has to say as well.
And I want to thank the people of Sunderland Central for putting their faith in me once again and giving me the privilege of serving as your Member of Parliament over the next few years. I've campaigned in this election very much on my record as a strong local campaigning
And
MP.
let's just have a look at the swings there. And as you can see, the UKIP vote is down, as is the Green vote. the swing from UKIP to the Conservatives, about 12%. But what's crucial is that some of the UKIP vote, as well as the Green vote, has gone to Labour. So that really doesn't, and we can just get a quick reaction from Lewis, that is pretty consistent with our exit poll.
Well, yes, except that particularly in the Sunderland seats that we've seen so far, we have seen the Tories doing a little bit better than we might have expected from the initial clutch from the exit poll results. So both Labour and Conservatives doing better. They're both gaining vote share, but the Conservatives gaining a bit more and Labour a bit less than we might have expected from the exit poll. Now, that was so in Sunderland, not so in Newcastle. So maybe this sort of plays into the story that we've been talking about, which is the difference between Remainer areas, Leaver areas, areas with more graduates, areas with fewer graduates, like Sunderland.
Well, we're going to get Newcastle East and Swindon, so we'll be able to test it a bit more in just a moment.
Yeah,
but let's go to Jane now.
Thanks very much, Adam. Yeah, we told you in our last little bit that Twitter had gone into meltdown. Well, these are the figures from Twitter themselves. Just after those exit polls, 2 minutes past 10, almost 13,000 tweets a minute using the hashtag General Election 2017. And before 10 o'clock, it was the Labour Party that most people were talking about, were interested in. Most discussed party after the exit poll, perhaps not surprisingly, the Conservatives quickly overtaking the Labour Party, and the SNP coming up at the bottom as well, not the Lib Dems. We still don't know the effect that it's had on them in Scotland. The most discussed politicians after the exit poll, Theresa May, Jeremy Corbyn and Amber Rudd. There's been a lot of talk on Twitter, possibility that Amber Rudd could lose her Hastings constituency. So a lot of people are talking about her on Twitter. One thing that's being retweeted an awful lot is this tweet that Theresa May put out 3 weeks ago. If I lose just 6 seats, I will lose this election, and Jeremy Corbyn will be sitting down to negotiate with Europe. A lot of people retweeting that. Paul Nuttall from UKIP obviously saying that if the exit poll is true, then Theresa May has put Brexit in jeopardy. I said at the start, this election was wrong. Hubris. A lot of people having digs at her strong and stable election campaign slogan. After this election, there will be a strong and stable coalition of chaos. Ruth Davidson, Scottish Conservative leader, trying to inject a note of humour into it all. In the Scottish Tory HQ, the tensions become too much for one key player. That's the dog there. Lots of people reacting with photos. David Lammy, the Tottenham MP, the exit poll got him like this, he says. A lot of people tweeting pictures of Boris Johnson, the happiest person with the exit poll, according to SK Jowett. And let's finally bring you Matt's cartoon in The Telegraph. He got it out really quickly. It was within minutes of the exit poll. It turns out the voters are bloody difficult as well. Ed.
That's an appropriate thought on which to end. I mean, look there, Sunderland Central. You can actually see that result just come through. Labour hold Sunderland Central, and there are 3 results now, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, and indeed on our big screen here. Over the course of the evening, this will be updating the colour map, the colour political map of the UK being updated over the course of the evening from this election. But let's just go back and just consider that exit poll, as indeed we have been for quite some time, and bring out our coalition builder. You might remember this from a few years ago. We thought there was potentially going to be a coalition back in 2015. We built this thing. Turns out there wasn't necessarily. Let's put the results of the exit poll in there and try and work out how close we can get to a government for Theresa May. Indeed, starting with Theresa May and the Conservatives, the largest party. Let's take their votes, their seats, and put them into government. So there they go across to the government side of our coalition builder. They're still short of that winning line. 326 seats in the House needed, so they are 12 short of that winning line, and that looks rather tight. How about if you're going to put these other parties who have talked about a progressive alliance into opposition? Well, how do things look then? Well, let's put the Labour Party into opposition. Let's put the Lib Dems into opposition. They said that they wouldn't necessarily go into a coalition with either of the parties, Labour or indeed the Conservatives. So in they go into opposition. The SNP, the depleted SNP, go into the opposition seats as well, as do Plaid Cymru and the Green Party. And if we just take a step back and look at those two sides here, It just underlines how tight this would be if the exit poll was right, and how much would swing on those other parties, the Northern Irish parties in particular. Would they be able to bolster Theresa May so she could actually have a working minority government with the help of the unionists there? Or indeed, would they be able to make the difference over here? Would the Lib Dems put aside their concerns about a coalition and be able to help Labour, the SNP, the Greens and Plaid Cymru into government? It really is absolutely on a knife edge, according to this coalition builder, which is why this is going to be such a dramatic night. And if we look at the impact that it's had on currency markets, the pound fell very sharply in the wake of that exit poll. But it's worth just saying, and Lewis was referring to the fact that there have been some more positive stories for the Tories in Sunderland, which was a Leave area. It has actually regained some of the fall. So this is not as big a fall as we saw in Brexit, but it is nonetheless, that is a big reaction on markets.
Well, let's get the thoughts now of Jack Straw, the former Labour Foreign Secretary and Home Secretary, no longer in Parliament. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Straw. First of all, what do you make of all that we've heard so far since the polls have closed?
Well, if this exit poll is anything like accurate, and I suspect from the early results in Newcastle and Sunderland, it overestimates the result, but if it's anywhere near the actual result, then it is an extraordinary night, and it suggests that Theresa May has committed a major error in calling the election, and particularly in the way she campaigned through the election, saying that she was going to be strong and stable, but turning out to be weak and wobbly. I've not seen such a bad Conservative campaign since Ted Heath called an early poll in February 1974, and similarly threw away a majority and ended up, in that case, with Harold Wilson forming a minority Labour government. And the other thing I'd say is that which I didn't expect, both the scale of the campaigning of the Labour Party and the discipline of the party. Because people, regardless of their opinions about the leadership, got behind the leadership. There's been no dissent that I can recall publicly throughout the 7 weeks of the campaign. People have just gone on the doorstep, day by day, hour by hour, to get the votes out. The last point is that if this exit poll is reflected by the reality, then I'm not in much doubt that it's an increase in young votes, which will have been significant. Been a huge increase in voter registration amongst young voters, many of whom would be voting Labour. And I noticed on the doorstep that the old cynicism you used to get from younger voters seems to have gone, which is terrific if it's the case.
Well, let's just assume that this result is going to reflect the exit poll for a moment. Two questions, really. The first one is, can Mrs May survive as the leader of a Conservative-led government?
Well, it's more a question for Conservative MPs, but she's already weakened as a result of the campaign. I'd have thought, I mean, if she's has to form a minority government, that there is no way she could fight the next election and there'd be a change of leader. Whether it would happen immediately or take a bit of time, I think remains to be seen. And sorry, your second question was?
My second question is, where does this leave Brexit?
Where does it leave Brexit? I think that where it leaves
Sorry,
Brexit...
Mr Straw, we're going to have to stop there. This is a declaration in Newcastle now.
I give notice that the total number of votes for
Newcastle
each candidate
upon Tyne
for the
East, Nick Brown's
Newcastle-upon-Tyne
seat, the
East
Chief Whip for Labour.
constituency is as follows. Nicholas Hugh Brown, Labour Party, 28,127.
Very big vote for Nick Brown. He's re-elected.
Alistair Christian Ford, Green Party candidate, 755. Simon John Kitchen, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,866.
Well, Nick Brown has held on. Let's go to Swindon North now.
At this election is as follows. Andrew Headley John
the incumbent
Bentley,
MP.
Green Party, 858. Mark Edward Dempsey, Labour Party, 21,096. Stephen Frank Holden, UK Independence Party, 1,564. Justin Paul Tomlinson, the Conservative Party candidate, 29,400.
So Conservatives hold Swindon North.
Elizabeth Margaret Webster, Liberal Democrat, 1,962. And there were 104 rejected ballot papers, and I do hereby declare that Justin Paul Tomlinson is duly elected as Member of Parliament for North Swindon. Thank you.
Well, this is really pretty crucial. This is the first result we've seen outside of the North East. Let's look at it in detail. Justin Tomlinson is back with a majority of 8,000. He got more than half the votes. But this is the most important moment. Now, look at that. That is UKIP well down, but the swing in Swindon is benefiting the Labour Party, which is well up, and also benefiting the Liberal Democrats more than it is benefiting the Conservatives. Of course, the Green vote down. Lewis.
Well, you remember, Adam, how I said that the exit poll in the North East seemed to be underestimating Conservative support and slightly overestimating Labour. Here, it's pretty much spot on for Labour. This in Swindon, which is the most reliably Conservative of the two Swindon seats, this is exactly right for what we'd expect from Labour for the exit poll. So they're up about, what, 10%. They're actually doing, the Conservatives, by contrast, are actually doing worse here than our exit poll would suggest. So it's our first result not from the North East, and so far, even though it's our first result from a Conservative seat, looks like the Conservatives not doing as well in this seat as we might expect from the exit poll. Obviously not good news for Theresa May.
Turnout there, 68%.
Yes, absolutely. And just whilst there's running for a moment on Newcastle upon Tyne East, Labour doing extremely well there. A lot of students in that constituency. So clearly, again, graduates driving the Labour vote.
Well, let's go back to Jack Straw, joining us from the home counties. Mr. Straw, apologies for the interruption. Your reaction to those two results?
Well, Nick Brown, who's the Labour Chief Whip, has been in the House for donkey's years, has done extremely well. And I think it is really interesting, as one of your commentator was saying, that you've got such a high vote for Labour in the student area. But the other, I think, really significant result is the Swindon result. Because, as your commentator was saying, it seems to be spot on with the exit poll. And I think it's absolutely clear that the overall consequence of this election is going to be damage to Theresa May. I can't see any other conclusion coming for the election, even though we've only had 5 results so far.
And let's just go back to the question we were discussing before those results came in, what this means for the Brexit process, because, of course, Mrs May specifically asked for a big majority so we would have strong and stable government negotiating in Europe.
Well, I think what it means is that we're likely to have pressure in the House of Commons for a much softer Brexit than Mrs May was contemplating. I know that the DUP in Northern Ireland have already been saying there'll be Brexit, but the maths and the chemistry of the House of Commons, if the Conservatives have fewer seats than they have at the moment, will be the other way, because the Labour Party, the Lib Dems, the SNP will all be pushing for concessions on migration in order that we stay in something like the single market and the customs union. And I've worked in a minority government, or ones with a very slim majority. You have to take account of the other side. You can't just drive things through. And bear in mind that the Remainers inside the Conservative Party have been very quiescent since the referendum for understandable reasons. But they will be flexing their muscles. And so I think will somebody like Philip Hammond, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who will be far more difficult to move if these results are seen out over the night. And he's a strong Remainer and will want to see a soft Brexit.
Jack Straw, thank you very much indeed. It's midnight, 2 hours since the polls closed, and Sophie, a seismic shock going through the nation.
You're watching Vote 2017, the results, live on Sky News. The polls closed 2 hours ago, but we've already got an extraordinary story. The broadcaster's exit poll suggests the Conservatives will be the biggest party, but will lose their overall majority. Newcastle Central has won the race to be the first seat to declare. The Labour margin of victory was in keeping with the exit polls' national picture. Sunderland Central is one of the latest to declare, with another comfortable victory for Labour, as the Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell tells Sky News Theresa May doesn't have the trust of the country. Well, we're joined now by our political editor, Faisal Islam. So what do you make of the few results that we've had coming through?
So the first two, which were in Labour safe seats, didn't really accord with the exit poll, but they are Labour safe seats. They have their own dynamic, but I think they cause some relief amongst Conservatives. I should say the Conservative sources I'm talking to say they don't believe this exit poll. They say all will change by 3 a.m, which is in 3 hours' time. We'll find out if that's true. Labour already trying to make the argument about effectively them being the moral victor in this election, given where they came from, even though our exit poll does not suggest that they could be the largest party. It would have to be wrong in the other direction. There is obviously also the possibility of a Conservative minority government. Very interesting that David Gauke just told you that Theresa May could stay on. If this was the result, 314 Tory MPs could stay on as leader of the minority government.
What's your sense about Theresa May's authority, then, if this exit poll is right?
I thought it was very odd that she kept on saying, if I lose 6 seats, I lose the election. It's palpably untrue as a claim, but it's there on tape again and again and again and again. It will be played back to her. And if you set that as you, and I called it, that she set a losing mark for herself, that's not a losing mark. She could easily carry on as as the leader of a minority government. And also the DUP matter. Okay, DUP sources are pointing out to me that there should be 11 Unionist MPs who will not support Jeremy Corbyn, but they're not ruling out a Tory coalition.
I'm going to have to break you off because we're hearing that Washington and Sunderland West, Labour have held that result in Washington and Sunderland West. No big surprise, it's a safe Labour seat. We can talk now to Lord Dick Newby, who is the Liberal Democrat leader in the House of Lords. I suppose one of the good things about having such low expectations about where your party is going to end up means that you've got yourself a low bar, and actually, according to the exit poll, it's perhaps slightly better than some people were expecting from the Lib Dems.
Yes, well, like everybody else, I'm sceptical about exit polls, but the one last time was pretty accurate as far as the Lib Dems are concerned. And I think the good thing from our point of view is not only that we can see our numbers potentially going up, but some of the people who it looks as though we may get back are some of the heavy hitters that we lost at the last election, people like Vince Cable, Joe Swinson and Ed Davey. And if we do get them back, I think that our strength in the Commons increases rather more than just the numbers suggest, and it'll be a much, much strengthened Lib Dem group.
What do you think it means for Brexit? Because the exit poll suggests that Labour and the Lib Dems increasing their seats, although, you know, Lib Dems have still got quite a small number,
Sure.
and the Conservatives and UKIP going down.
Well, Theresa May said she called this election for her vision of Brexit. And it looks as though the electorate has not agreed with her vision of Brexit. I think what it will do, it will embolden everybody, not just in Labour and the Lib Dems, but hopefully some in her own party, who thought that the view she took of Brexit, which was to rip us out of the single market and the customs union, to have nothing to do in any circumstances with the European Court of Justice, even though it might well be in our palpable advantage to do it. I think that people who disagreed with that will inevitably be emboldened when it comes to looking at the legislation and the negotiations.
Looking at the negotiations and, you know, the potential forming of a government, if the exit poll is right, of course, we're already hearing from Lib Dem sources, no deals, no pacts, no coalitions. Is that really sensible? You'll be giving up your chance to actually influence the shape of the country, wouldn't you?
No, because you influence the country by the way you exercise your votes. And I think that what we would find ourselves doing, as we've done in the House of Lords up to now, we take every issue on its merits, we scrutinise what the government's doing, we pursue what we think is the best way forward on every single subject area, and we'll do that as an independent party in the next Parliament.
OK, Lord Dick Newby, thank you very much for your thoughts.
Well, thanks, Sophie. People are asking about the turnout. As far as we can tell, it's up 3 to 4% on what it was in 2015, and that does seem to be benefiting on balance, the Labour Party. We're also seeing that in Sunderland North, in Swindon North, the Conservatives actually did worse than the exit poll would have suggested. So it's a mixed picture. We do have this latest result in from Washington and Sunderland West. Sharon Hodgson there, the Labour MP, re-elected with 60% of the vote. And there we're seeing the story that we've seen in Sunderland consistently, that the other party's vote is down, especially UKIP. That is benefiting the Conservatives, but also benefiting Labour, and of course by no means enough for them to catch up. Well, let's go to Ed and Lewis now, who are analysing, scrutinising these results closely.
Well, we're doing our best over here on in the ballot bunker, as I think we're going to start calling it. Yeah, I think what we've seen clearly, we've got a regional picture from the northeast where the results are slightly out of line with the exit poll, Conservatives doing slightly better. Obviously, the result in Swindon will be really, really worrying for the Conservatives, because let's not forget, the Conservatives need a swing to them in England in order to get a majority, and especially a big majority. When you're seeing a swing to Labour, that just starts to become impossible. And actually, if we have a look at this, we're sort of sifting through these results, and we think that Labour, on the basis of the exit poll at least, will only actually lose 5 seats, all of which will be in Wales. Lose 5 seats, full stop. All in Wales. So you've got seats like Allen and Deeside, Newport East, Wrexham, Dillon, Clwyd South. And for my money, I suspect that's because Wales demographically, particularly South Wales, quite similar to the North East. So the Tories could be doing quite well in places like Wales and the North East, places where UKIP are strong, Wales, the East Midlands, the North East. But in the places where UKIP isn't strong, places like the North West and the West Midlands, the places where the Tories really need to pick up seats and get a swing from the Labour Party, they're not doing as well. And Labour doing much better.
It does look as if that 11 billion Labour pledge to get rid of student tuition fees has really had a lot of appeal.
Well, if you look at the seats, particularly where there is, so in Newcastle Central and in Newcastle East, where there are a lot of students, turnout way up, clearly having an appeal amongst the youth vote and indeed Remainer graduates.
Ed, UKIP beginning to look like yesterday's men and women a bit.
Well, it is that story, and you know, we're so far in all of these seats. There has been a bit of a kind of Brexit story underneath it, hasn't it? You know, you've got Newcastle, which was very marginally Remain, and there you see actually more of a swing to the Tories than had been kind of implied by the exit poll, and then the other side of the story in Sunderland, in those Sunderland seats. And looking at UKIP, I mean, you know, you can see over there just the enormous fall in their share of the vote. Clearly, these are very provisional. We only have 6 results through so far. But let's just look at the seats where UKIP has lost its deposit. So remember, 4 results so far. This is very provisional so far. I'm going to pull that up. 4 of those 6 seats UKIP have lost their deposit in. And, you know, if you think about how they were polling the last election, you think about how they were doing, that's the dynamic, and so far it's just where do those votes actually go to?
I mean, a lost deposit, let's remember, under 5% of the votes cast, and it costs you 500 quid a time.
Exactly, so they won't be very happy about it. And of course they're not sitting and they're not actually contesting all of the seats either.
Exactly, I was just about to say, UKIP are actually not standing in hundreds of seats that they stood in 2015. So the fact that they're losing deposits in seats which presumably they thought, well, they probably didn't expect to win, but expected at least to put a decent showing in, really just is a demonstration of how badly they're performing in the small number of seats that we've had.
What about
all leave seats, that we should say as well, apart from Newcastle. Sunderland and Swindon leave seats, not doing very well at all.
What about the Greens and the Liberal Democrats? Because, again, the Greens are standing in a lot fewer seats as well, aren't they?
Yes, we haven't really... I mean, obviously, we'll be really watching out for some of the Brighton Pavilion result and Bristol as well, and the Isle of Wight, where they hope to do well. But, no, and the Lib Dems overall as well, not especially promising so far. They're down so far by about 0.7% in terms of their share overall. But obviously, according to the exit poll, they are going to have a modest increase. But clearly, the North East, not a particularly prosperous area for them, and Swindon neither. So we'll be really waiting for some of those South West London results to see just how well the Lib Dems are doing.
And overall, are we seeing two-party politics in terms of Labour and Conservatives in England?
Well, we're clearly seeing that UKIP and the collapse in UKIP is benefiting both the Conservatives and Labour, and perhaps that was something that we underestimated during the campaign as well. You know, I spoke to lots of people during the campaign, voters who had voted for UKIP and were going back to the Labour Party, that it was something about the European Union. But the Conservatives are clearly doing better with those voters, but Labour not out of the picture with them entirely either.
Well, we're waiting for the result from Newcastle North, and we'll go to that, of course, as soon as we get it. But for now, over to Sophie at Westminster.
Well, to chew over some of the results so far, we're now joined by our panel of guests. We've got Rachel Johnson here, the journalist. We've also got Pat Kane, the Independence supporter and musician, and Ken Loach, who is a Jeremy Corbyn supporter and a director. Let's talk to you first, shall we? It looks like it could be a bad night for the SNP if this exit poll is correct, losing seats.
Well, people were complaining that it's a one-party state, so maybe just a little pleasant little diminution down to about somewhere between 30 and 40. I mean, let's be honest, under first past the post, it's a ridiculous situation that a party that polls 1.5 million gets 56 seats, and the Greens that poll 1.5 million get 1 seat. So that has to be fixed. And if anything comes out of this moment, it would be lovely if there was a progressive alliance, because the first thing they would do is to change the voting system and get a fair voting system across these islands. For the SNP, I think they're going to be disappointed, but they will willingly get involved in a progressive alliance if it shapes up, and I think they do that. The reason why you would know why they want to do that is because of the nature of Nicola Sturgeon's idea of independence. She's a gradualist. You proceed towards independence by demonstrating competence in government, and she's demonstrated that in Scotland, and who knows, they might get a chance to demonstrate it in Westminster as well. In fact, they've been doing so in terms of opposition, but I think they would be willing partners in a progressive coalition for the next couple of years if the numbers pan out.
Ken Loach, there you go. The siren call for a progressive alliance between Labour and the SNP.
I think it's more difficult for Labour because they are a national party, and so at this stage I would imagine, I don't know, I'm not privy to their inner councils, but I would imagine that they will, that's something they would go for immediately. But the one thing I did want to say is just imagine what would have happened if we hadn't had Labour MPs and Labour grandees like Peter Mandelson undermining Jeremy Corbyn for 2 years and spinning stories to the press, you know, to denigrate him. Labour could have won this election outright, there's no question, because the manifesto was popular, the ideas are popular, and it's Jeremy Corbyn's and John McDonnell's manifesto by and large, so Labour could have won.
Sorry to interrupt, but we are going straight to Newcastle, where we can see one of the results there being declared. Newcastle upon Tyne North
is as follows. Duncan Carlisle Croot, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,380. Anita Ann Lower, Liberal Democrats, 2,533. Timothy Thomas Marin, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,780. Catherine McKinnell, Labour Party, 26,000.
Catherine McKinnell there, comfortably winning the seat of Newcastle upon Tyne North for the Labour Party. The Conservatives in second place there. No surprise that she hung on. It's been a Labour seat since 1983, but a convincing win there for Catherine McKinnell of the Labour Party.
530.
Yeah, Sophie, we can look at that result in detail. In fact, both the Conservative and Labour candidates saw their vote go up by some 6,000. That, of course, since the Conservatives were behind, is by a larger percentage. We can look at the shares of the vote there. Newcastle upon Tyne North, a pretty convincing victory, 10,000 majority and more than half the votes for the Labour. And there we're seeing UKIP, Liberal Democrats, Green all down, Labour and Conservatives both up by pretty much the same, and that is another Labour hold. All seats so far have been holds. You can see the tally there at the bottom of your screen. Let's go now to Labour's Lucy Powell, a candidate in Manchester. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. From what you're hearing in Manchester, do you think that the exit poll suggesting this is going to be a relatively good night for Labour and a poor night for the Conservatives is being confirmed?
Well, I mean, the exit poll is incredible, isn't it? It shows that Theresa May's gamble with having an election that we just didn't need to have, has not paid off for her, and that instead of offering the country hope and optimism for the future, she just offered doom and gloom and weak and wobbly, quite frankly. So, I think this is a resounding rejection for her if this exit poll, is to take shape.
Sure, but
certainly here in Manchester.
Well, I mean, what I was trying to get to is we know what the exit poll says. Yeah. In your view, is that going to be borne out in your part of the country?
Well, certainly here in Manchester, we're seeing a higher turnout, I think, than usual, and huge amount of positivity here in Manchester with the disappearance almost of many of the other smaller parties. So I think we will see a resounding result here in Manchester, and let's see what happens everywhere else. I think certainly the Labour vote will be very strong in our big cities. I think that's what we've seen so far this evening. But when I've been out canvassing and supporting colleagues in other constituencies outside of the inner core of Manchester over the last few weeks, that picture is more mixed, so we'll see how that goes. But I mean, what an incredible result if it turns out to be anything like these opinion polls, frankly, for the Labour Party this evening, and a huge rejection for Theresa May.
Now, you've not been a fan of Jeremy Corbyn. What is your message to him tonight?
Well, look, I think you've got to take your hats off to Jeremy. Whatever your views are about Jeremy, whatever my views in the past were about Jeremy, he is a great campaigner, and he's fought an optimistic and hopeful campaign. And he's not universally liked, and that's been clear to those of us out on the doorstep. But he has enthused, he has mobilised, and he has shown that if you offer that hope for the future, people will turn into that. And by contrast, the Conservatives and Theresa May have just really offered doom and gloom and, tough choices, tough this, tough that. And, people actually don't want that in a general election. And that was a mistake that they made, to call a general election when they didn't need to do so, when they didn't really have anything to offer for the country. And, Jeremy has gone out there energetically. He's been true to himself. He's run the campaign that he wanted, and he has enthused and mobilised thousands of more people here in Manchester and other places. And that's not. I don't think that is universal, and it's not fair to say that it is. But it is a remarkable turn of events, and you can't say anything other than take your hat off to him for that.
Lucy Powell, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Manchester. Let's go to Northern Ireland now, and David Blevins. David.
Yes, Adam, we talk about Theresa May needing 326 seats to have a majority, but that's only the case on paper, because, of course, Sinn Féin members of Parliament don't take their seats in the British Parliament, and every seat they leave vacant reduces that magic number by a half. So, Gerry Adams, who's with us here at the Belfast Count, is Sinn Féin about to put Theresa May back into Downing Street by default, by not taking your seats?
Well, we haven't got a seat yet. We've got our vote out. And I want to commend Michelle O'Neill and our whole team here for having a very, very good election. But we were elected, if we are lucky enough to have any seats, it will be on the basis of us not taking our seats. So we're not going to change that.
So even if it meant that you not taking those seats reduced the majority figure enough to put Theresa May back into number 10 Downing Street, despite all of your opposition?
We don't have any real interest in what happens within the British Parliament. The political centre of gravity here is on the island of Ireland, and what we want to see is the local political institutions, the All-Ireland bodies, the Assembly, put back in place, and that's where our focus is going to be in the upcoming period.
OK, Gerry Adams, let me flip that around the other way. If Theresa May, hypothetically, is unable to form a government, and Jeremy Corbyn comes knocking on Sinn Féin's door and asks his old friend, Gerry Adams, to come and take his seats in the British Parliament and to help him form a government, what will your response be?
Well, Jeremy, in my experience often, is a politician of principle, so he'll understand the Sinn Féin position. We have just had an election. Our people have been voting for us, on the basis of us not taking our seats in the British Parliament. Now, there are more important things. I mean, this election, depending on how it all figures out in seats, looks, as the exit poll says, that Labour have done very well and the Tories haven't done quite so well. I don't know how Theresa May will survive that, but she stood on the basis of Brexit. The people here, you will know, voted against Brexit. That needs to be upheld. Our focus will be on trying to make sure that that happens.
Is there a price? What if Jeremy Corbyn says we'll grant you a referendum on Northern Ireland exiting the United Kingdom?
We're going to get a referendum anyway, David. That's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of when we get a referendum, not if we get a referendum.
Okay, just one last question at this point. What if the Democratic Unionists are holding the balance of power at Westminster, if Theresa May needs them to form a coalition
Well,
government?
we've seen all of this before, going back in my sort of political lifetime, different times where unionist parties told us that, you know, Thatcher was the best thing, and so on and so forth, and that never worked out for them. We need to have a bit of cop on here. People here want to see local political institutions working for the people. My concern about the DUP is that they won't accept that everybody here has rights, whether it's gay and lesbian couples, whether it's Irish language speakers, whether it's people who need their rights legislated for within the state.
Jerry, thank you very much indeed. It's going to be a long night in Northern Ireland because whatever happens, it would appear on the basis of the exit poll that the Democratic Unionist Party and Sinn Féin could have a significant part to play.
Yes, David, thank you very much indeed. Well, in London and the South East, rumours of ministers who could be in trouble at their counts, including the Housing Minister Gavin Barwell in Croydon Central. He has a majority of just 165 in 2015. Also, Jane Ellison in Battersea said to be in trouble. But this is the picture in Hastings, where Amber Rudd, the Home Secretary, is seeking re-election, and Sky News has been told by the returning officer that the result is so close there may well need to be a recount. Amber Rudd was on a majority of 4,700 at the 2015 general election. Let's get Lewis's thoughts on all of that.
Oh, well, yes, extraordinary. I mean, as I said earlier in the night, we thought, didn't we, that we'd be going to all of these Labour seats up and down the country, going to shadow cabinet ministers. But in fact, the lens of the election has just turned around 360 degrees and just gone actually right into Conservative seats like Hastings and Rye, which we're saying is essentially too close to call right now.
So on the model of the exit poll and results so far, which way does it
Well,
look?
I mean, broadly speaking, the exit poll is looking more or less correct. I mean, even more correct, actually, was YouGov's much derided analysis, which they published just before the election, which showed basically a result very similar to this. That's even more correct. And if that indeed proves to be even more correct than the exit poll, then actually the Conservatives would have even fewer seats than we thought they would at the very start of the night.
Well, of course, it could be corrected either way.
Yes.
I was just wondering, in terms of the exit poll and Amber Rudd and Gavin Barwell and Jane Ellison, what would it
certainly.
point
Well,
to?
I mean, certainly Gavin Barwell in particular would be in real trouble because, according to our projections, London Labour will have an especially good night in London and in more Remainery sort of places. So he would definitely be in trouble. Amber Rudd, we're just not too sure. We're saying it's too close to call. But the fact that we're even talking about that when she had a majority of 4,000, as I said earlier, the very fact that the Conservatives need to be having swings from them to Labour, they need to make sure that there are big swings going in their direction. And that just doesn't seem to be happening tonight. Some of it in safe seats in the North East, for example, that has taken place. But those seats are too safe for the Conservatives to be anywhere near taking.
Lewis, thank you very much indeed.
Well, Sky News is on the road tonight. We've sent our election lorries out and about to try and hear from people across the country as the night unfolds. And with them is Becky Johnson, who is at a logistics hub in Manchester, and Ashish Joshi is at the Isle of Wight Festival. Becky, to you first. What's been the reaction to the exit poll and the small trickling in of results we've seen so far?
Yeah, as you say, we've got our Lewis lorry, the election lorry, and on the big screen when that exit poll came up, there was stunned silence here because, to be honest, we've got lorry drivers coming from across the UK, a lot of them telling me that they're Tory voters, a lot of them expecting a Tory landslide. And of course, you know, that is not the way things are going. Let me introduce you to Julian and Rebecca, joint directors of this logistic company. Both of you Tory voters, but you voted Remain in the referendum, you voted to leave. So, Julian, I mean, who do you blame for what's looking like, you know, a very disappointing night for the Conservatives?
I think if you're looking for blame, it has to be Theresa May. She was very confident when she called the election, quite arrogant in fact, and I don't think the campaign's been strong enough, and I think that's allowed Mr Corbyn to gain some ground, particularly the last 2 weeks.
I mean, did you have any idea this is how it was going to... You were saying to me at the start of the night you thought there would be a Tory majority of perhaps 75 seats.
I really thought it would still be a landslide, although I did think that Jeremy Corbyn had gained some ground, but I really thought it would still be a very strong Conservative victory.
And Rebecca, you voted to leave in the referendum. All of this puts a big question mark over how those Brexit negotiations are going to play out. As a company director, where does that leave you?
Well, I think any level of uncertainty does not work well for the economy, for any business. And if the exit poll is to be believed and the Conservatives are not going to have the majority, it does put us into a very unstable position. The markets don't like uncertainty. Customers stop spending money. Everything comes to a standstill. The pound will fall. Any level of uncertainty is not good for the country. It's almost preferable that Labour were in power than be in this situation where we don't have a majority either way.
All right, thanks both for talking to us. As I say, the majority of people I've been speaking to voted Tory, and to be honest, all of them saying that they blame what looks like a very bad night for their party on Theresa May.
Well, the mood couldn't be more different than it is in Manchester. It's a night for celebration and revelry. This is what it's been like all night. Look, the majority of the people here are young. The majority of the people here are very pleased with the way things are turning out for Jeremy Corbyn. Let's speak to them. Okay, calm down. Look, you're all very pleased. What's Jeremy Corbyn done right to get so many young people engaged with the Labour Party, with politics? What's he done right?
He's so relatable to you. Like
One at a time.
He's really relatable. He's the kind of person that I feel like if you want to run your country, you feel like you'd like them. Like you could go for a beer with him. You could get along with him.
Why?
I'm sorry. He's saving the NHS. He's saving the police. He's not cutting anything down. And that is what the nation needs. The money that we get from tax goes through the NHS, which is everything that everything in this country needs.
Yeah. Big issues at the start of the election. There was a lot of talk about Brexit. That was supposed to be a youth issue.
Well, we're going now to Nuneaton, a key bellwether.
This is the declaration of the result of the poll, the election of a member of Parliament.
Marcus Jones, the Conservative MP elected in 2015.
The acting returning officer at the above election do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Richard Adrian Brighton Knight, Liberal Democrats, 914. Christopher James Brooks, Green Party, 763. Craig Stephen Carpenter, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,619. Philip Johnson, Labour Party, 19,016. Marcus Charles Jones, the Conservative Party candidate, 23,700.
So that is a Conservative hold in Nuneaton, and that result 2 years ago pointed to a positive move for the Conservatives. But given that it's relatively marginal, the important thing is how the votes have swung around. 4,700, the majority there. These are the percentages. As we're seeing, just over half of votes going to the Conservatives, 41% to Labour. And there, look at that. The UKIP vote down, Green vote down, and really that more or less splitting between Labour and the Conservatives. Now, Lewis, this is an important one. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, really interesting there, Adam. I mean, essentially, there's actually only 0.2% swing from the Conservatives to Labour. So that is quite a bit worse for Labour than we've seen in other places. Really interesting thing that's also starting to develop now. Both UKIP and the Lib Dems lost their deposit in Nuneaton. So really, I mean, they're doing even worse, the Lib Dems, than they did in 2015, if you can imagine that. And UKIP, again, as we've seen, that familiar theme, just collapsing everywhere.
Let's look at another one in the Midlands. This is Kettering.
Yes,
this is the biggest swing here. This is we're talking about 2.7% there from the Tories to Labour there. So hanging on to it.
And again, the Lib Dems lost their deposit in Kettering. So we really are seeing... I mean, we thought, of course, 2015 would be the nadir for the
Yeah,
Liberal
now look at that. There's UKIP way down.
Yep.
Greens down. Labour actually picking up more of the vote. And you know, important to remember, too, that Philip Hollobone is one of the most outspoken Brexiteers.
Yes.
Yet he's not getting all of the UKIP votes.
No, not at all. And this is this peculiar thing, isn't it? It's supposed to be the Brexit election, and yet we can't divine clear sort of Brexit motivations for the voters in some of these seats. But what we are seeing clearly is a coalescence back to two-party politics, both the UKIP and Lib Dem votes reverting back in their various ways to either the Labour or Conservative Party. So both benefiting, some benefiting more in different seats, but not a clear pattern necessarily so far.
And Ed, by my count, we've got UKIP down $3,000 on the night so far.
Yeah, and those deposit losses look like they're
going to need Aaron Banks back at this rate.
Continue through the night. It's interesting to turn out up so much this year as well. I mean, it was up last election as well. I say last year. I mean, it may well be that we're going to have 3 elections. Who knows if it is indeed a hung parliament?
Yeah, well,
there could well be another election before the end of the year.
Absolutely. Turnout's up by about 3 or 4 points on average. Actually, we've just gone up, just been told 5.5 points. So well done to the voters there. They've increased before our eyes. 5.5% so far, which is a really big increase. When you consider in 2015, where we expected there to be quite a big turnout increase, that only went up by about a percentage point or so from 2010
Well, interesting
to 15.
looking at those turnouts. Provisional turnout in Exeter, 72%. About the same in Perth. And that could be bad news for Pete Wishart of the SNP.
Yes, it really could. I mean, that was a really, really important seat that the Conservatives are hoping to pick up. Pete Wishart been the MP there since 2001, I believe, and they're really, really hoping to do that. But turnout overall, it looks like in Scotland, is quite a bit down compared to 202015. I mean, what we've seen, but on the whole, a nation politicised, with turnout going up quite a bit.
Well, we've got Broxbourne, which is a safe Tory seat in the southeast, and the declaration there is imminent in the East Midlands there. And again, this will give us an indication of whether things are going in the Tories' direction, contrary to the exit poll or not.
Mayor of Borough of Broxbourne and returning officer for the Broxbourne constituency declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Tabitha Jane Evans, Green Party, 848. Tony Faulkner, UKIP, 1,918. Andy Graham, Liberal Democrat, 1,481. Selina Elizabeth Norgrove, Labour Party, 13,723.
It's going to be a Conservative hold.
Rupert Walker, the Conservative Party, 29,500.
Well, strong result there for Charles Walker. I think it was 29,000 there. Broxbourne. Charles Walker has been re-elected there. Still haven't seen any constituencies change hands, but by the sound of it, that was a substantial increase in the Conservative vote, but also a big drop for UKIP as well, Lewis.
Well, it looks like the Conservatives are actually underperforming what we would have expected in terms of the exit poll there. So we'd have expected them to be up quite a bit more. Labour doing about as well as we'd have expected. That's the same result, essentially, as we saw in Swindon. So clearly, we're starting to fill in a few more seats in the south of England. Both Labour and the Tories up, but Tories up by not quite as much as we expected. Labour managing to essentially perform as we would have expected.
So clearly, 2.2% swing to Labour from the Tories there.
Yeah, well, I'll say one thing. One prediction was that results would come in a bit quicker because there was only one election, not local elections, and that does seem to be true, at least tonight.
There's more votes to count, though.
Yep, over to Anna.
Yes, Adam, thanks very much indeed. We'll cast your mind to the last time we were in this situation of the possibility of a hung parliament back in 2010. It was Nick Clegg's job then to travel as fast as he could to London and start those discussions with Gordon Brown, the then Labour leader, and also with David Cameron, the then Conservative leader. We know what the result of that was. He has said tonight that he could not see any circumstance in which his party would prop up a minority Conservative government in Britain. His seat, though, under pressure. Let's get the latest from Siobhan Robbins, who is outside Tim Farron's home. What are you hearing, Siobhan?
Well, as we brought you earlier in the night, they've said no pacts, no deals, no coalitions. But I'm now hearing from sources within the Liberal Democrat camp that they are feeling very positive. It's looking very promising in East Dunbartonshire, which of course is where Jo Swinson is standing. She's one of the so-called big beasts of the Liberal Democrat campaign that lost her seat in 2015. But also news from Sheffield Hallam, where Nick Clegg is defending his seat. They're saying it looks...
Right, we can go to Basildon now and Billericay. Basildon and Billericay.
Being 69,149, ballot papers issued 45,066, and the turnout being 65.17. And I do hereby declare that Baron John Charles is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Basildon and Billericay constituency.
So John Barron re-elected there in Basildon and Billericay again in times gone by. That's been a pretty swing constituency. We see the result there, a substantial majority and 61% of the votes. And again, this is the picture we want to see. And Lewis, it's the same picture. UKIP down and the spoils more or less shared between Labour
and once again,
Conservatives.
UKIP and the Lib Dems failed to retain their deposit. Conservatives, this is roughly where we would expect both parties to be on in this particular constituency. So exit poll on course for this one.
Well, we're joined now by Baroness Lynn Featherstone, the Liberal Democrat, the former government minister. Thanks for being with us this evening. We were just hearing there from our reporter Siobhan Robbins that things are looking really tight in Sheffield Hallam, Nick Clegg's constituency. I mean, how much of a worry is that?
Well, obviously it's a worry, but it's a university town, so you never know with the tuition fee offer. I think that may affect the student vote. But we also heard about East Dunbartonshire, which is Jo Swinson's old seat, and that's looking good for her. It's a strange night. I mean, the exit poll, I think the Liberal Democrats had quite low expectations of our results in this election, so the exit poll would be great, in my view, but the projections from the first few seats aren't so good. So,
extraordinary, though, that you're saying that the exit poll would be a great night for the Lib Dems. I mean, that really shows how low expectations were, I suppose.
It really does. I mean, it is our cross to bear. You know, when you have a polarised two-party election, and with the Tories going to the right and Labour going to the left, you can see the way the politics is polarised, the votes polarised, and the media polarised, and we just get completely squeezed. So we do have, you know, our local results tend to be better. We don't have, there isn't a national swing that you can look at to look where we are. But it's a very tough election for us. However, you know, whatever we end up at the end of the evening, we're going to really carry on fighting for the best Brexit deal, because this was meant to be a Brexit election. Not sure it ended up as a Brexit election, but actually I still think that is the thing that will affect all of our futures the most.
Was that a mistake then? If it hasn't ended up being a Brexit election, was it a mistake for the Lib Dems to frame your entire pitch to the electorate, it felt, around the idea of
I don't think it was a mistake, because in the end, the Liberal Democrats have always been the most pro-European party. We wanted, whatever happens, it wasn't about saying we don't accept the result of the referendum. It was about saying what happens at the end of the deal. And I still think over the next couple of years, depends how it goes, but if the exit poll is right, then the whole thing is up in the air, because we'll have
Brexit's up in the air, you think, effectively?
Well, I think we'll have a government of chaos. You know, if Theresa May was saying, I'm going into this because I need a mandate, if that exit poll is right, she didn't get it. And so they're going to look across the table at her in Europe and say, you know, and the kind of pride goes before a fall. On the other hand, if the first couple of projections are right, then there's still quite a large majority for the Conservatives. So it's still quite early in the evening. But I think the Liberal Democrats, we weren't only talking about Brexit. We had a whole raft of other policies, but, you know, it's quite hard to get them in there when everyone asks you about Brexit.
OK, Baroness Featherstone, thanks very much for your thoughts tonight.
Well, certainly it does look like it's going to be quite a good night for the Liberal Democrats. This is the count in Bishopbriggs for the Dumbartonshire East count that Siobhan Robbins was just talking about a few moments ago. Expectations from the Liberal Democrats very, very high that they will indeed have taken that seat back from the SNP's John Nicholson, one of their more prominent MPs, I have to say. And in fact, actually, across the country, we are beginning to get indications that not just the Liberal Democrats, but the Labour Party and, of course, the Conservatives are going to be taking seats in parts of the country that you might not have expected. I mean, certainly, if your name's Angus, this might be a rather interesting evening. The seat of Angus, it looks like the Conservatives will be taking. Angus Robertson over in Murray looks very much at risk of losing his seat to the Conservatives. And just a little snippet that we've been picking up in the past few minutes is that Angus McNeil on the Western Isles could also be standing to lose his seat there, looking rather difficult for the SNP in a number of places. We're in Glasgow at the moment, and the suggestion here is that we could be seeing Labour gains perhaps in Glasgow Central, and that would really represent a change from back in 2015. Over on the other side of the country in Edinburgh, well, frankly, the Liberal Democrats think that they got Edinburgh West in the bag. The Labour Party could be taking Edinburgh North and Leith, even Edinburgh East. So we could be seeing quite a lot of seats changing hands, particularly at a time when a huge amount of focus on Scottish politics over the past few years. 2015 was a bit of a shocker. 2017 looking to be pretty much the same. Kay Burley.
Okay. No, thank you. We're at Maidenhead. We're waiting for the Prime Minister. She's not having a great night, is she? Up until now, she said the worst thing she'd ever done was run through a field of corn. Probably she's topped that this evening. We'll have to wait and see what happens in the coming hours. Robert Nisbet is here with me. We've seen Tickle Me Elmo here. We've seen Screaming Lord Sutch, or the equivalent, who is the leader of the Monster Raving Loony Party. All the other candidates are coming. There's 12 others apart from her. No sign of her yet.
No sign of it yet. No, we're expecting the result, the declaration here at around 4 o'clock now, which perhaps is a little bit earlier. But of course, there aren't any other elections running apart from the general election, so things should be a little bit faster in some constituencies. But I think that the story that they will be watching in Conservative Central headquarters tonight is the fact that their main strategy was to mop up all those former UKIP supporters, so both red and blue. But it seems that the red are not coming over, which suggests that Sir Linton Crosby's strategy is not working. I think another thing to point out is turnout across the board seems to be much higher than in 2015. That could be this youth surge that we've been talking about. But remember, the exit poll doesn't necessarily contain all of the postal votes as well. That tends to be older people that vote by post, so that may pull it back a little. But this UKIP collapse is the story of the night. And also the fact that Britain appears to be going back to a two-party state again. And I think there's Elmo just down there.
Yeah, there's Tickle Me Elmo. You can probably see him as he's walking past us. Slight recovery for the pound, though, is what we're being told, after that shock exit poll. Does that suggest that potentially there are some doubts about where we're going with that?
I think so, as we're seeing that there are regional variations of where that UKIP vote has gone. And I think that's why a senior source in the Conservative Party told me just a few minutes ago they're still smiling. So they know that there are some ministers who may be in trouble around the country, but they believe that they will shore up some of their support, some of the areas that it may not be as bad as that exit poll would have suggested, that they may still be the largest party, they may just scrape a majority. But the question is Theresa May now mortally wounded by this? She took a big gamble in calling the election. Are some within her party going to say, hang on a second, you took a big risk by doing this, it's a risk that hasn't panned out, do we want you sitting around the negotiating table with all the rest of the EU and the EU Commission? And there may well be some voices at a very high level in the party saying we need somebody else.
OK, for now, Robert, thank you. So whispering amongst Tory sources that potentially we could see another general election this year as early as October. How scary would that be? Also suggestions that we could see a new leader of the Conservative Party by Christmas at the very latest. And Amber Rudd, she could potentially be losing her seat, the present Home Secretary. There's potentially, lots of potentials, aren't there? Potentially in Hastings, a recount going on there as well. Somebody who is delighted by what's happening so far this evening is Jeremy Corbyn, and Colin is with him. Colin.
Not with him yet in person, though in spirit, Kay, that's for sure. He's still at his home, Jeremy Corbyn. I can tell you that the turnout here is fractionally up on last time. 73.6% the turnout in Islington North. Similar rise for Islington South and Finsbury. That's the other count that's going on here. That's Emily Thornberry, the Shadow Foreign Secretary's seat. They weigh the votes here. 43% majority enjoyed by Jeremy Corbyn at the last election. He's been the MP here since the early 1980s. He's at his home, we're told at the moment. We're told that by Jason Farrell, our senior political correspondent, who's outside it. Jason, look, doing a lot of activist watching here at the count in Islington, and I don't know if you're witnessing this or sensing this, but there is a controlled, sanguine mood. They're not allowing any triumphalism to creep through. Even when the exit poll was announced, we were expecting people to be jumping up and down, singing and dancing, etc. Not so. That discipline that Jack Straw has talked about, it seems to be running through the entire campaign, even unto now.
Yeah, I mean, certainly from inside this house, there's a fairly disciplined mood. I mean, there's been very little bit of coming and going. One of my sources in there, who I spoke to earlier, I asked them what the mood was, and I got one word, which was cautious. I've spoken to quite a few shadow cabinet ministers and been texting to and fro, and from them, more, I guess, pointed comments about the decision by Theresa May to call this election, and the fact that she has been saying that if she loses 6 seats, that means she would no longer be Prime Minister. They are not going to let her forget the fact that she said that so many times during this election. Let me just give you one from Angela Rayner saying, May took the great British people for granted and was arrogant in calling this general election. It seems from the exit poll that the people have made their mind up on her leadership. Weak and wobbly May is on her way out. I've got a little bit of an update on the kind of seats that Labour are beginning to feel confident that they might win. Very confident of gaining Ipswich, confident of taking the Northampton North. They think that, which is 35th on their list, confident of taking Thurrock as well, and increasingly getting confident that they might take Sheffield Hallam, Nick Clegg's seat. They also think they'll get around about 4 seats or more in Scotland. East Lothian, Coatbridge, Rutherglen and Inverclyde are 4 seats that they think they'll get in Scotland at least. So, I mean, this is a very good night for Jeremy Corbyn, it would seem, from the exit poll. Let's not forget what Len McCluskey said only about 4 weeks ago, that if they got 200 seats, in other words, losing more than 30 seats, that would be a good result. It looks like Labour are going to gain seats, and that really strengthens Jeremy Corbyn's position in Parliament and certainly really secures his position within his own party.
Jason, one constituency you didn't mention, thanks for that, by the way, Battersea. Some confidence been expressed that Battersea, Jane Ellison, Treasury Minister, currently holding that for the Conservatives, may be in some jeopardy as well. Talking to activists here, what's coming through certainly is a sense that, yes, the campaign has been decisive, yes, Theresa May has made mistakes, but the manifesto, the targeting of the youth vote and sticking to principles along and around that core message, central to the story of what's been unfolding. Adam.
Yes, Colin, thank you. Well, as you can see from the bottom of your screen, bottom right-hand corner, only 13 results in so far. They're all holds. 8 Labour, 5 for the Conservatives. But while you were speaking, 2 results did come in Middlesbrough and in Workington. With Lewis and Ed, let's have a look at those results. This is Middlesbrough. Andy MacDonald re-elected there, 23,000, majority of 13,000. 2/3 of the votes going to him, but this is the important bit. UKIP's vote actually up there, or UKIP getting a few votes, but well down. And let's look again at Workington, see what the picture is there. A majority of 3,925 for Sue Hayman, re-elected. Just over half the votes, and the swings there, well, UKIP down, Conservatives benefiting, but Labour getting quite a lot as well, Lewis. What do you make of those two?
Well, I mean, pretty much on line with what we've seen so far. Workington, our first result from the northwest, which is quite similar in Cumbria, quite similar to what we've seen in the northeast. The Tories slightly overperforming their exit poll performance, Labour slightly underperforming it.
it's worth looking at the, we were talking about UKIP deposit losses a moment ago, weren't we? I mean, so 13 results through so far. What I'll do is I'll pull out the seats in which UKIP has lost its deposits, and it comes to a grand total of 10 of those 13 seats so far. But here's the interesting thing. So keep an eye on that. That's the UKIP seats where UKIP's lost their deposit. How about seats where the Lib Dems have lost their deposit from those 13 so far? I'll pull that up. It's actually one more, 11. So the Lib Dems have lost more deposits so far tonight, obviously from a low base of 13 seats, but they have lost more deposits so far than UKIP, which is kind of interesting given that the exit poll is suggesting that they are going to add seats rather than lose.
Well, I think the Lib Dem performance looks like it's going to be buttressed essentially by what's going on in Scotland. Mainly they're going to gain, according to the exit poll, in Scotland, where they're being buttressed not in terms of their overall...
We're going to Darlington now.
2017 to elect an MP.
Jenny Chapman for Labour held this seat, but this was high on the Tory target list.
That the total number of votes given to each candidate was...
Oh dear.
John, UK Independence Party.
Sorry about the signal, but we're going to stay with this.
Curry Anne-Marie, Liberal Democrat, 1,031. Cuthbertson Peter Malcolm, the Conservative Party, 19,401.
So Labour hold. The Tories have failed in their efforts to take Darlington, one of their key targets.
Charles, Green Party candidate, 524.
Well, and also Labour holding on in South Shields, but Darlington, that is a pretty important bellwether of the way the evening's going.
And just have a look there. We plucked out some of, well, I'll show you, I'll get up on the screen quickly and show you. We plucked out some of the seats that the Conservatives were hoping to get hold of over the course of the night. And there is Darlington, it's in that second row. This is basically, in this screen, the further we go that way, the more of the swing there would have had to have been to the Conservative Party. And at the moment, these seats all, well, yet to be declared, apart from Darlington and Workington over there. So Darlington would have taken just under a 4% swing to the Conservatives, and it hasn't gone that way. And it's worth noting that it's around here, Coventry South. That's the mark at which Theresa May would have been talking about a kind of, getting towards an 80 majority in Parliament there. So we're clearly kind of some way off that. And indeed, as for whether this part of our board, which looks at the targets for the Conservatives, is the more relevant, or indeed over here, this part of the board, which is Labour's targets, becomes more relevant for this evening. Of course, Labour needing to win a lot more of these seats in order to get anywhere near being the biggest party in Parliament. They have to win all of these down to Stevenage, actually. 5.2% swing to get to be, the biggest party in Parliament. And they'd have to get all the way over here, Shipley, to become the majority party in Parliament. So a long way for Labour to potentially go. But as for the Tories, not necessarily getting those targets.
Well, let's just have a look at that Darlington result in full. Lewis, go through it with me. Jenny Chapman re-elected, majority of 3,280 there.
This is a really important seat, Adam. It was the second Tory target in the North East. It was number 35 on their target list overall. I mean, it's a seat that is usually Labour, a prosperous railway town, but it has been Conservative, whereas the Tories are doing really well. It used to be Michael Fallon's seat right up until 1992, before it was Alan Milburn's. And this was, interestingly, the first result we've had where the UKIP vote, which was about 5,500 in 2015, was more than the difference between the Conservative and Labour result in 2015. This was the sort of seat on which the Tory strategy, Theresa May's strategy, depended, i.e. sweeping up those votes, taking the seat. It didn't work.
OK, let's go to Sophie.
Well, with me now is Roger Scully, the Professor of Political Science at Cardiff University. We're also joined by Matthew Goodwin, Professor of Politics at the University of Kent and the co-author of Revolt on the Right, and Bronwyn Maddox, Director of the Institute for Government. Darlington hold, I mean, that suggests, doesn't it, that the exit poll is right?
Yeah, the exit poll, I think, was a big shock to many of us when it came out. Everything we're seeing thus far is that it's in the ballpark, that Conservatives are going to fall short of this majority. And frankly, Theresa May isn't looking so strong and stable now. In fact, I go further and say, unless things change around pretty dramatically very soon, Theresa May is finished.
Theresa May's finished, you think she would have to quit?
Yes. I mean, this was not an election she had to call. She gambled on calling it, but it looked like a pretty safe bet. A month ago, we were thinking about a Conservative majority of 150. Now it looks like she's falling short. This has to be the end for her as party leader.
Matthew Goodwin, I hate to bring this up, but you did say, didn't you, that you were going to eat your book if Labour got, what was it, 38%?
38% of the vote. I did. I said I'd eat my book on Brexit if Labour topped 38% of the vote. We also assumed all of those UKIP voters would go Conservative. Now, the first results that we've had suggest the UKIP vote is actually fragmenting in a bigger way than we assumed. Now, look, the reality is this. If the Conservatives are not taking seats like Darlington, they're not taking pro-Leave, Labour-held seats, then you can forget about other seats like Bishop Auckland, Mansfield, the Industrial North, and I would suspect tonight we'll see Labour mop up London and pro-Remain seats while the Conservatives fail to make enough progress in those pro-Leave constituencies.
And Bronwyn Maddox, this means that we are in hung parliament territory.
Very, very likely. And so we, we're back in this situation where in Britain there are no rules about who should automatically form the government. It doesn't automatically go to the largest party. It goes to the one that can command the confidence of the Commons. And so what we'll see, if we are in hung parliament territory, is what we saw in 2010 of instant, all-might probably manoeuvring with all the parties as leaders, and we don't still don't know who they will be, struggle to work out whether or not they can put together a government.
It does really feel as though we're in a period of instability in politics. We can see on our screens now the latest pictures of Tom Watson. He's looking quite happy. There was even some talk that he might be under threat in his West Bromwich seat. But talking about that period of instability, I mean, this could mean that another general election could be on the cards at some point later in the year.
Yes, we haven't had two general elections in a year since 1974, but that must be very much a possibility. It's going to be extremely difficult to form any sort of strong and stable government. And we need to remember as well, the Article 50 clock is ticking. Brexit negotiations, the whole Brexit process is already underway. And we could well be without any sort of government able to form a consistent and clear policy line. So this has implications not just for political parties and for pundits like us. This affects the whole country in some really major ways.
And how do you think it is that... Apologies, we're going to go straight to Basildon, where they are about to declare the result.
I, Bala Mahendran, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Banerjee, Ritendra Nath, Liberal Democrats, 732.
Stephen Metcalfe is the incumbent MP for the Conservatives.
Party, Local People, First, 383. Harman, Simeon, Richard, Philip, the Green Party, 680. Metcalfe, Stephen, James, the Conservative Party candidate, 26,811.
Conservative hold.
Taylor, Byron, Kingsley, Labour Party, 15,321. Whittle, Peter, Robin, the UK Independence Party, UKIP, 3,193.
So Stephen Metcalfe re-elected, but Peter Whittle there for UKIP is one of their prominent members and MEP, and it doesn't look as if he's had a particularly good night, although he did come third, and he saved his deposit, 6.8%. Peter Whittle saves his deposit, but the Conservatives getting over half the votes. But a massive plunge, UKIP down 20%, Conservatives gaining the bulk of that, and that increasing their majority. So Basildon South is a Conservative hold. We're still not seeing the dynamics of this election The seats that are declaring are not ones so far that are changing hands. But Lewis, your thoughts on that?
Well, the Conservatives have been pretty pleased with that. They're actually outperforming quite considerably what we would expect them to on the basis of the exit poll. But as you say, Adam, I mean, really, I think really the most important seat we've had so far has been Darlington. We haven't had a single seat change hands, but the fact that the Conservatives weren't able to take it, I think really devastating for the overall Conservative performance.
Let's just have a look at Darlington again. Big drop in the UKIP vote. And of course, the whole Conservative strategy was to get the UKIP vote in the Midlands and the North.
I mean, something I was really struck by throughout the election talking to voters is how much they thought that Brexit had been put to bed. This was supposed to be an election, a realigning election, wasn't it, where the Conservatives were able to sweep up all of those pro-Brexit Labour voters because they wouldn't feel comfortable voting for Labour after Brexit because they didn't think they would deliver it. I was really struck by throughout that actually many voters just assumed that it didn't matter how they voted because Brexit would be delivered. It was an issue that effectively was put to bed in 2016, and that's why perhaps Theresa May simply wasn't able, despite all of her wishes, to make it the Brexit election. We saw it come to be dominated by other issues. But on the basis of this result, it is very difficult so far, at least on the Leave side of the equation, to see any discernible realignment of the Leave vote behind the Conservatives. Might not be so true, of course, for Remain voters who do seem perhaps to be drifting towards the Labour Party.
OK, Lewis, well, 16 results in so far, 634 to go, but the flow is beginning to speed up.
You're watching Vote 2017, the results, live on Sky News. It's now 1 a.m. The polls closed 3 hours ago, but we have got an extraordinary story already. The broadcaster's exit poll suggests the Conservatives will be the biggest party, but will lose their overall majority. And in the last few minutes, the Tories have failed to win one of their key targets in the North East. That's Darlington, which Labour have held and added to their tally. Victory, though, for the Conservatives in Swindon North, which they held on to. But Sky News learns that a recount may be needed in Hastings and Rye. That is the seat Home Secretary Amber Rudd is defending, and that's because the result is said to be too close to call. Well, we can go now to Alistair Bunkle, our correspondent who is standing by for us in Leeds. Alistair, what's happening where you are?
Hi, Sophie. No results yet, but well, when I was reading on the way up what time we might expect some of the results to come in, you were talking 5:30 a.m., 6 a.m. possibly. I'm told by one of the press officers here that actually Leeds Central, Hilary Benn's seat, could be declaring in about an hour's time, 2 a.m. So they're getting a move on, and we could have a result sooner than we expected. But let me bring in another Labour MP for another Leeds constituency, Leeds East, Richard Burgeon.
Hi.
Hi. You have a big majority. Just personally, you presume you're going to hold on to your seat, but I mean, what are you hearing on the ground from your returning officers?
Well, I don't take anything for granted. We fight for every vote. But I'm hoping, although it's early days, we've had an exit poll, not many results in, I'm hoping that Labour here in Leeds might take back Leeds North West from the Liberal Democrats, and they've held it for a long time. I'm hoping we might get a good result in Morley as well, which they took back from us last time, and of course there's Pudsey as well. So who knows what will happen, but what's clear is that the plain sailing that Theresa May expected when she called this election doesn't look at this early stage like it's happening.
And you've been hearing today out on the streets once you were doing that last bit of campaigning, making sure people get on the vote. What was the message that you were
Well, I was
hearing?
pleased to meet people who had never voted before that were voting Labour, people who hadn't voted for the last few general elections but are voting Labour, and some ex-Conservatives, ex-UKIP people coming to Labour.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we're seeing at the moment in the early results, is that the UKIP vote is being more split than otherwise we might have thought. Is that what you've heard?
That's what I've experienced on the doorsteps. I think the Conservatives assumed they could take the UKIP votes, or the ex-UKIP vote, lock, stock and barrel, but it doesn't look like they've done that.
And more nationally, it is heading for what looks to be like a successful campaign for Labour and Jeremy Corbyn, but not anywhere near an overall majority. I mean, if you're a betting man at the moment, you'd probably expect the Conservatives and Theresa May would be the governing party by the morning.
Well, it's been a successful campaign, I agree. think how far behind in the polls we were just a few weeks ago, and think about the challenge Theresa May set herself. She said she was calling this election to get a bigger majority. If the result is anything other than her getting a much bigger majority than the majority she's had, then that is a failure for Theresa May, and she's become tarnished goods quite quickly.
Okay, Richard Bergen, thank you very much. So just to pick up on two of what Richard was saying there, two constituencies here that I think we need to look out for. Morley and Outwood, which of course famously Ed Balls' constituency that he lost in 2015 to Andrea Jenkins. One of the reasons that Ed Balls lost out, there was a bit of an anti-Ed Balls vote, if you like, back in 2015. One only wonders if he was standing now post Strictly Come Dancing, what the result might be. What we're hearing though is that it is going to possibly be very close. It is one of those seats that Labour's going to want to regain, and also Greg Mulholland's seat in Leeds North West, a majority of around 3,000, a Liberal Democrat seat, another seat that Labour will want to see turn red.
Thank you, Alistair. Well, Amber Rudd is one of the people we're hearing maybe having quite a tight fight in her constituency. We can see some pictures of her at the bottom of your screens there in the striped top. We're hearing that according to a press officer at that count, there may be a recount in the Home Secretary Amber Rudd's seat in Hastings and Rye. Well, we're getting the first sense as well of how the newspapers are telling the story of the night so far. You can have a look at the Times first, and their headline reads, May's big gamble fails as she faces the prospect of losing her Commons majority. Shock for May as the exit polls point to a hung parliament. That's the Telegraph's front page. The Metro shows Jeremy Corbyn's face projected onto the BBC News as a new broadcasting house with the headline Mayhem. And the Sun is also calling the projection of a hung parliament mayhem. The FT reports on the hit to the pound sterling and comments on doubts over Mrs May's future. The Mirror says Theresa May is hanging by a thread and her job is on the line. And The Guardian, which backed Jeremy Corbyn, pictures the Labour leader after voting in his Islington North constituency, and also reports on the predicted decline in seats for the SNP. And The Eye describes Mrs May as bruised as the country heads towards a hung parliament.
Sophie, thank you. Well, we're going to get our first result from Wales in a few minutes. This is Wrexham. Now, this is a Labour-held seat that is a Conservative target. Llanelli also imminent in Wales. There's the picture there. Now, tell us, Lewis, about these two seats.
Well, I mean, it's been really interesting to get these first results in Wales. The initial exit poll suggested that the Conservatives would have a good night in Wales and Labour a bad one, Labour losing 5 seats. But on the basis of the results we've had so far, I think we can say we were reasonably confident in predicting that Labour would actually gain the Vale of Clwyd, which it lost in 2015, which is an area of North Wales.
Yeah, but that's not what we're going to see now.
No, we're not, but we're just talking generally, and also Gower. But in terms of Llanelli, that's a pretty safe Labour seat historically, but the Conservatives on an exceptional night might hope to get it. It's the seat of Neil Griffiths, who's the Shadow Defence Secretary. And as for Wrexham, this was supposed to be a key target for the Conservatives. They had to pick this up in order to get, although it's actually been a Labour seat for 8 decades or so, it has been becoming gradually more marginal over time, and the Conservatives have been very confident in taking it and getting that bigger majority. But we'll see, it'll be a big test for that.
This is Neil Griffiths' seat. She's been almost invisible during this campaign, disagreed with Jeremy Corbyn on the nuclear deterrent.
Yr oedd fi y swyddog canlyniadau yn hysbysu drwy hyn fod nifer y pleidleisiau y fwriwyd dros bob un o'r ymgeiswyr fel y ganlyn. I, the returning officer, hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Arthur Mary Francis Gaynor, 7,351. 7,350 ag 1. Daniels Rory, 548. 540 a 8. Davis Stephen Andrew, 9,544. 9,540 a 4. Griffith Nia Rhiannon, 21,000.
Labour hold Llanelli, Neil Griffith re-elected.
David Mil.
And we can go to Wrexham now, a Tory target. Let's see what that result is.
Lucas Ian Collin, Welsh Labour, 17,000.
Labour hold Wrexham. Ian Lucas, the MP, incumbent MP, is re-elected. That is a Tory target that has been missed.
O'Toole, Carol Virginia Tetley, Welsh Liberal Democrats, 865.
Well, that is fascinating because according to the exit poll, the Conservatives would have won that seat, but they haven't. It is a Labour hold. So it's possible that the exit poll is wrong in the other direction, if you like, and that the Conservative result could be slightly worse than the 314 that were predicted. We can go through those results in a bit more detail with Lewis Goodall.
Well, Adam, I mean, this was the Conservatives' 25th target seat. It should have been well within grasp. As you say, it was a Conservative gain, according to the exit poll. Labour have hung on to it. It's been Labour since 1935. The Tories only needed a 2.8% swing to gain it, and they haven't. Labour have clung on. It shows we thought that Conservatives at the start of this campaign looked like they were going to have a good campaign in Wales. They were coming at the very top of the polls for the first time for very, very many decades. According to this, it doesn't look like that's happened, and this really augurs very badly for a clutch of other Conservative seats that they'd hoped to gain in North East Wales, so seats like Clwyd South and Delyn, and it looks like that it would probably vindicate as well our belief that Labour will retake Vale of Clwyd on the North Wales coast from the Conservatives, a seat that they unexpectedly gained in 2015. So potentially a very good night for the Conservatives. And bear in mind as well in Wrexham...
Lewis just got a declaration coming in. This is Halton.
Constituency held on the 8th June 2017.
Safe Labour seat held by Derek Twigg.
I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Halton constituency, give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Bate, Ryan, Stephen, Robert, Liberal Democrats, 896. Lloyd, Matthew, the Conservative and Unionist Party, 10,710. Ridicon, Glyn, UK Independence Party, 1,488. Turton, Vic, Independent, 309. Twigg, Derek, Labour Party, 36,100.
Well, that is a massive result for Derek Twigg, massive majority of 26,000 for Derek Twigg. It was 20,000 last time round. 25,440, the majority there. 73% of the vote. Labour also holding Stockton North as we go through this result. And there, UKIP down, Greens down, Lib Dems down, but Labour, Lewis, picking up the bulk.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is actually roughly in line with the exit poll. There's quite another interesting result we just had in, Adam, from Swindon South, the other Swindon seat, which is generally a slightly more favourable seat for Labour. Labour,
this is a seat of the Solicitor General.
Absolutely, Robert Buckland. The Conservatives have held the seat, but the Labour have cut the majority from 5,700 to just under 2,500. So a pretty decent result for Labour in Swindon there, mirroring a decent picture in Swindon North as well.
48.4% there for the Conservatives, and Labour benefiting from UKIP in the Swindon South area.
Absolutely. I mean, just go back to that Wrexham result as well. Just worth bearing in mind that UKIP didn't stand in Wrexham this time. And we're just as well hearing about a Labour gain in Scotland, in Rutherglen and Hamilton West, from the SNP.
Well, Labour's first gain of the night, it's in Scotland. It is Rutherglen. Margaret Farrier defeated there by Jed Killen in Rutherglen. And this is the first seat to change hands of the night, and it's gone into the Labour column from the SNP. Remember that the Conservatives were feeling that they had united the Unionist vote behind them in Scotland and would be taking most of the seats from the SNP. Well, that's an SNP loss, but nonetheless it's down. We're also seeing independent re-elected in North Down. That is Sylvia Herman in Northern Ireland, first result in from there. Let's just go back to that result in Wales. Wrexham, which was a Conservative target, being held by Labour. Paul Kelso, what's your view of how things are going in Wales?
Well, those first two results seem to be bearing out the trend of, as far as we can discern it yet, of the exit poll. Wrexham, we should say, the Prime Minister Theresa May was there as recently as Tuesday nearby, drumming up support. It was the second target on their list of Welsh constituencies they thought they could grab from Labour, and they have failed to do it. Of course, the seeds of this election were sown in Wales. That walking holiday in Snowdonia Theresa May took with her husband. One wonders if she's now perhaps regretting the fresh air going to her head. Llanelli, we've also had, it was the first result we got from Wales. That was a hold for Niall Griffith, the Shadow Defence Secretary, but that perhaps more expected. What we are hearing in light of those results, we were hearing it before we got them, is increasing confidence from Labour. Carwyn Jones, the First Minister and the Labour leader in Wales, was here earlier, a little bit taken aback off camera by the exit poll before this night began. They believed that just hanging on to the seats they had, the 25, would be an outstanding result. I think expectations may be nudging upwards, Adam.
Yeah, just seeing some live pictures of the former Conservative leader there, Ian Duncan Smith, at his count in Chingford in East London. But it doesn't look as if they're getting close to declaring a result. It's interesting, isn't it, that we've had now just over 24, 25 results in, and it's the first one to change hands, and it's this one. This is Rutherglen in Hamilton West. Very close, as you can see, 37.5% to 37%, but a big drop in the SNP vote, going largely to the Conservatives, but in a three-way, allowing Labour in through the middle, Lewis.
Looks like to me there, Adam, that turnout is down by about 6%. So it seems perhaps that the SNP's vote is weakening and atrophying a little bit. Possibly as a result, we had a lot of focus on what was going on in terms of their domestic record. Perhaps SNP vote down as a result. Labour not gaining enormously, just by 2%, but nonetheless it's enough. Bear in mind, the SNP had a 10,000 majority in that seat in 2015. Only 2 years later, Margaret Ferrier has lost it.
It's an 8.9%
And we're going to go quite shortly to Mary Black's seat. Of course, she was the youngest MP in the 2015 Parliament in Paisley and Renfrewshire South. We're also expecting to hear from Tooting, the seat of the current Labour Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, which Labour held in a by-election. Also seeing there that Labour have held on in Birkenhead as well. Perhaps worth looking at that result in Down North in Northern Ireland, the first result we've had in. This is a hold for Sylvia Herman, the widow of former senior Northern Irish policeman. There we are. And we can see it's close. The DUP running her close, 41% to 38%. But the DUP vote up and Sylvia Herman's vote down. But she has held on. And she could be pretty crucial, actually, if we are heading into a hung parliament. Northern Irish MPs may well be decisive as to who forms the government.
Thanks, Adam. Well, we are starting to see some patterns forming. We are beginning to see those seats rolling in, the first seat to change hands. And joining us now to chew over what this all means is our political editor, Faisal Islam. And what's been standing out to you, Faisal?
I think we should probably just stop trying to prove whether the exit poll is right or wrong. I mean, it's interesting for tonight. Bigger picture here is that at the beginning of this campaign, those UKIP 2015 votes, 4 million of them, remember, the pollsters had it 65 to 69% going Conservative, 5% going to Labour. And what seems to be happening is it's more like 50-50, if anything, going more to Labour than to Conservatives. That is truly extraordinary. It is utter vindication for Jeremy Corbyn's approach as regards Article 50, which frankly annoyed so many Labour members, the sort of Remainiacs, as they're occasionally called, but utter vindication for that approach. But also, we're seeing different patterns in different regions too. I hear Labour are looking very bullish in London, where Tory targets are now going to, the majority will increase by thousands, where Tory seats are looking vulnerable. Tory seats held by ministers, and so there could be quite a few Labour gains in London. But we should talk about Darlington.
We should talk about Darlington, because this, in some ways, feels to me as though it could be seen as the Nuneaton of this election, where people started to think that actually the Conservatives are not going to have the night that they were expecting to.
Well, I'll let you into a little secret, which is that one of the Tory coordinators in the North told me 3 weeks ago Darlington was, quote unquote, in the bag. And you know what? I think it probably was in the bag 3 or 4 weeks ago. And that is the extraordinary thing about this campaign, which is the Labour Party have managed to turn round the situation in some of those seats. It augurs badly for the Conservatives in Bishop Auckland, in Middlesbrough South, in Simla. I still think they'll pick up some seats like this, maybe the Mansfields, I don't know, maybe the Wakefields. I'm not entirely sure. Some Conservatives are saying that there was a candidate issue in Darlington. Let's see. But, yeah.
We're looking at live pictures there from West Bromwich. That is Tom Watson's seat. You can see Tom Watson in the middle of the picture there. At one point, we were even talking about Tom Watson being under threat, but if the night continues as it is, that looks unlikely.
Well, let me give you another example. The city of Chester. Now, I think the exact majority there is it 92 or 98? I can't remember. It's a tiny majority. 4,000 people there voted UKIP. UKIP did not stand. Should be a slam dunk for the Conservatives. We shouldn't even be talking about the city of Chester. As far as I'm aware, the Prime Minister did not visit the city of Chester because it was also in the bag. What I'm hearing is the Conservatives are doubting they're going to take the city of Chester, which would be extraordinary. But what we're not seeing yet, apart from with that shock result against the SNP, we haven't seen Labour taking seats off the Conservatives. So that's what is suggested by the exit poll. We're yet to see that.
Thank you, Faisal. Well, at the moment, we're waiting for the results in Tooting in London, Sadiq Khan's old seat, the Mayor of London, and also in Carlisle, where we can actually see someone about to give the declaration. So we will stay with Carlisle. That declaration expected imminently. It's been Conservative since 2010. It is a Conservative Labour marginal. So interesting to see what happens in that key seat in the northwest.
Announce the results. I, Jason Gooding, being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for Carlisle on the 8th of June 2017, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Ruth Elizabeth Allcroft, Labour Party, 18,873 votes. Fiona Rachel Mills, UK Independence Party, 1,455 votes. Andrew John Stevenson, the Conservative Party candidate, 21,472
Conservative hold Carlisle. Let's go to Tooting now in London.
June 2017. I, James Madden, being the returning officer for the Tooting constituency, hereby give notice the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election is as follows. Rosanna Chantel Alim Khan, Labour Party, 34,000.
Labour hold.
$34,694. Ryan Coshall, UK Independence Party, 339. Alexander James Glassbrook, Liberal Democrats 3,057. Esther Obiri Darko, Green Party 845. Daniel Richard Watkins, the Conservative Party candidate, 19,236.
Crushing defeat for the Conservative candidate there. A victory for Rosanna Ali Khan, who took the seat in a by-election when Sadiq Khan was elected Mayor of London. Majority there of 15,000. And I have to say that part of South London doesn't bode very well for the Conservative hopes in Battersea and Putney nearby. There you have it. She's got just under 60% of the vote. Have a look at the swings there. The Tories down and Labour up. That is a straight swing from the Tories to Labour in South London, Lewis.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was number 25, I think, on the 24, I'm sorry, on the Conservative target list. It only needed a 2.7% swing to the Conservatives for them to win it. And although it has been Labour since 1974, on a good night, the Tories should have won it. Adam, I think we can say, now this is the first result from London, Labour are doing very well in London, which voted heavily to remain. Tooting voted by 75% to stay in. And Labour are doing well in Leave voting areas as well. You have to say that this is something of a vindication for Jeremy Corbyn's strategy on Brexit. A lot of people criticise Jeremy Corbyn for being rather opaque on his motivations on Brexit and what his plans for Brexit are and whether he was Leave or whether he was Remain. Some people would say that wasn't very clear. Either way, he's managed to fuse Leave voting areas for Labour and Remain voting areas for Labour. And a lot of people didn't think that was possible in the immediate wake of the referendum vote. They thought it would be a permanent fissure in the Labour coalition. From these results, it doesn't look like that's the case at all.
I mean, that said, though, if we did end up with a Jeremy Corbyn-led government, which in a hung parliament is a possibility, we would have to assume, because of Labour's manifesto, that they would take a softer approach on Brexit.
Well, absolutely. And I think clearly, in terms of the results in London, and we are hearing that we think that Labour may well have won in Battersea, which has been a Conservative seat since 2010. And in that case, it's clear that the Remain vote, rather than corralling behind the Lib Dems, which a lot of people thought it might in London, has actually gone for Labour, even though Labour did say they were going to take us out of the EU, but presumably in the hope of securing a softer landing, a softer Brexit, than from the Conservatives.
And just a quick point on turnout, 66%, that's a significant increase.
Well, yeah, it's up 4% from 2015. So we're clearly seeing, particularly in some of these high graduate sort of concentrated areas, big increases in turnout to the benefit of Labour.
Thanks.
Well, to chew over the results that we've had so far, we're now joined by Jonathan Bartley, who's the co-leader of the Green Party. Doesn't look like your party's having a great night so far, does it?
We are hopeful that we're going to hold on to Caroline's seat in Brighton Pavilion. But I think the big story is that it's going to be those marginals. Are they going to change hands? Now, in about 24 marginals, we've been pushing this idea of the Progressive Alliance, the idea that we can stand aside, we can encourage people to vote tactically in a one-off scenario, one-off exceptional general election.
But then you're punishing yourselves, though, by doing that, aren't you? Because it seems like you're potentially making the Greens less relevant.
I think we're making this very relevant because someone needed to show leadership. Someone needed to say, we can do things different. We can do a 21st century politics. And I think we called this election really, really well. We knew it was going to be framed by Brexit. We knew it was going to be very tactical. And so we said, well, how can we get the best out of this for the country? How can we move beyond the tribal politics? And, the first thing we did when the election was called was we wrote to Jeremy Corbyn, we wrote to Tim Farron and said, let's come and talk about this, how we can make this happen. It was a disappointment that they didn't come and sit around the table with us. But I think we're seeing actually the people on the ground defying their leaders and voting tactically. And, that's something to be encouraged. The people are speaking very, very loudly and clearly.
But if you're encouraging people to vote for the Lib Dems or Labour, then what's the point of the Green Party?
Well, we have moved Labour in 2 years drastically. If you look at their manifesto, they've taken a whole bunch of our policies. We were the ones that were questioning austerity in 2015. Labour were pursuing austerity. Now they have changed, and Jeremy Corbyn's taken 5 or 6 big ideas out of our manifesto. We want to push him much further. There is no commitment to electoral reform in Labour's manifesto, which is going to have to be a game changer.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there, apologies, because we are having a declaration in Paisley and Renfrewshire South, which we will listen into now.
Paisley and Renfrewshire South constituency declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows: Mary Black, Scottish National Party, 16,964. Alison Jean Dowling, Scottish Labour Party, 14,400. Paul Mack, Independent, 876. Eileen McCartan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,327. And Amy Louise Thompson, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 8,122.
So Mhairi Black there of the SNP keeping her seat. We're going straight to West Bromwich. That is Tom Watson's seat, the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party.
Party candidate, 14,951. Macefield, John Dell, Green Party, 533. Rankin, Colin Nicholas, Independent, 325. Trench, Karen, Liberal Democrats, 625. Watson, Tom, the Labour Party candidate, 22,664.
Tom Watson there, comfortably holding his seat in West Bromwich East. There had been some talk that if it had been a very bad night for the Labour Party, if they were losing seats in the West Midlands, and that could be one at risk. But Tom Watson there, re-elected with a majority of well over 7,000 votes there. So we'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Comfortable win there for Tom Watson. Let's listen and see what he has to say.
I'm very proud to have been re-elected as the MP for West Bromwich East, and I'm deeply grateful to those people who have voted for me. I promise that I will do my best to repay the trust you've placed in me, and I'll continue to work for all people in our community. And my congratulations and my respect to all of my opponents in this election. You've all fought a very good campaign, a fair campaign, and in the right spirit. Thank you for putting yourselves forward, and my very best wishes to you all for the future. We still don't know the final result of this election. It is too early to say, but it looks likely to be a very, very bad result for Theresa May. She said, "It's a fact that if we lose just 6 seats, we will lose our majority and Jeremy Corbyn will be Prime Minister." Well, results are still coming in, but we're going to hold her to that. She thought she was going to get a Margaret Thatcher-style majority. That now seems out of her reach. The Prime Minister fought one of the most negative, pessimistic and defensive campaigns in British history, and the British people delivered their verdict on that. She said she was strong and stable. The public saw that she was weak and wobbly. She said she was a bloody difficult woman. She boasted about it. The public saw that she was just a woman who was finding it all a bit too bloody difficult. Labour fought a people-powered campaign pitting passion and principle against the Tories' corporate millions, and we did better than many said we would. People responded well to Jeremy Corbyn's honesty, integrity, candour and energy, just as they saw Theresa May run away from holding herself to account. And they saw through the misunderstandings, they saw through the lies of the Murdoch machine who tried to frighten people into voting Tory. I want to see more communities represented by Labour MPs, and it looks like that might happen. I hope we'll see more Labour victories tonight and more Labour supporters celebrating in the hours to come. The next few hours, maybe the next few days, look very uncertain, but one thing can be sure. Theresa May's authority has been undermined by this election. She is a damaged Prime Minister whose reputation may never recover. People in this country were crying out for something more than what the Tories have given us for the last 7 years. They want something to hope for. They've responded to a positive campaign. We don't yet know how this election will turn out, but we know that people vote for hope. Thank you.
Well, a savage assault on the Conservative leader Theresa May from Tom Watson there, the deputy leader of the Labour Party. This is the result, and important to remember that in their heyday, some Conservatives were even talking about unseating Tom Watson, but instead he is back, as you see, with a very substantial majority and nearly 60% of the vote. He says the Prime Minister's authority has been undermined and a reputation damaged. And there we see the UKIP vote going down, going to the Conservatives more than to Labour, but enough to boost Labour, and that really is the story of the night. Conservatives, incidentally, holding Harlow, holding Chelmsford as we speak. In London, we're seeing Labour have a very good night, and on a swing equivalent to what we saw in Tooting, Labour would gain 11 seats. Battersea, Bexley Heath, Chingford, the seat of Ian Duncan Smith, Enfield, Southgate, Finchley, Harrow East and Croydon Central. But a lot of gossip now about Sheffield Hallam, the seat of the Deputy Prime Minister, former Deputy Prime Minister and Lib Dem leader Nick Clegg. Lib Dem sources are saying that he has lost that seat. It would be the fourth most marginal Liberal Democrat seat. He only just held on in that sweep against the Liberal Democrats in 2015. But important to remember, Sheffield Hallam is another constituency with a lot of students, 2 universities, and it may well be that the whole farrago over student tuition fees has damaged Nick Clegg and benefited Labour there. Also seeing Labour holding Knowsley and also Ogmore there. Ed?
Yeah, well, I mean, look at that. That's the pounds versus the dollar over the course of this evening. And it's worth noting this. I'm just going to point out one thing. We're now down to a new low. We're down to a new low here for the night. You can see the moment the exit poll happened, the pound fell very sharply against the dollar, about 1.5%. It started to recoup some of its lost ground in the following hours. That was when we saw some results coming in looking slightly better for the Tories. I mean, remember here, what traders, what investors are interested in here is stability, and the idea of another hung parliament potentially for them is the kind of thing that does scare them, and that's why we've seen the pound go down. As I said, it gained a little bit, but just recently, as we've seen these last results coming in, it's hit a new low for the night. Now, we've got to keep this in perspective. This is nothing like the kind of fall we saw on Brexit night, but nonetheless, it's the same kind of pattern, and investors are concerned about that continued lack of stability and just not quite knowing who the government is likely to be, let alone knowing what the Brexit plan is going to be. So that is kind of where we are at the moment, but we're going to keep you updated on that over the night.
Well, welcome back to Scotland, where, as we've been saying all evening, concerns that whether or not this would be quite as tumultuous a night as that back in 2015. Early suggestions are that, yes, it will be. The SNP holding on to those seats in Kilmarnock, also Murray Black's seat in Paisley. Pretty tight race there, though, however. But, of course, it's that result in Rutherglen, that Labour gain from the SNP that's got people talking. In fact, we'll speak to one of them, Paul Kearney, Professor of Politics at Stirling University. And it's fascinating the way that this has happened. Labour's vote in 2015, they're actually down on that position. But the SNP hemorrhaging votes down some 11,000.
Yeah, so it's become quite a weird night already. Yeah, so it's... I think part of the problem is we're so used to what happened 2 years ago. You know, we were here 2 years ago and the SNP were winning everything by a landslide in almost every seat. And suddenly they're only winning maybe half the seats and they're just squeaking some of them. You know, so that it's such a different proposition, even though they're still the biggest party.
I mean, the Spectator's Alex Massey, the WAG, has suggested that, you know, this could be the worst SNP result in a generation. And I know what he's implying.
This is the Vale of Clwyd in Wales. The declaration there, another Tory target.
A fwriwyd dros bob un ymgeisydd
yn yr etholiad fel y ganlyn. I, Mohammed Mehmed, being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Vale of Clwyd constituency, hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election was as follows. Davis James Michael, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, Ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru, 17,044, 17,044. Rwain Christopher Sean, Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 19,420. True. 19,423.
So Labour have gained Vale of Clwyd.
William Gwyn, Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid.
We'll stick with that signal.
666. White.
Let's go to Putney now. This is the seat of the Education Secretary.
Commonly known as Ben Fletcher, Green Party, 1,107.
Justine Greening defending
Justine
here.
Greening, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,679. Ryan Mercer, Liberal Democrats, 5,448. Neeraj Patil, Labour Party, 19,100.
Very close, but Justine Greening holds her seat for the Conservatives in Putney.
Catherine Jane Richardson, commonly known as Lotta Cuisine, Independent Party, 58. Patricia Mary Ward, UK Independence Party, 477. And I do hereby declare that Justine Greening is duly elected to serve as MP for Putney.
So the Education Secretary, Justine Greening, holds on for the Conservatives in Putney, but only by a very small margin indeed, a clear swing to Labour there. What's going to happen to the Liberal Democrat leader, Tim Farron, tonight? These are the latest pictures we have of him.
Poll, isn't it? And they're generally not spot on.
How do you think it will go tonight?
Well, too early to say, isn't it?
Are you worried about Nick Clegg's seat? Yeah, any reaction to Nick Clegg possibly losing his seat?
All of that we don't know. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the evening. All the best. Take care.
Welsh, there we are. Not much news from Tim Farron. The suggestion that he might be under pressure, and as we're saying, Liberal Democrat sources also suggesting that Nick Clegg has lost his seat. The predecessor leader to Tim Farron lost his seat in Sheffield Hallam. Interesting things going on in Scotland. We've seen a Labour gain there, and the exit poll is suggesting that a swing to the Conservatives from the SNP may actually end up helping Labour in a number of seats. Well, let's get the latest from Sheffield. Let's go over to our reporter, Louisa Pilbeam there. Louisa, is it certain that Nick Clegg is out?
Well, it's not certain just yet, but there could well be an upset here in Sheffield. Nick Clegg, the former Deputy Prime Minister, former leader of the Liberal Democrats, he could lose his seat in Sheffield Hallam, and that's because I have been hearing rumours, and they are only rumours at this stage, that the counting over there is level pegging. However, a lot of votes have been going between the Conservatives and Labour, and that means that Labour have also been telling me here that they have been receiving some of the UKIP votes. So a lot of uncertainty here for Nick Clegg, who has been in his seat, of course, for 12 years here in Sheffield Hallam. The rumours, when I put those two Liberal Democrat candidates, they told me that they couldn't deny the fact that his seat is in peril, basically. So not certain that Nick Clegg will be back.
Thank you very much indeed, Louisa Pilbeam, joining us from Sheffield there. Well, you can see at the bottom of the screen that we're just coming up to 50 results in, 49 out of 650 in so far, so 600 to go. Labour are on 28, the Conservatives on 50. Now that largely reflects the constituencies which have been declared. Also seeing that the SNP there are on 3, but the traffic this evening is towards Labour. Labour picked up that one gain in Scotland. So it is looking as if the early projections from the exit poll are pretty much in the ballpark that Labour is going to be gaining seats tonight, and the Conservatives, although they seem set to be the largest party, are going to be short of an overall majority, which is, of course, a sensational result. We think we're going to get the result in Warwickshire North in the West Midlands fairly soon. Well, let's get that declaration then. This is Craig Tracy for the Conservative seat. He had a majority of about 2,000 2 years ago.
Declaration of results of poll for the election of a Member of Parliament for the North Warwickshire constituency. I, Jerry Hutchinson, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. James Edward Maitland Cox, Liberal Democrats, 1,028. Julie Ann Jackson, Labour Party, 18,350. Keith Anthony Condacor, Green Party, 940. Craig Paul Tracy, the Conservative Party candidate, 26,000.
Well, Conservatives hold, and they've held that seat in Warwickshire North. They've also held, as you're seeing at the bottom of your screen, in Norfolk South, and also in Stratford-on-Avon. Nadeem Zahawi returned there, and they've held on in Warwickshire North, which we're seeing. Liz Truss too. The Lord Chancellor re-elected in Norfolk.
Well, it's been looking like a very good night for Labour so far, particularly in London. Perhaps that explains why Emily Thornberry, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, looked quite so happy on her way to her counter in North London. We are going to go to Angus in Scotland. We're jumping around quite a lot tonight as the counts go in. This is Angus in Scotland. Let's have a listen to
the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. William Wishart Campbell, 5,233. Kirsten Jeanette Hare, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 18,148. Clive Roderick Snedden, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,308. Peter Weir, Scottish Nationalist Party, 15,503.
And that is again for the Conservatives in Angus, a famous victory. Again for the Conservatives in Angus, a famous victory for them there over the incumbent Mike Weir of the SNP. Another An incredible result. That was one of the seats that we were hearing a little bit earlier on this evening that really did look like they were at risk. A majority, though, in excess of 2,500. A famous result. Let's just bring in Paul Kearney once again, Professor of Politics at Stirling University. We are seeing some exceptionally surprising results here, not least of them the one in Angus. Look at the swing that we see there at the moment. I mean, the Conservative Party up on 45.2%. You know, the swing here, a swing of 16% to the Conservative Party, and if we see that elsewhere in the country, you know, we could well be looking at the Tories gaining double figures in terms of seats.
Yeah, I think so, and it's already looking like it's so hard to predict what's going to happen tonight. You know, so the exit poll gives us an idea, but all these seats just seem so unpredictable, just like they were 2 years ago.
Well, let's stick with the Angus theme for a second and look at two big figures within the SNP, Angus MacNeil and Angus Robertson. Angus Robertson in Murray looks like he's toast. Angus MacNeil in the Western Isles, can we quite believe that he could lose his seat?
Yeah, no, it seems like one of the more surprising ones. I mean, so we're at the stage now where the SNP have these establishment-looking figures that could go, just like the Conservatives used to back in the day.
Well, let's just take us straight to Yeovil, where we are expecting a declaration imminently.
The total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Marcus John Hudson Fish, the Conservative Party candidate, 32,369.
That looks to be a good result for the Conservatives.
Labour Party, 7,418. Katie Pritchard, Independent, 919. Joe Randall Green, Liberal Democrat, 17,646.
Well, Conservative hold that with a big majority. And remember, this used to be Paddy Ashdown's seat, then passed on to David Laws, but the Liberal Democrats not really at the party there, massively behind Marcus Fish, who is re-elected as the Conservative MP for Yeovil. That is our first result from the West Country. Let's have a look at it in a bit more detail. Well, over half the votes, 54%, going to the Conservatives, and the swings will be worth looking at. Well, UKIP not standing in that seat, and that benefiting the Conservatives, Lib Dem vote and the Green vote down. Labour picking up there, so no joy in the West Country for the Liberal Democrats so far.
I also want to thank all of the counting staff here. Well, to discuss the results so far in a bit more detail, we're joined by Labour's David Lammy, because so far it's looking like a good night for Labour, way beyond predictions, and particularly in London, which is, of course, the seat that you've been representing previously.
I think what we're seeing in London is a phenomenally high turnout. I mean, in my constituency, almost 70%. A constituency last time, 60%. So young people are turning out. And I think that also in London, there were Conservatives who voted Remain, who do not like the tone that the party has struck under Theresa May. So some fantastic results in London, but I've got to say, this is a very bad night for our sitting Prime Minister. She took a gamble. It's not paid off. She started this campaign kind of invincible, really, Team May, and she ends it deeply, deeply wounded 11 days before negotiations with Europe. With a party now in disarray, she's probably beholden to the hard right in her party, not even clear if she can form a government.
So what happens then to Labour members of Parliament who have not, let's be honest, been rallying in support of Jeremy Corbyn? Many people have been saying that he's not the man for the job. There was a vote of no confidence in him. There was a leadership challenge to him. What happened to Labour MPs now?
Two things. Jeremy Corbyn has demonstrated he is a formidable campaigner. This is a man who's been campaigning continually for 30 years, and the campaign has cut through. The second thing, I think, is that there were fears, particularly in the north, that we would see those UKIP votes go right over to the Conservatives. Hasn't happened. A third of them have gone to Labour. So the losses that I think people predicted in the north do not look set to happen in that way.
We are now going to take you to another count. We're going to take you to Wolverhampton North East, or Wolverhampton count there. The count is being announced now. This is Emma Reynolds' team.
1479. Ian Clive Jenkins, Liberal Democrat, 570. Sarah Macken, the Conservative Party candidate, 14695. Emma Reynolds, Labour Party, 192.
So Emma Reynolds holds Wolverhampton North East for Labour. Now, this was on the Conservative target list on a good night, a fairly remote target, but as you can see, the Conservatives have missed by a mile. And this, of course, crucially, in the West Midlands, where the Conservatives were looking for pay dirt, but they haven't got it. Emma Reynolds has held that seat with a majority of 4,587. Get the result in more detail. Emma Reynolds' majority, 4,000, and there she got more than half the votes. The Conservatives some 12 points behind. This is probably the interesting bit, Lewis. UKIP down, a lot of that going to the Conservatives, but not all of it.
No, absolutely. And no, you go for it, Ed.
Thanks, Adam. When you just have a look here, you can see Wolverhampton North East actually on our big screen. These were the Conservative targets at the start of the night. Those who were focusing, those who expected Theresa May to have a brilliant night, as some of those early polls suggested, might have expected her to be winning seats kind of around this level with a swing of up to 6%, up to 8%. You know, Hartlepool was one of those seats that was potentially talked about there as well, but that one has gone red. Just look at these columns here. It's all red, and this at the start of the night, I should say, all of these seats were existing Labour seats, from the kind of marginals over here to the safer Labour seats over here. And the expectation for many people is that some of this would be turning blue, but as it is, it hasn't. So far, all of these seats have been held by Labour, of course, including Tooting there, Wrexham, Clwyd South as well. And there has been one seat in this war. So that's showing you the Conservative targets. Let's look at the Labour targets over here. There's been one seat that has changed hands on this board, which is there. Vale of Clwyd. We talked about it a moment ago, didn't we? So Vale of Clwyd involving a small swing across the Labour Party. And for the time being, these slightly safer seats for the Conservatives remain in their hands. But the interesting thing is that so many people expected all of the action tonight not to be on the Labour target, but to be on that side of our screen, the swing to the Conservative parties. Instead, it's been a swing in the other direction, Adam.
And as you speak, Hartlepool, that was very much on the target list, stayed with Labour.
Exactly, Hartlepool staying with Labour. I think UKIP in second place in Hartlepool, and that's been Labour all the way back since, I think, is it 1935 or 1919? That was one of those.
This is Carmarthen East, which is held by Plaid Cymru, but is a Labour target. Neil Hamilton, the leader of Welsh UKIP, of course, former Conservative MP, is also a candidate. You can see him on the left of the screen.
For each candidate is as follows. Darkin David Llewellyn, 12,219. 20,000, 219. Edwards David Jonathan, 16,100.
Well, that looks like a Plaid Cymru hold in Carmarthen.
11,000, Hamilton Mostyn Neil, 985. 985. Hughes Anthony Havard Mainbryn, 10,778.
Yeah, Plaid Cymru hold. Jonathan Edwards re-elected.
Prosser Leslie Ann, 920. Now cant ac ugain. Ac yr oedd yn datgan drwy hyn fod Jonathan David Edwards wedi cael ei hethol yn briodol yn aelod seneddol dros yr etholaeth a enwyd. And I hereby declare that Jonathan David Edwards is duly elected Member of Parliament for the said constituency.
Well, yet another example of a bad night for UKIP. Less than 1,000 votes there for Neil Hamilton. That does seem to be the story of the night. What has happened to the UKIP vote? Well, we're in Boston and Skegness, where Paul Nuttall is running. He hasn't turned up as yet, and our political correspondent Paul Rayner has been following him. Paul's with me now. He gave you the slip, didn't he? We thought he was at a hotel and wasn't there.
Yeah, that's right. We thought he was going to be mulling over the results in one hotel. He wasn't, but you can understand why he might not want to show up here until the very last moment. We've spoken to the Conservative candidate, Matt Warman. It was not really in doubt that he might win this seat, but he has said from the way he's seeing the votes stacking up that it seems that UKIP is not the force that it once was here. And this is, of course, the Brexit capital of Britain, people often say. It's where the Leave vote was most significant. But interestingly, we have spoken to the Labour candidate here. Now, UKIP came a storming second in 2015, winning over 30% of the vote in this constituency. Labour way back at around 14%. The Labour candidate this time, and it's the same guy, thinks that he can come second, which would be a massive embarrassment to Paul Nuttall if that comes off, if the UKIP leader is beaten into third place. But of course, this is what we have been expecting. The UKIP collapse has been long talked about as the story of the election. I think the big difference that we're seeing tonight is how UKIP is collapsing. All of the money, and certainly Theresa May's prediction, it seems, was on the fact that the Tories would be able to hoover up a large percentage of those UKIP voters. That is not seeming to be the case across the country. Labour seem to be getting some of them too.
And that's what UKIP also thought, because they didn't stand in certain areas, because they thought it would go to Conservatives, and they said they would support a pro-Brexit candidate.
Yeah, and so that is why, in the reactions we've heard so far...
This is Battersea, where the Conservatives are worried that they are going to lose this seat to Labour. Of course, we saw Justine Greening in the neighbouring seat just hanging on, but a 10,000 majority reduced to 1,000. Jane Ellison, the junior Conservative minister, hoping for re-election here for the Conservatives. But already Conservative headquarters conceding that for them this is going to be a very bad night in London.
Parliamentary election, the London Borough of Wandsworth, Battersea constituency, held on Thursday, the 8th of June 2017. I, James Madden, being the returning officer for the Battersea constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election is as follows. Christopher Austin Francis Coughlin, commonly known as Chris Coughlin, Independent, 1,234. Lois Elaine Davis, Green Party, 866. Richard Adam Davis, Liberal Democrats, 4,401. Marcia Chantal de Cordova, Labour Party, 25,000.
That looks like victory, but let's wait for Jane Ellison.
$25,292. Jane Elizabeth Ellison, the Conservative Party candidate, 22,000.
That's it, Labour gain. Labour have gained Battersea. Jane Ellison has lost her seat.
Daniel Peter Lambert, the Socialist Party of Great Britain, 32. And Eugene Power, UK Independence Party, 357. And I do hereby declare that Marcia Chantal de Cordova
Well, we can now go to another London seat. This is Ealing Central. Rupert Huck, the Labour MP, and a big target for the Tories.
The returning officer for the Ealing Central and Acton constituency do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. John Timothy Ashby Paul, Liberal Democrat, 3,075. Rupert Asher Huck, Labour Party, 33,000.
That's a Labour hold in Ealing Central. Rupert Huck re-elected.
Joy Inbitten Morrissey, Conservative Party candidate.
Oh, there you
Sorry, still not there. Joy Inbitten Morrissey, the Conservative Party candidate, 19,200.
So that's one vicar's daughter who won't be in Parliament. Rupert Huck holds the seat. Joy Morrissey defeated. Well, let's go to Labour's Deputy Leader Tom Watson, re-elected in West Bromwich. Congratulations on that, Mr. Watson. What do you make of the night so far?
Thank you, Adam. Well, I mean, like everyone, I'm very quietly pleased and amazed, really, that some of these seats like Battersea are falling. Though I'm not surprised that Labour have made advances. You know, in a funny sort of way, all the distortions about Jeremy Corbyn, he cut through all that sort of attack that the Tories rained down on him, and I don't think Theresa May set out what kind of country she wants to lead, and he did it to the best of his ability with great energy and candour, and seems to have been rewarded for that tonight.
Has to be said, you haven't been Jeremy Corbyn's biggest fan, have you?
Well, look, I mean, even Jeremy Corbyn's greatest critics said, you are what as well, Adam, must be impressed with the campaign that he ran. For the last 5 weeks, he gave it his absolute all, and the Conservatives seemed to lock their Prime Minister in a cupboard. It's like she didn't want to answer to the electorate. It's like she didn't want to map out what kind of country she wants people to live in. And he went out and got his message to thousands of people at public meetings, but also in every TV debate and in every outlet he could. And, you know, our MPs worked hard, our candidates worked hard, and it seems that many of them have been rewarded. I've no idea what the final result will be, but obviously I think the lesson is that, you know, if you want an election where you talk about giving someone a mandate and you want a narrow focus election, sometimes voters decide they want to change the terms. And this election, people talked about defence, security, the future of the NHS, investment in our schools, transport infrastructure, quality of life issues. How do we give our young people the best start in life? How do we give our older people dignity in retirement? How do we provide them with social care? The Tories tried to frighten people, and I think Jeremy Corbyn and his team made sure that people were given hope, and there's a lesson there somewhere.
Well, you'll be pleased to hear that you've just held Wirral West. You've also been the first to 50 seats, also holding on less of a surprise in Pontypridd. Do you think there's any chance that in 24 hours' time you could be part of a Labour-led government?
I have absolutely no idea. I've not been crunching any numbers. I've knocked on more doors than ever before in this election. Adam, I've been to 50 constituencies. My feet are killing me, so I think we need to sleep on it and look at what the numbers are later on.
Well, we've just seen pictures of Jeremy Corbyn's house in Islington. Seamus Mill, his media advisor, has just left. I'm told there are now 2 armed police outside Mr. Corbyn's house. Of course, we don't expect his declaration until much later. We're hearing that there is a recount underway in Canterbury. Elsewhere in Kent, we're also hearing that there could be a recount in the Home Secretary Amber Rudd's constituency. I mean, I've got to ask you, Mr. Watson, are you actually surprised by what's happening this evening? I mean, at the beginning of this campaign, people were even saying you might lose your seat.
Well, I didn't believe them when they said that, but it certainly focuses the mind when you read in national newspapers that you might lose your seat. And I'm absolutely delighted for candidates that won. I see Chris Ruan won up in the Vale of Clwyd. He was an MP that lost his seat in 2015. He's a fantastic campaigner, and he deserves to be back. So there's obviously some very good news stories for Labour on the evening. But and I think even Jeremy would probably admit that he didn't think that some of these seats would turn to Labour. But you know, we ran a positive campaign, and people.
Well, we're also seeing pictures now of Boris Johnson, who's now the.
Hi, Boris. It's Sky News.
Hello. How are you?
What reaction have you got from
well, Foreign Secretary not saying much. Some people think that he might be the next leader of the Conservative Party. We're also seeing that another man who might be the next leader of the Conservative Party, the Defence Secretary, Michael Fallon, has been re-elected in Sevenoaks in Kent. Boris Johnson tight-lipped. He was due to do a round of interviews at 10 o'clock, but Conservatives decided not to do this. Now, we're also seeing, while we've been speaking, that Labour have held on in Delyn in Wales. That was another target seat which their opponents have failed to hit. This is Bury North. This was a super marginal held by the Conservatives.
Hereby give notice
David
that the number of
Nuttall.
votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bourne, Richard Leslie, Liberal Democrats, 912, 912. Frith, James Richard, Labour Party, 25,000.
It's going to be close. That looks like a very good result for Labour.
683. Nuttall David John, the Conservative Party candidate, 21,000.
So Labour gain in the classic marginal of Bury North. Tom Watson.
Well, I was due to go to Bury and I had to cancel when we cancelled a day of campaigning, but I was going to go to Bury South to support my colleague Ivan Lewis, and the candidate James Frith was pestering me with texts and emails to say, if you come to Bury South, you must come to Bury North. And I'll be honest with you, Adam, I thought, well, maybe if I can squeeze it in, I will, but I'm not sure if he's going to be too successful. So he's defied his critics tonight and got a very good result.
What's happening with UKIP's vote, which the Conservatives in your part of the country and elsewhere thought they were going to hoover up?
Yeah, I think that was their biggest mistake in the campaign. I think they just assumed that anyone that voted UKIP was right-wing. And actually, there were all
There's
sorts
Jeremy
of
Corbyn coming out of his home now in Islington. Well, a very happy crowd in Islington there. Let's go back to Tom Watson. Tom Watson, you were just telling us about UKIP and the fact that Conservatives were banking on getting that vote, and it's gone, some of it, to the Labour Party. Is it welcome?
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, those voters that voted UKIP last time round voted for many different reasons, but I think they voted because they were economically insecure, and they were very many were on poor conditions at work, on low pay, and they wanted a party that tried to address that, and we've certainly addressed that in our manifesto.
What do you think this means, this very close result, for the Brexit negotiations? Because, of course, Mrs May was asking for a mandate for hard Brexit. Where does this leave it now?
Well, look, I mean, she'll have to answer for herself on that. It does seem to me that the argument that the Labour Party put forward, that we needed to put trade at the heart of our negotiations, should have a greater prominence now, but I guess that depends on what the numbers are tomorrow morning or in a few hours' time. I don't know who's going to be leading that negotiating team yet.
Tom Watson, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Re-elected Deputy Leader of the Labour Party there in West Bromwich.
Well, it's been an extraordinary night of results so far, and with us now to try and work out what it all means is Sir Craig Oliver, the former Director of Communications under David Cameron. We're also joined by Tom Baldwin, who was the Head of Strategy and Communications at the Labour Party under Ed Miliband, and Polly Mackenzie, the former Special Advisor to Nick Clegg when he was Deputy Prime Minister. Sir Craig Oliver, let's go to you first. Is Theresa May going to last the day tomorrow?
It's certainly looking increasingly difficult, and what I'm hearing from the Conservative central office is that they've pretty much given up on the idea of an overall majority. We'll have to wait and see how this goes. I mean, the biggest problem, I think, for her is that she called this election to bring stability and certainty, and all we're seeing at the moment is instability and uncertainty. And the reality is, politics for the next few months looks like it's going to be pretty chaotic, whatever the result now.
It's interesting about that point about chaos, because Brexit, of course, is looming. Tom Baldwin, it feels as though Jeremy Corbyn's strategy on Brexit has been vindicated because he's picking up some UKIP voters in the north and also appealing potentially to some Remain voters as well.
Well, it looks like Remain voters have come out en masse for Labour tonight. And that's interesting because Labour haven't had a very clear position. I think one of the great lessons of this night is that bold and principled politics, authentic politics, politics with values, works. Now, it may...
I'm going to have to interrupt you there. We'll try and come back to you. We're just going to listen in to Jeremy Corbyn.
What's the best result so far, do you think? Mr Corbyn?
We'll have to wait for what's going to be announced here in a few minutes' time.
That's better than the other ones. Better than Shipley. What about Baxter?
Michael, get a sense of humour. I know it's been a long day for you, but you are allowed to have a sense of humour, Michael. You know that. Thank you, guys. Listen, can we make space here so I can come through, please? Could you mind, please? Come through, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Any former coalition message to young voters tonight?
To all voters is thank you very much for taking part in the democratic election.
Last time.
Well, almost a victory party in Islington. Doesn't look as if Mr Corbyn is going to say anything. But look at that at the top. Conservatives hold Rushcliffe. That means Kenneth Clarke is back. Ken Clarke has held his seat and he is, of course, likely to have a lot to say about the poor performance of the Conservative Party, bearing in mind that he has been out of sympathy of it. Boris Johnson looking rather pensive there in Uxbridge. We're also seeing, incidentally, that in Rochdale, the Labour Party have held the seat. Now, that, of course, is after deselecting Simon Danczuk. So the Labour Party has held the seat, but Simon Danczuk has gone out. But we can hear John McDonnell speaking to the press now.
Political commentators, I think even some Conservative MPs now consider her position as increasingly.
She's fatally flawed, do you think? Sorry? Do you think she's fatally flawed?
I think when you go to the country and you ask for a vote of confidence in your prime ministerial abilities, and you and your colleagues are predicting a huge landslide majority, whatever the outcome tonight, it's not going to be that. So I think she's committed extremely grave political error for her own political career. More importantly, she's put her through a general election which was unnecessary. She put party before country, and that's unacceptable.
Do you think the Labour Party could form a minority government?
No, we'll form a government at the first opportunity.
You will form a government at the first opportunity?
Whenever we get the opportunity, we will do. If it's a minority government, we will. But we don't know the results of this election yet. We're extremely cautious. Let's see what the results are.
Have you been speaking to Jeremy Corbyn at all?
Sorry, we better go.
Well, we're just seeing there that the Conservatives have made another gain in Scotland, and it may well be that tonight their gains are going to be concentrated north of the border. That was in Ochil and Perthshire, and we can have a look at the result there. Luke Graham beating Tasmin Ahmed Sheikh, the very visible SNP MP over the last 2 years. She has lost her seat to Luke Graham with a very large swing indeed, 41%. Now look at that. I mean, it's a 15% swing to the Conservatives. Labour and the SNP both down. I mean, Lewis, one has to say one thing, Lewis and Ed, that what's going on in Scotland is completely different from what's happening anywhere else in the country.
Totally different. I mean, you're talking about a 15% swing there, and who'd have thought it? Irony upon ironies, that it could be the Tories, that for the Tories, Scotland could be their salvation in this election, to offset the quite substantial losses they're making in London
just hearing,
and elsewhere.
Angus Robertson has lost in Murray.
Well, that has been an SNP seat for some time. I mean, if you go back, I mean, look at Pete Wishart's seat in Belfast. That's been an SNP seat since 1987. You know, these are actual heartland SNP seats. Yeah, it's not just Theresa May who's going to have questions answered.
Quickly, just have a look at this very quickly. Right in the middle of here. These are the seats that the SNP were holding at the start of the night, and the amount of swing away from them that would be needed for them to change hands. And just look, this column here, up to a 10% swing away from the SNP. Hamilton, West Stockholm, Perthshire South and Murray there, Angus Robertson's seat, all changing hands. I mean, a lot of people thought this was the kind of safe territory for the SNP, but then look there too. Angus going to the Tories, about a 16% swing from the SNP to the Tories there. It's an extraordinary story for the Tories in Scotland, but then as Lewis was saying, a very different story elsewhere around the country. London swings away from the Tories of about 10% or so.
Yeah, well, I mean, pick up there. This is the result that's cost Angus Robertson, the deputy leader and the leader of the party in Westminster, his seat. He won't be back in the near future. 47.5% for the Conservatives, 38.8% for him. Labour way down, of course, Murray, a very prosperous part of Scotland. And there will have to be question marks now over what's going to happen to Alex Salmond, the former First Minister. Will he lose his Westminster seat as well? Let's listen now to the man who's going to be the father of the House, the longest-serving MP, Kenneth Clarke. What he has to say about tonight's results.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, can I first give my grateful thanks to the electors of Rushcliffe. I have been elected a few times before, but I always regarded it as a privilege to be asked again to represent the constituents with whom I seek to identify very closely. I feel that they are the kind of people that I'm familiar with, and I will do my best to represent them to the best of my ability. I thank the returning officer and all those people who've helped with the organisation of today and with the count. I have occasionally made flippant remarks about the late conclusion of the Rushcliffe count on some occasions. I have been proved totally wrong on this occasion, and the whole thing has been conducted extremely smoothly. It's always conducted smoothly and efficiently, but it's also been done with remarkable speed. So we, at least this part of the election result is concluding at a perfectly reasonably civilised hour of the morning. But anyway, congratulations and thanks to all those who've taken part. Congratulations and thanks to my opponents. We always have a civilised election in the Rushcliffe constituency. I think this one was. It's the strangest one I've ever fought because the Prime Minister, very inconveniently from my point of view, decided to hold this election when I was having to have medical treatment and had an operation. So I've never campaigned less in all my life, but I managed to campaign a bit, and in my encounters with my opponents, political opponents, it was, as usual, very civilised, very fair, very congenial, and I congratulate them on the campaign they ran on behalf of their respective political parties. I will resist the temptation at this time of the morning to start indulging my own version of punditry on what is turning out to be one of the most remarkable general elections that I can remember for a very long time, with the national result still in doubt, huge regional variations. I think we are in the middle of great events. The whole structure of politics has been changing in the last 2 or 3 years. The old confident predictions you could make a few years ago can no longer confidently be made, and we're still waiting to see what kind of parliament we'll have tomorrow. This parliament will have to address some very great and historic matters, because it isn't just Brexit. A lot of very big problems going to face us in the next 5 years. I'll conclude as I began. It will therefore be a particular privilege to be able to take part.
Well, Kenneth Clarke there saying this is one of the most extraordinary elections he's experienced, and he's experienced a lot. As he was speaking, we're seeing there on the bottom of the screen that Labour have made another gain in Scotland from the SNP in Midlothian. Let's go to Mark White, who is in Edinburgh for the picture of what's going on there. It's certainly not turning into a bumper night for the SNP, although, has to be said, they've held 11 of their seats so far. They've lost 5.
Yeah, but it's looking increasingly likely that the predictions that we had a couple of hours back, that they could lose 22 seats, may well be the case at the end of the day. Now, here in Edinburgh, Edinburgh South in particular, this was the home to the only Scottish Labour MP after the 2015 general election, Ian Murray. Not only we're told that he's held his seat, we believe that he has increased his majority. Just speaking to some of his aides, he has increased his majority from about 2,600 to potentially well over 10,000. So he is having a very good night indeed. And it is a pretty good night in other areas of Scotland for Labour from what we've seen. And bizarrely, compared to the situation that's unfolding thus far down south, that up here in Scotland, the Conservatives are having a very good night. Now, in terms of just how well Labour are doing in Scotland, speaking to quite a few of the party activists, they say, yes, there is a kickback about IndyRef 2 and a significant proportion of the population here who just don't want to go down that road again. But also they're saying that there are significant numbers of people on the left who voted for the SNP last time out who have been very impressed, not just with the campaign fought by Jeremy Corbyn, but in particular with that manifesto. And they see the possibility of a government getting in with that left-wing Labour manifesto that they find quite appealing, Adam.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. Well, you can see the results at the bottom of your screen. 145 results in so far. The Labour Party is up 6 and the Conservative Party is down 1. Labour on 70, the Conservatives on 56. And as we were just hearing from Scotland, the SNP have held 12 seats, but they are down some 5. Now, this is Midlothian, which was a Labour gain from the SNP. SNP drop. More of it going to the Conservatives, but actually it allowed Labour in through the middle. So we're certainly seeing the map of Scotland change with both the Labour Party and the Conservative Party now getting a foothold north of the border.
Well, we're joined again by our esteemed panel, so Craig Oliver, Tom Baldwin and Polly Mackenzie. Polly, let's talk to you, shall we? You, of course, were Special Advisor to Nick Clegg. It looks like the possibility of Jeremy Corbyn being Prime Minister is now a potential reality. We can see the latest pictures of Theresa May leaving her home. It's not been a good night for her. Do you think it's time for Lib Dems to even start talking about doing deals potentially with Labour?
Tim Parron's been really clear that he's just not interested in coalitions or deals. The Lib Dems will continue to fight for a sensible approach to Brexit, you know, a second referendum. Because what's really interesting, as Tom was saying, is nobody's really got a mandate for anything on Brexit. Theresa May asked for a mandate for her hard Brexit. Looks like she's not getting one. The Labour Party's kept feet in both camps, so who knows what their approach to Brexit would be. And, of course, no one's really have a mandate for a majority government, and these negotiations start in 11 days. I think the Lib Dems will be trying to, you know, make their voice heard to make sure that's as sensible and as good for our economy as possible.
I mean, that's right. Theresa May asked the British public for a mandate for her hard Brexit, and the public have replied with a gigantic no. I mean, whatever the result of this election, she has failed and her gamble has failed. Now that's a lesson not just for the Conservative Party but also for the Labour Party. I mean, it's fantastic Labour are gaining seats tonight. It's, you know, Jeremy Corbyn's defied all expectations, including mine.
So is it time for the Labour Party to get behind Jeremy Corbyn now?
It's also time for the Labour Party and Jeremy Corbyn to have something very clear to say about Brexit, because Brexit is the single biggest issue facing our country now. And Labour, as you say, did try and have a foot in both camps. It's a big player on this issue, and after an election where boldness and principle politics has worked for Labour, we need to see the same boldness and the same degree of principle now in Labour's approach to Brexit, because this is a critical issue, and quite clearly Theresa May's plan for hard Brexit is over, and what takes its place, Labour Party can have a big say in that, and that's a responsibility now to have clarity and conviction.
So Craig, Oliver, do you think that Theresa May's got it wrong on Brexit then, pitching so clearly for those UKIP votes and saying so firmly that the UK is going to be coming out of the single market?
I think we just don't know yet. I think that there was an assumption made that there were 4 million UKIP votes that were up for grabs, and everybody assumed they would all go to the Conservative Party, including me. I assumed that the vast majority would. What we need to see is where have they actually gone and how has that actually happened. So we don't really know how people have voted in terms of Brexit. This result appears to be pretty incoherent, to be honest.
Pretty incoherent, but at the same time it does still seem to be a good night for Jeremy Corbyn. Do you think that we're going to see Labour MPs more from the kind of centre of the party or the right of the party rowing in now behind Jeremy Corbyn? I mean, it's extraordinary to hear people like Tom Watson showering him with effusive praise.
Yeah, look, expectations matter. When the dust settles on this, it looks like Labour's going to get a result somewhere between Gordon Brown and Ed Miliband's result in 2010 and 2015. Now, both those results triggered their resignation. Now, Jeremy Corbyn has defied expectations and done better than expected. I suspect we're not going to be in power anytime soon. Maybe you know, who knows where the dust will settle, but if we're out of power, that's still not good enough for Labour.
So he should resign then?
No, I don't think he should resign. I think he has earned the right, I think, to lead the party for the time being. But the Labour Party has to be a party of power, and if we have fallen short of that, despite all the euphoria tonight, justified euphoria that we're gaining seats, we've still probably lost another election.
Okay.
Jeremy Corbyn's done better than expected, but this could still be an election where everybody's lost. Nicola Sturgeon not doing well, Lib Dems not doing very well, the Conservatives not doing very well, and Labour not being the largest party, possibly. So everybody could have lost tonight.
Okay. And the country plunged into chaos, as Craig says.
Everyone's a loser. Very cheerful.
But
Thanks
most
for
of all,
that.
Brexit plunged into chaos.
Okay, thanks very much for your thoughts so far. Back to you now, Adam.
Well, we're getting to that point in the evening where we've got about 150 seats in, which allows us to check the real votes, if you like, against what the exit poll said. And just to remind you, that said 314 for the Conservatives and 266 for Labour, which was very much hung Parliament territory. Lewis, as we check that against the real results that are coming in, what's the revision?
Well, obviously, the real headline about this, and the thing that's grabbing all of our attention, is Labour managing to outperform our expectations massively, hold on in all of their marginals. We've just seen another one, Ynys Môn, which was their third most vulnerable seat in Wales. They've kept that. But what we should also bear in mind, as we've got all of these results in, is we're starting to see that the Conservatives are doing a bit better than the exit poll first predicted. So instead of coming in at about 314 or so, we might actually start to see them coming in at somewhere around 324, 326, 327. Now, if that were to come to pass, it would mean that Theresa May and the Conservatives would just, by the skin of their teeth, have a majority or be extremely close to it. They therefore should be able to govern effectively, probably with a deal with the DUP, assuming that they keep their 7 or 8 seats or so, maybe with some of the smaller other parties as well. But obviously it would mean that their majority of 12 would have been reduced to almost nothing. And given that this was an election specifically called on Theresa May's terms in order to get a bigger mandate for herself, what did she say? Every vote will make me stronger effectively, every seat will make me stronger. That will be a true slap in the face. Not clear she would be able to survive, but a replacement Prime Minister, a replacement Conservative Tory leader might be able to govern for a little while.
I mean, important to note in the comparison that if she was up 324, 326, she would be getting close to the 331, which David Cameron got 2 years ago.
Yes, absolutely. So obviously, if they started to perform a little bit better again than we expected from the exit poll, then yes, she might get to pretty much where she started, but nonetheless, even staying still with a majority of 12 or 10 or 8 would still nonetheless be an enormous rebuke, given that she did call this election specifically on a mandate.
OK, Lewis. Well, I think we can speak now to the man who was the Brexit Secretary in the last government, David Davis. He joins us now. Mr. Davis, what do you make of what's going on?
Hello.
Hello, David Davis, Adam Bolton here. You haven't had your declaration yet, but what do you make of what's going on? It's not an endorsement of Mrs May, is it?
Well, it's too early to say. I mean, I'm having a bit of deja vu here. In 2014, the poll forecast 315, not 314, and we ended up at 331. And one of the problems of overnight programmes like yours is the early part of the evening tends to be Labour seats and the later part of the evening tends to be Conservative seats. So it's too early to tell, is the truth of the matter.
Well,
we'll know the result in the morning, I'm afraid. It's one of those ones. We'll take that time.
Let me just say 331. If that were to be the result, that would not be proof that the country is more firmly behind Mrs May than it was behind David Cameron, would it? And she went into this asking for a big majority and a big endorsement of her approach to Brexit, and she just hasn't got it.
Well, that's your. I heard your colleague interpreting that way. What we said is we wanted a mandate for the way we are approaching Brexit. If you remember, in Parliament, the Labour Party was saying, well, we accept we're going to leave the European Union, but not in this way. And part of this was, there were two aspects to this which relate to Brexit. One was getting a mandate for the sort of Brexit we want. That protects us from House of Lords interference and those sorts of things. And the other one was to actually give time. The two or three extra years to complete the process, and those arguments still apply. If you interviewed Ken Clarke earlier this evening, you would have heard him saying exactly the same thing.
Well, you wanted time. I'm not sure that was what it said in the manifesto. What it said in the manifesto was going towards a hard Brexit, and this doesn't seem to be an endorsement, even in a country that voted a majority for Brexit, to go all the way on things like the customs union and the single market.
I can guarantee you it didn't use the phrase hard Brexit. I view that as a propaganda term. What it said was that we want to leave the customs union and leave the single market, but get access to them. And to have a deep and special relationship with Europe. So, that's not hard Brexit, and indeed even Keir Starmer admitted at the beginning when we first published the white paper that it wasn't hard Brexit. On the contrary, it's a Brexit which seeks to give the best deal in terms of commercial and economic opportunities with Europe, but also open up the opportunities to the rest of the world. That's what it was about. That's what we put in front of the people, and we'll see by tomorrow whether they've accepted that or not. That'll be their decision.
Well, Sajid Javid has been re-elected there. I'm sure you'll welcome that result.
I lost him.
But I come back to this point that what this result, surprise result to most people, appears to point towards, what this outcome of this election appears to point towards, that people really don't like or trust Mrs May very much. I think we've lost sound to David Davis. Well, thank you for joining us. Seeing a number of Conservative holds. Labour holding on in Walthamstow, the Conservatives holding Monmouth and Harwich and Essex North, and also the Conservatives holding Eastleigh, of course. Not so long ago, that was a Liberal Democrat stronghold under Chris Huhne, but no more. The Conservatives holding that. Labour holding on in Coventry South. Again, that was a target. We also saw that the Liberal Democrats had lost their seat in Southport. So as you can see from the bottom of your screen, the Liberal Democrats, with more than a third of seats declared so far, have failed to get onto the scorecard. And there is a suggestion that they're going to lose their former leader, Nick Clegg, in this. And we're seeing there a gain, Sinn Féin gaining foil from the SDLP. Mark Durkan, former leader of the SDLP, has lost his seat there. We also saw the DUP take a seat from the UUP. So it does seem as if the dominant parties on both sides, nationalism and unionism, are asserting themselves in Northern Irish politics, and the lesser brethren, if I can put it that way, the UUP and the SDLP, are not having a good night. Well, now we're ready to bring you our Sky News forecasts. Our team of election analysts, headed, of course, by Professor Michael Thrasher, have been assessing the results so far, comparing them to the prediction made by the broadcaster's exit poll. And this is our assessment of the likely result of the general election. And Sky News is forecasting that the Conservatives will be the largest party and have between 308 and 328 seats, MPs in the new Parliament. Now, Professor Michael Thrasher has more details on the numbers which inform the forecast. And Michael, really, 314 it was in the exit poll hung Parliament. Still pretty close to that, but perhaps edging up a bit.
It is edging up slightly, Adam, and of course it takes us tantalising towards the potential for a Conservative majority there. But also, because the results are so complex to interpret, it does also establish the possibility that the Conservatives will go as low as 308. So the midpoint estimate is 318. Yes, slightly higher than the exit poll, but the results, particularly in London, where we've seen big swings against the Conservatives, if that swing gets any larger there, then quite a number of Conservative seats will lose, that will be lost in London.
I mean, that's the extraordinary thing, isn't it, that we're seeing probably the Conservatives making big losses in London and possibly elsewhere in the southeast. But then we got this extraordinary picture in Scotland where they are picking up, as are Labour.
Yes, and of course they're not making the gains in Wales that they perhaps had hoped for. Labour have held Bridgend, an obvious Conservative target, where Mrs May, of course, went to visit there. So it is a complex picture. It's important to say that, but it is slightly better than the exit poll had forecast.
Now, Michael, not so long ago, in fact, during the election campaign, we had the local elections, which the Conservatives did very well in. I think they had a lead of something like 11% over Labour. What's gone wrong? I mean, it's a remarkable turnaround.
Well, it's about mobilising the vote, Adam. The turnout in the local elections was in the low 30s. Here we've seen quite a number of voters mobilised to go and vote. And it's that crucial difference in the turnout which has really made a lot of difference in terms of the difference between the general election and the local election, just a month apart.
Do we know who's turning out, who's making the difference?
No, we don't, Adam, because you know, it's just that it points towards younger people who are, of course, that age group are those least likely to vote, and proof in 2015. So we would suggest that it's younger people that have come out to vote for Labour.
Well, just see that Greg Clark, the business secretary, has held his seat there in Tunbridge Wells. Not really that much of a surprise, I suppose. But what about seats changing hands? It strikes me that for this stage in the evening, relatively few are changing hands.
Relatively few, but that we're still waiting for quite a number of results still from London and Scotland. And it's there where the greatest amount of churn in seats we're expecting. The SNP in terms of losses to Conservative, Labour and the Liberal Democrats. And the Liberal Democrats, as they lose seats in England, really will be dependent upon a good performance in Scotland.
Now, we got an interesting result in Renfrewshire East, which was the seat of Jim Murphy for Labour, won by the SNP last time round, but Renfrewshire East has now gone to the Conservatives. And this really is because it's very much turning out to be three-way politics in Scotland between the SNP, the Conservatives and Labour. And there we're seeing Paul Masterson winning quite comfortably.
Well, in 2015 there was a 24% swing to the SNP. And that kind of level of swing we only see in a by-election. Now it's just flipping the other way, and it's the swing against the SNP. And on the basis of that, as the SNP vote slumps, then it could be that the Liberal Democrats gain seats just on that basis.
Dunbartonshire East, Jo Swinson is back in Parliament. She lost that seat in 2015. So the Liberal Democrats are on the scoreboard. 1 seat for the Liberal Democrats. Jo Swinson elected there.
Uncertainty, 53. Thank you very much.
Let's see what she has to say.
East Gloucestershire voted strongly for Scotland to stay
So Jo Swinson there back, and she will be a key voice for the Liberal Democrats. Let's have a look at that. 40% for her, 30% for the SNP, 7% swing. She's up 4%, the SNP down 10%. Quite a lot of that going to the Tories, but that helping Jo Swinson.
Thank you.
And we can go now to a live shot in Maidenhead, the count there. That is, of course, Theresa May's seat, where she has a very large majority indeed. Sky's Kay Burley is following the Prime Minister this evening. Kay, what's the mood like?
That's a great question, Adam. And the answer is pensive, to say the least. We've seen the Labour candidate, who certainly won't win this seat, but he was very exuberant with some of his supporters a little bit earlier on. I asked him whether he was doing the Snoopy dance. He said yes, he felt that he was. As far as Mrs May is concerned, still waiting for her to arrive. She is likely to be here very shortly indeed. Adam?
And just seeing another person looking pretty pensive tonight, that is Nick Clegg, who held the seat for the Liberal Democrats in Sheffield Hallam in 2015, when most of his colleagues were slaughtered by the Conservatives. But Nick Clegg there sucking his lip in. Liberal Democrats have told us that they think they're going to lose that, but of course nothing is confirmed until the result is finally in. Kay?
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, we're on the rope line here. The Prime Minister is on her way from her home just about 10 miles away, so we are expecting her here very shortly indeed. Obviously, we're all going to shout a question or two to her. Is she's likely to stop and talk to us? I wouldn't bet my house on it, Adam, but of course we'll do that anyway. Following her throughout has been Robert Nisbet. He's been on the campaign trail for the last few weeks, and he's with me here as well. We're sort of all snuggled in, aren't we? She's not had much to say, has she, during the time that you've been campaigning with her?
It's been a very closely controlled and monitored campaign, and that was a source
Kay, we're getting the
of,
result now in Sheffield Hallam. The candidates taking their place on stage.
I, Stephen Ingram, being the returning officer at the election held on Thursday, June 2017, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate at the election is as follows. Nick Clegg, Liberal Democrats, 19,756. Jared O'Mara, Labour Party, 21,000.
So that's it. Nick Clegg defeated. Labour take Sheffield Hallam. Nick Clegg defeated.
Logan Robin, Green Party, 823. John Gordon Thurley, UK Independence Party, 929. Ian Jeffrey Walker, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,561. Stephen Dominic Winston, Social Democrats Party, 70. Total spoiled papers, 89. And I hereby declare that Jared O'Mara has been duly elected.
So a very big beast of politics. Nick Clegg loses his seat. Labour gain. Not so long ago, the Conservatives were the threat in Sheffield Hallam.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And we're going now to the declaration in Uxbridge for the Foreign Secretary, Boris Johnson.
This is the result of the Uxbridge and South Ruislip constituency. I, Lloyd White, the acting returning officer at this election, do declare that the number of votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Alexander Boris de Pfeffel Johnson, Conservative Party, 23,716. Mark Allen Keir, Green Party, 884. Elizabeth Helen Kemp, UK Independence Party, 1,577. Vincent Lowe, Labour Party, 18,682.
So Boris Johnson re-elected in
Rosina
Uxbridge.
Jane Robson, Liberal Democrats, 1,835. The number of ballot papers rejected was 83, and I hereby declare that Alexander Boris de Pfeffel Johnson is hereby elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the constituency of Uxbridge and South Ruislip.
Boris Johnson doing well there, but a substantial swing to Labour in that vote in London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Returning Officer. Thank you, everybody, all the counters, everybody who's helped tonight. Thanks, obviously, to the police for all the great work that they do and always have done for us. I want to pay particular thanks tonight to all my friends and colleagues from Hillingdon Council, everybody who campaigned with us over the last few weeks, and thank you for all your fantastic efforts for this borough. I really don't think it would be possible for any of us Hillingdon MPs to do it without you. And of course, I want to pay a particular tribute to the voters, everybody in this city, the citizens of London who refused to be bowed by repeated terrorist attacks and have got on with the democratic process. And of course, look, it's early to comment on the events unfolding tonight in this general election. But one thing is absolutely clear, I think, to all of us who are being elected as MPs tonight across our fantastic country, and that is we've got to listen to our constituents and listen to their concerns. And across the borough, across Uxbridge in the last few weeks, I've heard all sorts of people raise all sorts of concerns. And even though they were going to vote for me, they wanted me to deal with their problems. And I tell you, I will work flat out on behalf of those who voted for me and, of course, all those who didn't vote for me, with equal zeal, my friends, as I have done over the last couple of years. I will rededicate myself to looking after the interests of this fantastic constituency, and I'm proud to be re-elected as the Member of Parliament for Uxbridge and South Ruislip. Thank you very much.
Well, a significant speech from Boris Johnson there. He doesn't mention Mrs May and says the Conservative Party got to listen. Let's listen to Nick Clegg, who's just lost his seat in Sheffield Hallam.
And I wish Jared Amara all the very best of luck in representing the families and communities in Sheffield Hallam with the dedication that they deserve. And I also obviously want to fully endorse what Jared said about you as Chief Returning Officer and all of your staff in once again conducting the elections across our great city so professionally. So thank you very much indeed. A huge special thanks from me to Penny Baker, to my agent Andy Sanger, and to my whole team here who not only supported me as ever so unflaggingly in this snap general election, but also in the 12 years in which I have served as an MP in Sheffield Hallam, and prior to that, my Liberal Democrat predecessor, Richard Allen, as well. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you have done. Thank you very much indeed. In my time in Parliament, I've never shirked from political battles. I've never retreated from the political battlefield. I've always sought to stand by the liberal values I believe in, but I, of course, have encountered this evening something that many people have encountered before tonight, and I suspect many people will encounter after tonight, which is in politics. You live by the sword and you die by the sword. But I would just like, if I may, just to say a couple of words about what faces the Parliament that is going to be constituted in a few days' time in Westminster. It is a Parliament which, in my judgment, will not only face the excruciating task of trying to assemble a sensible government for this country, will not only need to deal with the agonising decisions which we face as a country as we navigate our way towards Brexit, but is a Parliament that is presiding over a deeply, deeply divided and polarised nation. We saw that in the Brexit referendum last year, and we see it here again tonight. Polarised between left and right, between different regions and nations and areas of the country, but most gravely of all, this huge gulf now between young and old. And my only plea would be to all MPs, including Jared, from all parties, is this, that we will not pick our way through the very difficult times that our country faces if in the next Parliament MPs of all parties simply seek to amplify what divides them. We must try and reach out to each other to try and find common ground if we are to heal those profound divisions. Because if we do not, it is my judgment that our country will endure unprecedented hardship and difficulty in the years ahead. And whatever party you are from, no one surely can wish that for our wonderful United Kingdom. Thank you very much.
Well, Nick Clegg there, defeated in Sheffield Hallam, saying that there is a huge gulf now between young and old in the country, which needs to be addressed. Also seeing Labour holding on in Bristol West. Other parties were hoping that perhaps they might be able to pick that one up, but Labour holding on pretty well this evening. Also seeing pictures there of both Maidenhead and also Islington, the leaders of the two parties in contention tonight, both coming out. Interesting too, listening to what Nick Clegg says, the agonising decision as we face Brexit. Labour holding on in the city of Durham, that was another target in the northeast for the Conservatives. They failed to hit that one. They failed to hit Bishop Auckland. Ed Miliband is back in Doncaster, and I think we may well see him returning to Labour's front bench now he's been elected. Whether that will be in government or not, I have to see. Labour holds Birmingham Erdington. That means Jack Dromey is back. Chris Grayling is back as well. And the Conservatives also holding their seat in the Wrekin. So there is the picture in Maidenhead, the base of Theresa May, and in Islington, the base of Jeremy Corbyn there. Lewis, let's just talk a little bit. You and Ed have been looking at what's going to happen to the Liberal Democrats tonight.
Well, it's entirely possible. I mean, we're hearing that Vince Cable may well have won Twickenham. So it will be that the Lib Dems do have a seat in England, because before that we were seriously discussing the prospect over here that, in fact, the Lib Dems could be reduced to effectively a Scottish-only party, which is truly extraordinary when you think about it.
Well, what about Tim Farron? He's not
Tim Farron, yeah. I mean, apparently there is a recount going on in Tim Farron's seat. So, you know, truly, truly extraordinary that Farron could potentially lose his seat at this election.
Well, there we are. Vince Cable has won Twickenham. I think we've probably got...
I mean, just overall, Adam, I mean, it is extraordinary. We've just had a slew of Labour gains. See, Labour gain Bristol North West, Labour gain in Peterborough. That wasn't in the exit poll. That was too close to call in the exit poll. No one thought Peterborough, which was a real Brexit capital, with a real Brexit capital MP, would... never one thought that Labour would gain that. So really extraordinary result there.
Well, let's just have a look at Vince Cable's result in Twickenham. Of course, he may be the next leader of the party. Who knows? Vince Cable, 34,000 to Tanya Mathias's 25,000. That's a massive swing there. And it'd be interesting to see what happens to Zach Goldsmith in neighbouring Richmond Park, where he's trying to take back the seat he lost as an independent in the by-election. But Ben Gummer is out. Ben Gummer, the rising star of the Conservative Party, a man who helped write the manifesto, has been defeated in Ipswich. Ben Gummer, you may not have heard of him, but a lot of people said that he was going to be the next Brexit secretary dealing with this delicate matter for Mrs May. Let's have a look at that result. Very close, as you see, a majority of under 1,000. But what happened there, 47.4 to 45.7%. And what you can see is that, yes, UKIP dropped out of the picture, but in Ipswich, it benefited Labour, not the Conservatives. So another big scalp, and, you know, we are hearing more and more that Amber Rudd has asked for a recount. Normally the person who asks for a recount is behind, but Emily Thornberry, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, has held a seat. Let's have a listen to that.
My heart for the way in which they have made sure that we have facilitated democracy in these constituencies. I want to thank Richard and my other friends on Islington Council, because the Labour councillors have continued to prove to Islington
Emily
residents...
Thornberry there, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, holding her seat in Islington. Now, we're joined by Alastair Campbell, the former Director of Communications for Tony Blair, and also Nigel Farage, the former leader of UKIP, to try and discuss the results so far. Mr Farage, let's come to you first, because it seems as though before the election everyone thought that former UKIP voters would go Conservative, but actually a lot of them are going Labour. Why?
UKIP voters wanted Brexit, but they also want change. They are fundamentally anti-establishment in their attitudes, and the Vicar's daughter is very pro-establishment, and I think she came across in the campaign as not only wooden and robotic, but actually pretty insincere. Jeremy Corbyn actually was fighting, in a way, the anti-establishment campaign. He boxed off Brexit for UKIP voters by saying that under Labour we would leave and free movement would end. And I think in the end it's about personality. He actually looked comfortable in his own skin. He was out there campaigning, doing it. I have to say, I think he fought an amazing campaign.
An amazing campaign from Jeremy Corbyn. Would you agree with that, Alastair Campbell?
Well, he certainly campaigned a lot better than a lot of people expected him to, me included. I mean, for me, I've got to say, the only campaigns that I like are winning campaigns, but it seems to me the country doesn't want anybody to win this election. And we're now, I think, going into a period of, considerable instability. I think Theresa May's finished. I think it's absolutely, even if she crawls over the line with a small majority, I think she's finished. It's a catastrophic error that she's made. And I do think that actually I agree with Nigel that, I must admit, I thought that Labour's Brexit position, there was a danger that Leave people would think we will Remain, and Remain people would think we will Leave.
But actually...
and it may have worked the other way, and Nigel could be right about that, but I do think that the Labour Party now does have to have a clearer position on Brexit going forward. And the real danger of what Theresa May has done in this is, as she kept saying during the election, we're 11 days away from these talks with the European Union beginning, and we're now going into yet another period of political instability, may need another general election. We've lost 2 months on the election, and I think she's created an absolute mess for the country, and she is not the person to sort it out.
Now, as we've been speaking, we're hearing that the Conservatives have won Copeland. That, of course, is the seat that they won in the by-election, but of course winning from Labour when you compare it to the 2015 result. Nigel Farage, if this election is all about Brexit, it's not exactly a vote of confidence, is it, in Theresa May's strategy of leaving the single market and saying that she wants to bring down immigration as a red line?
As I say, I felt for Eurosceptic voters, Corbyn did enough to box it off. And it then became about other things. It became about a catastrophic Tory manifesto. Social care argument, no costings, which seems extraordinary.
Just to cut in, apologies, because we are going to Clacton. This, of course, was the one seat that UKIP won. Let's find out what happened.
The Senate election is as follows. Grace David Warburton, Liberal Democrats, 887. Martin Nicholas Keith, commonly known as Nick, Independent, 210. Oakley Paul James, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 3,357. Osbin Natasha Kaleem, commonly known as Tasha, Labour Party, 11,203. Shearer Caroline Amanda, Independent, 449. Southall Christopher, commonly known as Chris, Green Party, 719. Tilbrook Robin Charles William, English Democrats, putting England first, 289. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 27,031.
Conservatives winning Clacton very convincingly, but just look at that UKIP result. 3,357 votes for the UKIP candidate. Nigel Farage, that is a catastrophic result for UKIP in Clacton.
As I say, firstly, I don't think UKIP's been seen to be relevant in this election. Secondly, you know, the party itself, in terms of any campaigning machine, any sort of central messaging, it's lost an awful lot of that.
Is it over for UKIP?
Well, it may just be beginning, because if Mr Corbyn, I mean, it looks at the moment on the numbers that probably May, with the DUP, will just be over the line. But hey, who's to say what's going to happen in the next few hours? If tomorrow we finished up with Jeremy Corbyn forming a coalition with Liberal Democrats and the SNP, I would assume the price would be a second referendum 2 years down the road, and I think in that case there'd be a lot of space for UKIP.
What do you think the future is for the Labour Party? It was deeply divided going into this election. Lots of people privately hoping, potentially, that if Jeremy Corbyn ended up losing this election, he would resign and then a more so-called moderate candidate would take his place. Were there now Labour?
I mean, I don't know. I think if Jeremy Corbyn has led the Labour Party to considerable gains in terms of seats, then his position clearly is strengthened, just as Theresa May's position has been profoundly weakened. But I still think we have to understand that the Labour Party, this is now the several successive elections now that we have not won, and we've still got to get back to a position where we are trusted by the people to form a government.
Well, the man himself is about to speak. Jeremy Corbyn there, walking onto the stage in Islington, ready for his count. Let's have a listen in.
This is a declaration of result of poll at the election of a Member of Parliament for Islington North on Thursday, the 8th of June 2017. I, Leslie Seary, being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Islington North constituency, held on Thursday, the 8th of June 2017, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Keith Angus, Liberal Democrats, 4946. Suzanne Nundy, known as Suzanne Cameron Blackie, Independent, 41. James Tovey Clark, Conservatives, 6871. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, Labour Party, 40086.
Jeremy Corbyn very comfortably winning his seat there, 40,000 votes. And just to say, last time he got 29,659, so that is an incredible result for Jeremy Corbyn, the leader of the Labour Party.
208. Keith Graham Fraser, UK Independence Party, 413. Nigel George Averill Barrow, known as Nigel Knapp, the official monster raving loony party, 106. James William Martin, known as Bill Martin, the Socialist Party GB, 21. Andres Mendoza, the Communist League, 7. Caroline Russell, Green Party, 2229. The total number of ballot papers rejected is as follows. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 40. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 82. The turnout was 73.6%, and I do hereby declare that the said Jeremy Bernard Corbyn is duly elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the Islington North constituency.
Jeremy Corbyn there, re-elected with a pretty gigantic majority of 33,215 votes. He's increased his vote share. It's up 12.7%. You can see the Conservatives dropping there nearly 5%.
And I first of all want to thank Leslie Seary and her staff for the way this election has been conducted. And I know all the pressures that are put on to the staff to achieve this. Thank you very much to you and all the staff here tonight and all those that run our democratic services in this borough. I also want to particularly thank the police for their work today and their work last night in helping to ensure that the crowds were all safe, but also all the work they did last weekend during the horrors of the attack that took place on London Bridge and the borough. It shows the importance of a fully staffed police service to make sure we're all kept safe at all times. And I do thank the police for their work last weekend and today. It's an enormous honour to be elected to represent Islington North for the 9th time in Parliament, and I'm very, very honoured and humbled by the size of the vote that has been cast for me tonight as the Labour candidate, and I pledge to represent the people of Islington North in the best way that I possibly can, and to continue to learn from them as well as represent them at the same time, because I believe representation is as much about listening as about telling other people. And so I do thank the people for their support. I also want to say a huge thank you to Islington North Labour Party, to our agent Catherine Sloan, and all the other people that have worked so hard in this campaign. And unfortunately, or maybe from their point of view fortunately, I've been out on the road for most of the last 6 weeks, and so they've been holding the fort and working incredibly hard, and I'm very, very grateful to them for all that they've done. I'm also very grateful to all of my family and to my wife Laura and to all the people that have worked so hard in our team at Labour Party head office as well as in the constituency office here for achieving this incredible result tonight in Islington and the results that are coming in from all over the country. In terms of Islington, this is the highest turnout at any election in Islington since 1951. It's the largest ever vote received for a winning candidate ever in the history of this borough, and I'm very proud of it and very humble and very grateful to the people of Islington for this result. This election was called in order for the Prime Minister to gain a large majority in order to assert her authority. And the election campaign has gone on for the past 6 weeks. I've travelled the whole country. I've spoken at events and rallies all over the country. And you know what? Politics has changed. And politics isn't going back into the box where it was before. Because what's happened is people have said they've had quite enough of austerity politics. They've had quite enough of cuts in public expenditure, underfunding our health service, underfunding our schools and our education service, and not giving our young people the chance they deserve in our society. And I'm very, very proud of the campaign that my party has run, our manifesto for the many, not the few. And I'm very proud of the results that are coming in all over the country tonight of people voting for hope for the future and turning their backs on austerity. And so, if there is a message...
Well, we're now seeing Theresa May arrive at her count.
Prime Minister, are you going to resign, Prime Minister?
Not saying much, won't tell Kay Burley whether she's going to resign. Labour has now reached 150 seats, and we are approaching the halfway mark where half the seats have been declared. It should also be said that we've seen quite a lot of seats changing hands during that sequence coming from Islington.
Do you want to go up the steps? Do you want to go up the steps?
Well, seeing Mrs May arrive in Maidenhead, be interesting to see what happens to her majority. Conservatives making a gain there in Dagenham and Rainham. That means that John Cruddas the self-styled Labour intellectual has lost his seat. We're also seeing Conservatives holding in Cambridgeshire.
Can we have the candidates and agents, please?
And they also held on in Cambridge. Candidates are being called forward, so we're very close to the declaration in Maidenhead. Sinn Féin making another gain from the SDLP there. Of course, Mrs May will be speaking after her count is declared. Normally, when the candidates and agents are called forward, that is a moment about 5 minutes away from the declaration, so we'll have to see that. But we are now seeing Labour making another gain in Scotland. I mean, they are having an incredible evening in Scotland. They've got back Gordon Brown's old seat there. Lewis, these results are coming in thick and fast. Lewis and Ed, just give us a few thoughts.
I mean, one thing that's becoming really clear now is what a massive miscalculation the Conservatives...
John McDonnell back in Hazen.
John McDonnell back in there, but not John Cruddas in Dagenham, which is one of the few bright spots of the Conservatives in London. What a big miscalculation Theresa May and the Conservatives made about the UKIP votes. Everyone thought, didn't they, that simply UKIP would go, all the UKIP voters would transfer over to the Conservative Party because they'd be incensed about Brexit. They wanted to ensure that they would secure a hard Brexit. Look at somewhere like Ipswich. The result in Ipswich, where Ben Gummer has lost his seat, UKIP vote down by 9%, Labour up by 10%, the Conservatives only up by 1%. And that's a picture you're seeing repeated all over the country, particularly in seats even where UKIP didn't even stand. So in seats like Wirral West, for example, where the Conservatives only needed 0.5% to gain it from Labour, Labour gained from the collapse in UKIP. So clearly...
Well, there's a Labour gain in
so
Bedford there.
I mean, astounding. We're even hearing that there's a recount in Canterbury, where again there's not a UKIP candidate standing, and Canterbury has been a Conservative seat by my reckoning since 1835, when Stephen Rumbold Lushington held the seat.
Ed, let's have a look at the battleground first of all in England.
Yeah, because I mean, what we're seeing here, at the start of the night, we put together some of these seats. The kind of traditional swingometer screen that you've probably seen elsewhere. We put together a screen like this, and this was supposed to be where the Conservatives were picking up seats. All of these, currently Labour, or at least before tonight, were Labour seats. These were the ones the Tories were aiming for. Not just this column, this is the smallest swing, the most marginal seats. They were hoping to fill this column in blue as well, and potentially this column as well, to get that big majority that they had hoped for. But just look at it now. I mean, look at this side of our board. This was supposed to be painted blue all the way from here through to the other side with Conservative gains. Instead, you can see just a couple of them. Copeland, well, that was already Conservative in the by-election, and Walsall North.
Corbyn.
We are live in Maidenhead. The Prime Minister has arrived just a short time ago. She's standing with the other 12 candidates just at the moment. Just looking at her into one corner of the stadium here, the Magnet Leisure Centre. As I said, 12 other candidates standing here as well, including the leader of the Monster Raving Loony Party. She's standing, as I can see, next to Lord Buckethead, and also with me here on the platform as we wait for the declaration. It's a foregone conclusion, isn't it, Robert Nisbet? But what a terrible night she's had.
Yeah, this is one of the safest seats in the country, so it would be an enormous upset should she see her 29,000 vote majority overturned. But I honestly, Kay, I can't believe that I was actually shouting that question, are you going to resign, Prime Minister, as she came into the room. I've spent the last few weeks with her and the Conservative campaign, and at every turn, at every stage, even when things weren't going their way, when the manifesto started to unravel, there was a quiet confidence in the team that they believed that they could return a larger majority to strengthen her negotiating hand in Brexit. They believed that by trying to target those UKIP voters, both left, Labour and Conservative, former UKIP supporters, they could succeed as they take to the stage now.
Yeah, it looks like wearing the same outfit that she wore when she met up with Donald Trump. She was over to Washington just a few days after he was inaugurated as the President of the United States, so moving towards the stage now. I did also ask her what went wrong. She must be asking herself that too.
I think, and also her team, Sir Linton Crosby, the guru who helped David Cameron to his victory. What they banked on was two main messages, that basically she could deliver the strong and stable leadership that could deliver for Britain in the Brexit negotiation, but also capitalising on what they perceived were the weaknesses of the Labour leader. And they thought that that could turn Labour strongholds, especially Brexit-supporting Labour marginals, to them. But what we have seen tonight is while the UKIP vote has collapsed, it hasn't gone completely over to the Conservatives. It's been split between the Conservatives and Labour, and that means that they have not won the seats that they were expecting to do so. So the problem is here, is she now damaged goods? Because there will be some within the Conservative Party, and I have been talking to some who have been very unhappy with the way the campaign has been run. Will they now look at her and say she is not the person to lead us into the negotiations, which, remember, start in 11 days' time? But what if we're talking about coalitions and who is going to pull together a coalition as we're nearing that Brexit negotiating deadline?
Here comes the declaration.
Returning officer at the election held on Thursday, the 8th of June 2017, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate at the election is as follows. Batten Gerard Joseph, UK Independence Party, 871. Halamer Yamasak, known as Yemi Halameri, Independent, 16. Harvey Jonathan David, known as Lord Buckethead, 249. Hill Anthony Charles, known as Tony Hill, Liberal Democrats, 6,540. Hope Allen, known as Howlin' Lord Hope, the official monster raving loony party, 119. Knight Andrew David, Animal Welfare Party, 282. May Theresa Mary, the Conservative Party candidate, 37,718. MacDonald Patrick Scarfield, known as Pat MacDonald, Labour Party, 11,261. Reid Julian Michael Ivor, the Just Political Party, 52. Smith Bobby, known as Bobby Elmo Smith, 3. Smith Grant Jonathan, Independent, 152. Victor Edmonds, Christian People's Alliance, 69. Wall Derek Norman, Green Party, 907. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 19. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 3. Being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty, 86. Rejected in part, 0. Total rejected votes, 108. I hereby declare that Theresa Mary, the Conservative Party candidate, has been duly elected. I'd like to ask the successful candidate to come up.
So a few words from Theresa May. She had nothing to say to us when she walked into the stadium. Let's see if she has anything more to say now about this massive miscalculation that she made.
Thank you very much. And first of all, may I
on behalf of myself and all of the candidates, thank the returning officer and all her staff for the hard work that they have put in today in running this election here in the Maidenhead constituency. Can I also thank the police who have had an extra job here tonight in ensuring the security of this event. And thank you to all those who have once again supported me as the Member of Parliament for Maidenhead. It is a huge honour and a privilege to be elected as the Member of Parliament for this constituency, and I pledge that I will continue to work for all my constituents as I have done over the period of time that I have been your Member of Parliament. As I say, it's a huge honour. This is a wonderful constituency, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to see improvements, further improvements, for the life of those who are living here in the Maidenhead constituency. As we look more widely across the country, of course, returns are still coming in. We have yet to see the full picture emerging. Votes are still being counted. But at this time, more than anything else, this country needs a period of stability. And if, as the indications have shown, if this is correct, that the Conservative Party has won the most seats and probably the most votes, then it will be incumbent on us to ensure that we have that period of stability, and that is exactly what we will do. I would like to thank all those across the country who have voted for the Conservative Party today. As we ran this campaign, we set out to consider the issues that are the key priorities for the British people. Getting the Brexit deal right, ensuring that we both identify and show how we can address the big challenges facing our country, doing what is in the national interest. That is always what I have tried to do in my time as a Member of Parliament, and my resolve to do that is the same this morning as it always has been. As we look ahead and we wait to see what the final results will be, I know that, as I say, the country needs a period of stability, and whatever the results are, the Conservative Party will ensure that we fulfil our duty in ensuring that stability so that we can all, as one country, go forward together. Thank you.
The Prime Minister said nothing as she walked into the stadium, the leisure centre here, but she had a few more words to say immediately off the stage. We're guessing that she's going to go right out the back door. Yep, there she goes. Does not want to talk to any journalists today. What a catastrophic miscalculation she made.
She looked wrecked. Looking at her face, she looked defeated, even though she obviously has won her constituency with pretty much the same majority as before. That was the same face that we saw the Welsh Manifesto launch as it started to unravel, and they had to backtrack on the social care provisions written inside it. And the question after question, myself included, we're talking about, a manifesto of chaos. She started to look like that. So we've seen that face before. What I thought was interesting just at the end, what she was saying there, she seemed to be alluding to what may happen constitutionally, that she is talking about stability is important and the Conservative Party will ensure that. That suggests that she's not going to go immediately, but she'll stick around as we approach that negotiating deadline day.
If that's her choice. I mean, she talks about a period of stability, but the Conservative Party, before the exit polls, thought they were going to have a 60, 70 seat majority. That has completely fallen away. There'll be a lot of people within the party who want her gone, and gone quickly.
There will be. There will be some who will view her as damaged goods. The fact that she took a big political gamble. Remember, the Conservative Party isn't particularly sentimental when it comes to hanging on to its leaders if they think they've made a mistake, and she may be just about to find that out. And I think the issue that warps all of this, that takes it out of the usual narratives as we approach, this situation where there's a party perhaps with no overall control, are these Brexit negotiations. They're starting within just a matter of days, as she's been telling us repeatedly. That's what gives this a sense of urgency. And also the Conservative Party may not be able to kill the Queen just yet, because they need her to go into those Brexit negotiations.
OK, Fionnau, thanks so much indeed. Thanks a lot. She would not answer my question about whether she is going to step down. She wouldn't answer why it all went so catastrophically wrong. That will come clearer, I suppose, in the days and weeks ahead. But for now, Tim Farron's having a good one, isn't he, Anna?
He is indeed. He's just making a statement there, thanking, in fact, the police who kept him secure. It's getting very tight here, I have to say, Kay. In fact, we had to have a bundle recount a short time ago. As you can see, he's on stage right now, thanking people. Let's hear him now.
Thank you to all of my team. I have the best team in the world, and I don't want to at all single anybody out, except perhaps for Paul Trollope. But there's other people as well who deserve a huge round of applause, and you know who you are. I am enormously grateful to all of you. Special thank you to my wife, Rosie, and my kids who put up with quite a lot all the time, frankly, but particularly during these last 50 days or so. Britain is, I think, a rather divided country, and it massively saddens me. We have a situation now where hopefully, maybe, politicians may learn that calling referendums and general elections to suit your party rather than suiting the country is something to be avoided. This is a moment where we as a country need genuinely to come together and find collective solutions that work for all of us. These are times which can be seen as dark, but they can be much brighter if we choose to work together. For me, being our Member of Parliament here in Westmoreland and Lonsdale is the most astonishing honour. As I knocked on doors today and came across people we've managed to rehouse over the last 12 years, people who we've helped in their health conditions, people who've had all sorts of personal and family difficulties, large and small, you realise who it is I want to win for, and who it is tonight I dedicate my win to. I dedicate my win tonight to the thousands and thousands of people of Westmoreland and Lonsdale who I am honoured to represent in Parliament. I always said from day one 12 years ago, I will be and will always be Westmoreland's man in Westminster, never Westminster's man in Westmoreland. I'm astonishingly proud tonight to continue to represent you. It is an absolute dream to do that and an enormous privilege. Thank you very much indeed.
So a dig there from Tim Farron towards Theresa May for calling this general election. No doubt also a dig towards David Cameron for calling the Brexit referendum, and even Nicola Sturgeon possibly for suggesting there should be another independence referendum in Scotland. Certainly it does appear that they are losing seats up in Scotland, including Dunbartonshire East. And I see that actually the Lib Dems have just taken or regained Eastbourne as well. Stephen Lloyd returning there, as does Vince Cable, and as I mentioned, Joe Swinson in Dunbartonshire East. So it's beginning to be a better night, certainly, for the Liberal Democrats. Sophie.
Well, one man who looks like he's having a very good night indeed is Jeremy Corbyn, who looked very happy when he was re-elected as the MP for Islington North. Let's have a listen into what he had to say, because he had some very stern words for the Prime Minister, Theresa May.
This election was called. This election was called in order to, for the Prime Minister to gain a larger majority in order to assert her authority. And the election campaign has gone on for the past 6 weeks. I've travelled the whole country. I've spoken at events and rallies all over the country. And you know what? Politics has changed. And politics isn't going back into the box where it was before. Because what's happened is people have said they've had quite enough of austerity politics. They've had quite enough of cuts in public expenditure, underfunding our health service, underfunding our schools and our education service, and not giving our young people the chance they deserve in our society. And I'm very, very proud of the campaign that my party has run, our manifesto for the many, not the few. And I'm very proud of the results that are coming in all over the country tonight of people voting for hope for the future and turning their backs on austerity. And so, if there is a message from tonight's result is this. The Prime Minister called the election because she wanted a mandate. Well, the mandate she's got is lost Conservative seats, lost votes, lost support and lost confidence. I would have thought that's enough to go, actually, and make way for a government that will be truly representative of all of the people of this country.
Well, as Jeremy Corbyn was just speaking there, we have heard that Paul Nuttall has failed to win the seat of Boston and Skegness for UKIP, he didn't even come second, he came in third place there. The Conservatives hanging on in Boston and Skegness. Matt Warman re-elected, and look, minus 26% for Paul Nuttall, not a good result for the leader of UKIP. Well, let's talk now to Baroness Shami Chakrabarti, who is Labour's Shadow Attorney General and joins us now. Well, we heard there Jeremy Corbyn calling on Theresa May to resign. Should she?
Well, I think the point that Jeremy's making is that she called this election because she thought she was going to get a landslide. She called this election to get a personal mandate. She'd not previously been elected, even as leader of her party. She was crowned, and she'd not won a general election. She had a working majority, but she thought, because she read the polls and she took her advice, that she would get a thumping majority. And then she ran actually a pretty negative campaign, and it's not been rewarded.
At the same time, though, it does look like the Conservatives, according to the exit poll, will emerge as the largest party. So if the UK does need some stability, maybe there is an argument that she should stay on.
Well, we will see what the numbers are, to be honest, later this morning. But the first thing I want to say is whoever is in number 10 later today, terrorists tried to disrupt this democratic process and they did not succeed. And it was incredibly moving today to see pictures in the media, pictures from all over this country, people queuing up to vote. Let's be clear, people tried to disrupt this process and they did not succeed. Young people coming out in their droves, people, and I've just experienced this as a newcomer to party politics in recent months, people getting involved in politics who never had been actively involved before. And that's the kind of campaign that Jeremy's run, and that's the kind of politics that we have now. And yes, he's been a star, no question, but he isn't the only star of this campaign. I think he'd be the first to admit that our manifesto was the ultimate star of this campaign. It was anti-austerity. It was for the many, not the few. It was making this country fair, and it just seems to have caught fire, which is wonderful.
So if Jeremy Corbyn's such a star, your manifesto is such a star, why haven't you won a majority then?
Well, you know, we've come a long way. I don't even want to dare be too positive because we don't know what the final result is, but I suspect that wherever we get to, we will have confounded a lot of cynics, a lot of people in the political and media establishment who didn't have Jeremy on speed dial and therefore didn't think it was okay for him to be leader of the party. And the great thing about an election campaign is that there's space to listen. And the broadcast media are fairer and more neutral. Our party's united in this campaign, and it's just all been incredibly exciting and positive for our democracy, I think.
Now, while we've been talking, we're hearing that there's been a recount in Hastings and Rye. Now, that, of course, is the constituency of the Home Secretary, Amber Rudd. Things very close there, even just 300 votes in it. I mean, obviously, the Conservative Party is still getting to grips with what this result means. Do you think Labour will be trying to work out if they can form a government if there is a hung parliament?
If there's a hung parliament, we will try and form a government. That's the job of the Labour Party. In the end, we can't put the manifesto into practice unless we're in government. So I have no doubt that if the numbers make that tenable, we'll be trying to form a government. But if even Amber Rudd is having recounts, there's been a miscalculation here, and I think the lesson for anyone in politics is just don't take people for granted and don't play nasty attack personality politics. Get the policies, get the manifestos, and it's a new politics. And Jeremy's right in that speech. Whatever happens, people have sent a signal that they want our style of politics as well as the values to change.
OK, Baroness Chakrabarti, thank you for your thoughts.
Bye. OK, well, here in Boston and Skegness, a disastrous night for Paul Nuttall, the leader of UKIP. He snuck in just really moments before the declaration was made. He actually came third, losing 26.1% of the vote. Let's have a listen to that declaration.
Gilbert Michael William, Blue Revolution, 283. Kenny Paul Robert, Labour Party, 10,699. Nuttall Paul Andrew, UKIP, 3,308. Percival Vicky Patricia, Green Party candidate, 547. Smith Philip, Liberal Democrat, 771. Warman Matthew Robert, Conservative Party candidate, 27,271. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, 11.
Well, Boston and Skegness there, where Paul Nuttall came third and had a massive swing against him. Must be questions whether he'll remain the leader of UKIP, which is having a very poor night. But let's look at the picture nationwide now of how things have gone tonight. And as you see now, with over 400 seats in, Labour Party have the most seats at the moment, 193. They're up 20. The Conservatives have 179. They are down 9. The SNP are on 28. They are down 13. Now, that's an interesting one. The Liberal Democrats, they are on 8. That is what they're now on 9, just another gain coming in there. That is better than they had in the last Parliament, so good night for them. UKIP not scoring. That was that gain in Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross. And now we're seeing Nicola Sturgeon, Scottish First Minister, reacting to a poor night for her party.
That said, clearly it's a disappointing result. We've lost some tremendous MPs, obviously particularly and very personally disappointed that Angus Robertson lost his seat. He has been an outstanding MP, but also an outstanding leader of the SNP in the House of Commons, and he'll be a big loss, not just to Murray, but to parliamentary politics in Westminster as well. A number of factors, I think. I mean, clearly we didn't necessarily anticipate the late surge to Jeremy Corbyn, which appeared very late in the campaign and wasn't reflected in the Scottish opinion polls. Of course, there is clearly uncertainty around Brexit and independence, which, you know, clearly will be a factor in tonight's result. So, you know, a lot of thinking for the SNP to do. But let's not lose sight of the fact this is our second best ever result in a Westminster election. We have won the election, and I congratulate all of the SNP MPs who've been re-elected.
What does it mean for your mandate for IndyRef2?
Oh, look, you know, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Like most politicians, I've had no sleep, so I'm not going to take any rash decisions. Clearly, I have to reflect on the result of the election, and I will take time to do that, but it would be, I think, the wrong thing for me to do at this hour, to take decisions before having had the opportunity to properly think about it. But properly think about it, I will certainly do.
We're hearing Alex Salmond's lost his seat.
Look, we haven't heard confirmation of that yet, and you know, we may hear that over the next period. Obviously, I hope very much that's not the case. I will be bitterly disappointed if it is. Alec is the person in politics in the SNP that I'm closest to, and I've been closest to for a long time. He's one of my closest friends. He's been a mentor to me throughout my entire political career, so I'm very much hoping that he'll be re-elected, but obviously we have to wait and see, and hopefully not have to wait too much longer.
Could Jeremy Corbyn be your new closest friend?
Look, we have to wait and see. I mean, I think the other thing that you know, UK-wide certainly has to be said tonight is that this is a disaster for Theresa May. You know, she called an election clearly very arrogantly thinking that she was going to crush the opposition, sweep everybody aside and cruise to a landslide majority. You know, her position, I think, is very, very difficult. Now, you know, we have to wait and see how things shake out. But, you know, I've always said the SNP would want to be part of a progressive alternative to a Tory government. But, you know, there's a number of seats still to be declared. We have to wait and see how the end result goes. But look, you know, I'm not going to stand here and say I'm not disappointed at the SNP losses. But, you know, before 2015, the maximum number of seats that the SNP had ever held at Westminster was 11. We had 6 going into the 2015 election. This is our second best ever result, and we've won the election in Scotland. We've got more seats. It looks likely we'll have more seats than all the other parties combined. So I congratulate all MPs who've been elected for whatever party tonight. I'm disappointed at the SNP losses, but I'm pleased that we've won the election.
First Minister, do you regret calling IndyRef2?
So that was Nicola Sturgeon expressing some disappointment, but still saying she was going to have more than half the seats in Scotland. She's nearly there. She only needs a couple more, although the SNP are down 14. She's a rare party leader and First Minister of the state who actually speaks to reporters and answers their questions. Perhaps that's... has a lesson for the others. Now, we are seeing that Labour are holding most of their seats, which means that Labour's Clive Lewis is back in Norwich, and he joins me now. Mr. Lewis, where do you think tonight's set of results leaves the country? It's surely in a more unstable position, isn't it?
Well, we don't know what the final outcome is, but yes, it does look slightly unstable. And I think for a Prime Minister who called this election in her own personal and party's interest, this is a disaster. And she now, if it is her tomorrow or in the next 11 days, that goes into those negotiations, she's going to be the laughing stock. And I think that's bad for the whole country. She bet the House on a Tory landslide, and she's been delivered a big slap. And I don't think that's going to look good. It's weakened her negotiating position. That's bad for the country. But, you know, look, who knows? We don't know what's going to happen in the next kind of 24 hours or so. It could be Jeremy Corbyn going into those negotiating rooms. I don't think he's going to be naked, actually, if he goes in as well.
What happens to the Labour Party now? I mean, you're clearly saying you'd like to see Jeremy Corbyn emerge as Prime Minister, but after all the divisions of the last few years, do you think the Labour Party can actually unite behind him?
Look, I think for a lot of people who've been critical of Jeremy, I think it's a time for a pause and for some reflection. You know, the manifesto that was drawn up, and Jeremy Corbyn himself, we were told by the pundits, by the pollsters, by your own colleagues, that Jeremy Corbyn and Labour were going to be wiped off the face of the map. He came out with a manifesto of hope in comparison to a dismal manifesto of thin gruel and despair that the Tories came up with, and set a new standard. And I think this manifesto has given people hope. We were told it was, it was impossible, it was a dreamer, it wasn't going to happen. Well, I think people need to have a kind of period of reflection. Let's not get carried away. We haven't won, but there's certainly a kind of Dunkirkian spirit to this. You know, Churchill said you don't win wars by retreating, but we all know Dunkirk was a turning point. I think Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour Party have produced a manifesto which I think is potentially a turning point in British politics, certainly in terms of Labour politics. It shifted things, I think, and I think now the other parties, the Conservative Party in particular, need to be wary of what we've done, and they need to take stock of what they said, of what they've put forward and what we have. We'd offered hope, they've offered despair, and a large number of the British people have opted for hope, and I'm really pleased about that.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Lewis. Let's go to Vauxhall in South London now. This is the seat of Kate Hoey. There has been a consistent campaign against her because Vauxhall was heavily for Remain. Kate Hoey was one of the Labour MPs championing Leave the European Union.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. If I could have some quiet, I can do the announcement for the Vauxhall constituency. So this is declaration of the result of poll. I, Sean Harris, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Vauxhall constituency are as follows. Mark Chapman, Pirate Party UK, 172. Gulnar Imtiaz Hasnain, Green Party, 1,152. Catherine Letitia Hoey, commonly known as Kate Hoey, Labour Party, 31,000.
Well, that looks like a Labour hold. Kate Hoey appears to have been re-elected.
Harini Iyengar, Women's Equality Party, 539. Dorothy Rose Zarina Thies, commonly known as Dolly Thies, Conservative Party, 10,277. And George Nicholas Turner, Liberal Democrats, 11,326.
Well, a handsome win for Kate Hoey there, more than 50% of the votes. Kate Hoey, Labour hold Vauxhall, one of the most independent-minded of Labour MPs is re-elected, and that takes Labour up to the 200-seat mark. Kate Hoey, of course, a native of Northern Ireland. Let's look now at what has been happening in Northern Ireland tonight in this election. And that's how it stands. The vote share, 39.6% for the DUP. Sinn Féin, 26.7%. And SDLP in third place. We're also seeing Theresa May now coming down the M4, heading back to Downing Street. Must be a question mark how long she's going to stay there now. Possibility that she might be removed as Conservative leader or might decide to resign. She's promising to give the party stability, heading towards London there. Well, let's go back to Northern Ireland. We were just showing you the results there, but I'm joined now by Arlene Foster, the First Minister designate of Northern Ireland. And Arlene Foster, if the Tories need it, will the DUP back the Conservatives in a hung parliament?
Well, first of all, it's been a great election here in Northern Ireland for the Democratic Unionist people. We put forward a plan that was based on putting forward a positive vision for the Union. People bought into that and they have backed us, and delighted that we have 2 extra MPs now returned to Westminster. It is, of course, too soon to say what's going to happen in relation to the wider national picture, and we'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow morning. We need to wait and see what decision Theresa May takes in relation to her own future, and then we'll have to reflect on all of that going forward.
Because the assumption would be that she's going to need your support one way or another.
Well, as I say, we'll have to wait and see what the final outlook is, and then we'll reflect on it. It's now after 4 o'clock in the morning. It's been a very long day, but a very good day for the Union in Northern Ireland, and a good day for us in terms of the party.
What do you think the chances are now that you are going to get a devolved government going again in Northern Ireland?
Well, we always said this election was about 3 things. It was about the Union, obviously, but it was also about giving me a mandate to go back in and to restore devolution, and also to get the best deal for Northern Ireland in terms of our exit from the European Union. So in terms of devolution, we want to see devolution returned as quickly as possible. Sinn Féin have been putting up a number of demands that they need dealt with before they will go into devolution, but we have always said that we have no red lines. We want devolution up and running as quickly as possible to deal with the day-to-day running of Northern Ireland. I
mean, taking the UK as a whole and the fact that the Conservative Party have not gone forward, that would seem to be a message from the electorate to think again about hard Brexit and maybe try and keep some of the customs union or single market that the Conservative manifesto turned its back on.
Well, I think it would be wrong to draw conclusions in relation to that at this early stage. No doubt there will be many people looking into the reasons for the Conservative vote today. In terms of our position in Northern Ireland, no one wants to see a hard Brexit. What we want to see is a workable plan to leave the European Union. That's what the national vote was about, and therefore we need to get on with that. But we need to do it in a way that respects the specific circumstances of Northern Ireland and, of course, our shared history and geography with the Republic of Ireland.
Because it seems as if, as far as Northern Ireland is concerned, it's more polarised than it was before this election, in the sense that both the DUP and Sinn Féin are becoming dominant in their sides of the discussion about the future of Ireland. Would you agree with that? It's a more divided country, Northern Ireland, rather than a more united one.
No, I don't accept that at all. I think that's a very pejorative way to look at the election result. I think people who are unionist wanted to vote for a team that was going to be standing up for them in Westminster. They wanted to be part of a larger team, and therefore they chose the Democratic Unionist Party because they believed that that would happen. And so it has been the case. And indeed, even in constituencies where we knew we weren't going to win the seat, people have turned out and increased the vote for the DUP. And I think that's a very good sign, because it means very much much that people see their future within the United Kingdom.
And what's the answer on the border when Northern Ireland is out of the European Union?
Well, as I said, no one wants to see a hard border. Sinn Féin talk about it a lot, but none of us want to see a hard border. Certainly that's not what the Dublin government wants to see, it's not what the London government wants to see, and it's not what Stormont wants to see. So therefore we have to work through that using all of the technology available to us to make sure that we can continue with our common travel area, which of course was in place before the European Union membership, and to work in a very proactive way to work with our ports and our airports to make sure that there's no border between us and the rest of the United Kingdom.
So you think technology is the answer?
I think technology is certainly part of the answer. I also think that we can learn from our European friends, where there are already, of course, borders in place between EU countries and non-EU countries. So there are ways in which to deal with this. And of course, if you look at the Lisbon Treaty, it talks about the fact that the European Union wants to have good relationships with neighbouring countries, and I hope that they will want to have good relationships with Northern Ireland in terms of our relationship with the Republic of Ireland.
And finally, just suppose that Jeremy Corbyn ends up Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Can you work with him?
Well, I've always said that we found it very difficult to work with Jeremy Corbyn because of his support for the IRA. I know he has tried to wiggle his way out of that one by saying he was a supporter of the peace process. Of course, those of us who have lived through the troubles here in Northern Ireland know that he was nothing of the sort. He wanted to support the IRA. He wasn't acting as an honest broker. He certainly wasn't engaging with unionists. So I think we would find it incredibly difficult to work with Jeremy Corbyn.
Arlene Foster, congratulations on a good night for the DUP. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We're seeing pictures there on your screen of the motorcade carrying the Prime Minister and Conservative leader Theresa May back to London, where she's got a lot of hard thinking to do.
Well, as Theresa May heads back to London, let's bring in our panel to discuss the results of the night so far. We're joined by Sir Craig Oliver, the former Director of Communications for David Cameron in Number 10, and also Sam Tarry, who's the former campaign manager for Jeremy Corbyn. Sir Craig, let's talk to you first. From Theresa May's speech, it seemed to me like she was going to try and hang on, saying that the country needs a period of stability. If the Conservatives are the largest party, then it's incumbent on them to provide that stability. Do you think she will be able to?
I think that's a holding speech at the moment. I think she still wants to see what happens when all the information's in. At the moment, it's looking incredibly hard. Remember, not that long ago, people were talking about triple-digit majority, and that anything under a majority of 50 would have been a disaster. And that's the real problem here, is expectations were set at such a high level that it now looks like a catastrophic loss, even though they may get more seats than the Labour Party. And the Labour Party, coming from a very low base, look like they've done incredibly well and being presented almost as winners, even though they may not get more seats.
Sam Tarry, do you think that's true, that Jeremy Corbyn's effectively benefited from having such low expectations at the beginning of the campaign?
I think absolutely, and I think people that thought that a manifesto that was clearly aimed at winning back support in our working class kind of heartlands from UKIP, you know, the people who thought that, you know, he was just a liberal kind of Islington kind of elite and that there was no connection with those people, they've been absolutely confounded. I mean, we're seeing now Labour winning up to 40% in some seats straight back from UKIP, and I think that's absolutely remarkable for me. Over the last few weeks, you know, I campaigned in Oldham, I've campaigned in Dagenham, I've campaigned in key seats where the UKIP vote was going to be definitive, and I think that for me is the story of this election. If the Tories had done what they set out at the start, to go after those so-called, you know, working class kind of voters, then clearly they set out to do that, put their kind of policies forward, but misjudged it absolutely catastrophically.
So is it the campaign then that's to blame?
Yeah, well, and went for a real realignment so that you're taking over the working class voters who'd gone to UKIP from Labour, assuming you could take them, but in the meantime alienating a lot of Liberal people. Now, David Cameron put together a coalition that won a majority in 2015. That was from Liberals and traditional Shire Tories. Now, a lot of those Liberals look like they flaked away from the Conservative Party, alienated by this approach, which seems to have failed in terms of winning over that UKIP vote.
OK, a very quick thought from you, Sam Tarry, because we don't have much time, but what would you say now to Labour MPs who perhaps were not convinced by Apologies, actually, I'm not going to have time to speak to you. Sorry, Santari. Back to you now, Adam, because we do have a forecast.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Sophie. Well, you can see both the main parties have now passed 200, and as the rural seats come in, the Conservatives catching up on Labour, 206 to 209. Turnout in this election is up on 2015. And as we see in terms of percentages of the vote, both Labour and Conservatives are up. All of which means that our experts, headed by Professor Michael Thrasher of Plymouth University, can now bring a revised update to our Sky News forecast. This is our assessment of the likely result of this general election. We are forecasting a hung parliament, with Mrs May having somewhere between 315 and 325 seats. That's a range of just 10, of course, and it is short of the 326 for an overall majority. Professor Thrasher is with me. Of course, the exit poll 314, so you're pretty close.
Yes, but we've got more data, we've got more real results, Adam, and when we look at those seats that are to come, it's very hard indeed to see the Conservatives reaching that magic mark of 326, and therefore our forecast is the upper range 325, which is of course exactly half the number of seats in the House of Commons, and in terms of the arithmetic, not an overall majority. Crucially though, of course, Sinn Féin have gained seats, so therefore it could be that the actual required majority is somewhat less than that. So although the arithmetic says a hung parliament, it could be still that the Conservatives can run a majority government. But critically, she's lost the election in terms of the gamble that she tried to follow.
And net, you're saying she'll be down something between 6 and 16 seats.
Yes. Yeah, so it's a gamble that clearly hasn't paid. She's lost that.
And also interesting that the arithmetic is very dependent on Scotland and Northern Ireland, if you like, the most sort of detached parts of the UK as far as England's concerned.
And we'd also throw London into the equation there in terms of what happens in London. It could, 325 is the upper range, and therefore it could be that she falls even further away from that if the results in London go adversely for her.
And what we're also seeing is amongst those casualties some fairly prominent people. Look, again, there in Scotland, the Liberal Democrats have gained Edinburgh West. They are now on 10 seats, but Berwickshire, that was a key target for the Conservatives. They picked it up. I mean, it's a completely different story in Scotland.
That was the most marginal, that was their easiest target in Scotland, so it's hardly surprising that...
but Labour make it again in Lincoln.
Yes, and again, that was forecast on the model. So when you see seats that are forecast to go to Labour, it reinforces the strength, I think, now in terms of our estimate.
Yeah. So, at best, Mrs May had the prospect of 3 years of majority Conservative government, and instead we got a hung parliament.
Indeed.
Michael Thrasher, thank you.
You're watching Votes 2017, the results, live on Sky News. It's now 4 a.m. The polls closed 6 hours ago, and it's been an extraordinary night. Well, in the last couple of minutes, Sky News has forecast a hung parliament, with the Conservatives winning between 315 to 325 seats. That would mean that Theresa May falls just short of an overall majority. The Prime Minister, Theresa May, spoke after being re-elected in her constituency of Maidenhead, and she said that this country needs stability and it has to get Brexit right.
We set out to consider the issues that are the key priorities for the British people. Getting the Brexit deal right, ensuring that we both identify and show how we can address the big challenges facing our country. The country needs a period of stability, and whatever the results are, the Conservative Party will ensure that we fulfil our duty in ensuring that stability, so that we can all, as one country, go forward together.
But the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, said she made a mistake in calling a snap election just to get a mandate, and said the results so far prove she should resign.
The Prime Minister called the election because she wanted a mandate. Well, the mandate she's got is lost Conservative seats, lost votes, lost support and lost confidence. I would have thought that's enough to go, actually, and make way for a government that will be truly representative of all of the people of this country.
There was bad news for the former Lib Dem leader Nick Clegg, who lost his seat in Sheffield Hallam.
In my time in Parliament, I've never shirked from political battles. I've never retreated from the political battlefield. I've always sought to stand by the liberal values I believe in. You live by the sword and you die by the sword.
Maybe politicians may learn that calling referendums and general elections to suit your party rather than suiting the country is something to be avoided. This is a moment where we as a country need genuinely to come together and find collective solutions that work for all of us. These are times which can be seen as dark, but they can be much brighter if we choose to work together.
Well, let's get more now on the story of the night so far with Ed Conway.
Thanks, Sophie. Well, have a look at this. This is our screen showing you each of the constituencies across the UK, coloured in according to the results that we have so far. Obviously, more than half of the results now through and more coming in every moment. And just look at that, the changing complexion of UK politics. A lot more red than many people expected, a lot more red than there was last time around. Another one coming, Brent North to Labour there. Now let's just have a quick look at some of the seats that I think a lot of people were expecting to be the focal point of the evening, starting with, I think, this, because a lot of people thought it was going to be all about the Conservatives aiming for these targets, these marginal seats over here. They thought they had a really good chance of getting from Labour. So the city of Chester, that would have taken one of the smallest swings out there, just over 90 votes in it. The Tories were hoping to get Chester. They were hoping to get Brentford. That would have taken them to a 20-seat majority. They were hoping to get all the way down. They were hoping to paint this entire side of our screen blue, or at least all the way up to here. Certainly, they wanted a lot of blue here. And as it is, there are only 3 seats there that are blue. Copeland, they already had that from the by-election. Walsall North and Middlesbrough South. Compare what you're seeing there with our Labour targets. Look at this. All of these were blue at the start of the night, and now, look, you can see Labour winning seats all the way through, winning Gower, that was the most marginal seat in the country, winning Bedford, winning Lincoln, winning Ipswich, and putting Ben Gummer out of a job. He was widely tipped to be a future cabinet minister, potentially health minister, health secretary. Look at this as well. You're talking about seats that take enormous swings. Canterbury has been Conservative all the way through since the early 19th century, and there it is, a swing of getting up to 10% from Conservative to the Labour Party. And this, everyone, all of the pollsters expected that this was going to be primarily blue at the start of the night, but as it is, just look at those red seats eating in to that Conservative majority, with the net result, as you've just heard, that according to Michael Thrasher, the Conservatives look like they're not necessarily going to get to that majority this time.
You're looking at the latest pictures now of Theresa May. She's arrived back in London. She's going to the Conservative headquarters to try and talk to staff there at Tory HQ. That will be an interesting meeting, no doubt. Sir Craig Oliver is with us again. You were there in 2015 when David Cameron returned triumphant, really, to CCHQ. How do you imagine the atmosphere will be like tonight?
Well, I remember walking back in the room and David Cameron was just ahead of me and watching him, and the place just erupted. And he gave a very, very stirring speech, and it was very emotional. I imagine the scenes at CCHQ will be much, much more suppressed than that tonight, because everybody was expecting there to be a majority Conservative government, and that's just not come to pass.
There must be questions about the campaign as well, because it does appear that some miscalculation has gone on within the Conservative campaign.
I think there'll be a huge post-mortem that will go on for a long time. Why did they make the mistakes that were clearly in the manifesto? Why did they take those gambles? Were they right to follow a strategy of trying to win over these 4 million UKIP voters while alienating Liberal Conservatives as well? So I think there's going to be a big, big post-mortem into this, and it'll take quite a long time to work out what exactly went wrong.
I'm interested in your thoughts, Sam Terry, as someone who worked closely with Jeremy Corbyn. What would you say to those Labour MPs who, let's be honest, have not exactly been the biggest champions of Jeremy Corbyn?
Well, I think the first thing to say and comment is that clearly we now have a zombie Prime Minister. She's virtually the walking dead. I'll be astonished if she's even still the Prime Minister by the end of the week. There are people in CCHQ seeing her come in the door, probably sharpening up the knives, ready to plunge them into her back any minute or over the next few hours. I mean, this has been an utter disaster. She's failed from the off. You know, a hard Brexit that's clearly been rejected by a lot of people. Corbyn's put forward a people's Brexit, putting sort of jobs and money in people's pockets as a clear bread and butter offer to people that's clearly been massively popular.
Has that been a clear Brexit offer from Jeremy Corbyn?
I think so. He said quite clearly, we're going to invest in our economy, we're going to build a post-Brexit situation that puts ordinary people first. And what were the Tories banging on about? You know, fox hunting. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous, some of the stuff they came out on this campaign. I mean, there's some people I think will probably be losing their jobs at CCHQ alongside the Prime Minister.
OK, thank you both very much for your thoughts on that.
Well, there's been a lot of reaction on social media to the events of the last half hour or so, most specifically Theresa May and her speech. Let's take a look at this. Theresa May in Maidenhead, the country needs a period of stability. Do you want to tell her, or should I? Theresa May is finished, and it looks like she knows it. That's from the comedian Matt Ford. The need for a period of stability was the reason Theresa May used to give for why she wasn't going to go for an early election. And from Alistair Campbell, even her voice sounds weak and wobbly now. Kevin Maguire from the Mirror, May after Cameron's turning losing tactical politics into a Conservative habit. Now, there's been a lot of reaction throughout the night from the different parties. The Labour Party, Hackney Abbott, she's not been very well, has she, Diane Abbott? But she now says, of correct polls to say the biggest ever surge in polls during a general election campaign. This is about popular policies and leadership. Jeremy Corbyn, we've of course heard from him, but whatever the final results, it's all about a positive campaign which has changed politics for the better. Paddy Ashdown doesn't agree. He says if the exit polls are right, Britain is more polarised than ever in my lifetime. Really time now for the centre to get its act together. The Lib Dem press office, they've been getting a lot of calls about whether or not they would go into a coalition government with the Conservative Party. They say, let's be clear, no coalition, no deals. Let's just have a quick look at some of the numbers that we've had throughout the night and some of the things people have been searching online. This is the latest searches between 2 and 3 a.m. And this is very interesting considering what we're talking about in terms of a Conservative Party possibly having to rely on votes from the DUP. DUP is now the most popular search for UK political parties in the UK, Labour Party, SNP and the Ulster Unionist Party up there as well. So people are out there wondering about how that might affect the political landscape. Let's just leave you with a few of the pictures from this evening. Quite a cute picture. That is Hannah Flint, that's Caroline Flint's daughter, and she tweeted there that her mum first came into Parliament when she was 9 and she is 29 now and her mum is still doing it. We've also had this one which is from Tom Watson's children, Vote Daddy, also known as Tom Watson. And of course, this is very much going viral on Twitter. Bit of a boob from Jeremy Corbyn there, but at least it gave all of us a bit of a smile.
Jane, thank you very much indeed. Well, a lot going on tonight. Just look at these figures at the bottom of your screen. First of all, the Conservatives have now overhauled Labour on their way to being the largest party. Secondly, 41% each for Labour and Conservatives. That's over 80%. That is the highest share of the two main parties, I think, since the 1970s. Thirdly, Liberal Democrats are now on 10 seats. That is up from 8. So although they've lost Nick Clegg, they are having a relatively better night than they did 2 years ago. And joining me now is one of their re-elected MPs, Sir Vince Cable, who has taken back his seat in Twickenham after a 2-year absence. Well, first of all, Vince Cable, congratulations on your re-election. Secondly, looking at this hung Parliament, what role do you expect the Liberal Democrats to play in it?
I think constructive opposition. We're not joining a coalition or a pact. We've been very clear about that. But we can nonetheless be constructive. I mean, what this election has thrown up is with lots of things to digest, but what is very clear is that the country is divided in all kinds of ways, geographically, by generation, I think the parties are going to have to learn to stop, shouting at each other with big ideological differences and find common ground on areas like Brexit. The government can't just press ahead with the, very extreme UKIP type of Brexit they envisage. Things like long-term personal care require cross-party working, and we'll play a role in that, issue by issue, looking at issues on their merits.
So you do think that this means a softer Brexit needs to be pursued? And of course, negotiations are now just 11 days away. We don't really know who's going to be doing that.
Well, indeed, I don't think anybody expected the election was going to turn out the way it was, but, democracy is going to have to take first place here.
Dr. Cable, stay with us. I'm sure you want to hear this. This is Thanet South, where, of course, the Conservative candidate has been charged with electoral malpractice in connection with the last election when he was standing against Nigel Farage.
Votes. Garbett Timothy, commonly known as Garbett Tim, Independent, 181 votes. McKinley Craig, the Conservative Party candidate, 25,262
So the Conservatives have held the seat. Craig McKinley re-elected.
Piper Stewart, commonly known as Piper Reverend Stewart, UKIP, 2,997 votes.
That's a pretty dramatic drop in the vote for UKIP. And while that was going on, Conservatives holding Thanet South, which means that if Craig McKinley were to be convicted, of course he's innocent until proved guilty, there would have to be a by-election there. But that's to do with the last election. He's been re-elected now. We also saw Labour picking up a seat in Reading East. So things still going their way. Let's go back now to Vince Cable and the Liberal Democrats. Neighbouring seat of yours, of course, Ed Davey, Sir Ed Davey. He's also got his seat back after a 2-year absence. Would you care to hazard a guess as to what's going to happen in the other neighbouring seat of Richmond Park?
Well, it's very, very close. I understand the majority, whoever it is well under 100. So it's wafer thin. But I can't tell you the result. It's all going on behind me at the moment. But we seem to have done well in southwest London, not just my seat, but Ned Davey, but Tom Brake held on in Carshalton. A lot of people predicted he wouldn't. And Richmond, we're talking about a minute minority coming down from Zach Goldsmith's original 20,000. So we've done well in this area.
And your thoughts on the defeat of Nick Clegg?
Well, I'm very sad for him. I mean, I was defeated 2 years ago. It's never easy. I think in his particular case, he will be remembered very favourably by history. I mean, the period of coalition government now looks, in retrospect, to be a period of remarkable stability.
Sir Vince, you want to hear this? This is Lib Dem target of Cheltenham.
At the said election is as follows. Chalk Alex, Conservative candidate, 26,615.
That looks like a Conservative
Forward,
hold.
Martin Charles, Liberal Democrat, 24,046.
Well, it's close, but it is a Conservative hold.
Van Coewarden, Adam Paul, Green Party candidate, 943. White Keith, Labour Party, 5,408.
So Conservatives hold Cheltenham. Vince Cable, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Let's go to Hastings and Rye now, where Amber Rudd, the Home Secretary, is hoping to hold on to the seat for the Conservatives. But it's looking pretty tight. Sky's Caterina Vitozzi is there. Caterina.
Yes, the reporting official here has called for a second full recount. Sources say that there's just a matter of 100 votes in it between Amber Rudd, the Home Secretary, who's been the Member of Parliament here since 2010, the man sort of taking this to the wire is the Labour candidate, Peter Chowney. Now, he might not be someone our viewers have heard of. He's a local candidate here, a local councillor, I should say, here in Hastings, and he only became the candidate for Labour a month ago. But speaking to the Labour Party sort of groupies here, they're very pleased with the campaign that they've run. They say it's been a very visible campaign, albeit a short one, especially given that Amber Rudd, in her capacity as Home Secretary over the last couple of months, hasn't been much in the constituency. A full recount's expected to take about another hour and a half. There's certainly plenty of anxious faces here, party agents from both sides eagerly looking over as the votes are counted and hoping to get that final declaration in about the next 90 minutes or so. Amber Rudd is here. She's declined to speak to any media until the results here are known.
Katerina, thank you.
Well, we're seeing a UKIP vote decimated here in Boston and Skegness. Paul Nuttall made a very quick departure. We just got that result in from Thanet South, 2,997. And here Paul Nuttall got 3,308. Well, Tom Rayner has been following the UKIP campaign over the last few weeks. He really didn't want to talk to anyone, did he?
No, he didn't. He arrived just before the count and he left. I mean, it was seconds, I don't even think it was minutes after that declaration. Look, UKIP knew they were in for a very difficult time, this election, but I don't think they expected it to be this difficult. Paul Nuttall came third here, but 3,000 votes for a national leader is extraordinary. And let's remember, he had said that his goal, even though he'd been playing down his chances here and his party's chances around the place, was to keep UKIP on the pitch. So it's there, when those Brexit negotiations continue, to be the party that people can vote for. I don't see at the moment how he can claim that the party is still on the pitch.
Well, that's minus 26.1%, and as you say, third place. Could he possibly be the first party leader we see resign?
Well, we've been speaking to a couple of UKIP people. The Deputy Chairwoman, Suzanne Evans, I spoke to just a minute ago. She says she really hopes that he doesn't, that UKIP has had 3 leadership elections in a very short space of time and they need to regroup. Nigel Farage has also told me he doesn't think Paul Nuttall needs to go, but that former leadership contender Stephen Wolfe, he says it's absolutely time for Paul Nuttall to go. What will he do? Well, we might hear tomorrow, Gillian. We were expecting him to hold a press conference in London tomorrow morning reacting to the results. We now know that he will hold a press conference here in Boston. That is
Let's go now to the seat which Alex Salmond, the former First Minister of Scotland, is hoping to be re-elected in. Just seeing Anna Soubry is back in Broxtowe.
Scottish Labour Party, 6,340. Alex Salmond, Scottish National Party, SNP, 19,000.
So, Alex Salmond has been defeated in Gordon. The Conservatives have taken that seat. Colin Clark, the new MP for Gordon. Alex Salmond, the SNP Foreign Affairs spokesman at Westminster, has lost his seat.
55 ballot papers rejected. Total votes, 53,740. I declare that Colin James Clark is duly elected to serve in the UK Parliament.
Well, that really is a Portillo moment to see the man who led Scotland as First Minister, was leader of the SNP, to lose his seat in the Westminster Parliament.
In the North East. Thank you to Jim Savage and Aberdeenshire Council for tonight's count. I would like to start off by paying tribute to Alex Salmond. 30 years as a parliamentarian, I salute his public service and his dedication. And thank you to my team. 5 elections in 3 years, guys. Thank you for backing me. Gillian Owen, my agent, Alex, her son, James Adams, who helped me this first time as well, Heather Watt, we got there, Heather, eventually, all the local volunteers, and my wife, Philippa, who's at home looking after my kids. To represent Gordon is just an amazing honour. The silent majority have spoken. We are proud to be part of the United Kingdom. I will be a positive voice for Gordon, the North East and Scotland. Whatever your
We want to
role
hear
was.
Alex Salmond in a moment, though.
Well, can I thank the returning officer and staff for the way they've conducted the count? Can I thank my fellow candidates for the impeccable way that the constituency contest in Gordon was conducted? Can I congratulate Colin Clark on his victory? Gordon is the most amazing and diverse constituency in the whole of Scotland, and I wish you well in representing it, Colin. Colin said I've been 30 years as a parliamentarian in the North East of Scotland, and that's true. It's been the privilege of my life to do that. I am grateful for these times, for the activists on the SNP who've made the many electoral successes possible, particularly to my long-standing election agent, Stuart Pratt. Stuart guided me through 9 elections successfully. I'm sorry, Stuart, it could make it 7. I would like to thank my wife Moira and the extended family for their forbearance over these last 30 years. We've suffered some grievous blows recently, which frankly put the whole world of politics into a perspective. But without the support of family members, no politician, none of us standing on this platform, could possibly conduct their affairs. I'd like to lastly reflect on the situation across Scotland and across the United Kingdom. I've lost, the Scottish National Party have lost very fine parliamentarians this evening, and that is a grievous blow to the SNP. But overall, the results of Scotland show the SNP will have won a majority of the seats in this country. I suspect the Prime Minister would like to be able to claim in the early hours of this morning, but may not be able to do so. Some things don't change over the last 30 years. The Conservative Party's civility is one of these things. So the SNP might well find itself in reduced numbers in the House of Commons, but in a position of very substantial influence indeed. And I know that my colleagues will seek to use that influence to keep the Conservative Party from power and to build a progressive alliance to take this country forward. And to avoid insecurity and violence.
Well, Alex Salmond's concession speech making the point that with a number of seats to come in, the SNP still have 33 out of 59 in Scotland. That means that they are going to be the third largest party at Westminster in the Commons. Obviously, it is disappointing for them that they've lost 10 seats so far. Let's go now to Colne Valley, which is declaring.
Held on Thursday, the 8th of June 2017, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Burke Cahal, Liberal Democrats, 2,494. King Sonia Grenfell, Green Party, 892. McCarthy Jason Alexander, the Conservative Party candidate, 27,903.
Hold, I think.
Sergio Patricia Fiona, Independent, 313. Labour Party, 28,800.
No, I was wrong there. That is a Labour gain. Labour have gained Colne Valley. It's got very close indeed. But Labour have gained that seat of Colne Valley. Very high turnout again. Majority of 978. Labour gain Colne Valley.
I'd like to thank the staff here, Kirklees staff at Cathedral House, the returning officer, clerks, police and security staff for their contribution to tonight's count. Let's give them a round of applause for all.
Well, very interesting one that. You see that the UKIP vote declining has actually gone to help the Labour Party. And it really has to be some question as to whether the Conservatives are going to be at the upper end of our predictions of 315 to 325, or at the lower end. They have failed to get a target that they were hoping for in Scotland. This now is Bermondsey and Old Southwark. This is where Sir Simon Hughes lost the seat after many years, after holding it since 1983. In 2015, he is hoping to take it back from Labour. We shall, of course, be back for that result, but let's get some more analysis from Ed.
Thanks, Adam. I mean, you know, we were looking just a moment ago, weren't we, at Gordon, where Alex Salmond lost his seat there. And just if we take a look at this screen here, this shows you every single constituency that was SNP before tonight. And have a look at it now. We've ranked it in order of the swing away from the SNP that would be needed for them to lose it. And just look, up to here, actually, these are more or less the seats that they won in the landslide last time around. So these seats, these seats, these seats. But just look at them, how many of them had gone to the Tories, the Lib Dems there, Dunbartonshire East, that's Joe Swinson there, Berwickshire, that was always one of their targets. In fact, they were targeting, the Conservatives were targeting 8 of these seats. And if we pan across, you'll be able to count 10 so far, and if they win one more, they'll have equalled the total of seats they had in Scotland in 1992, so at least the best year since 1992. They have a seat already, so it's just about holding on to Dumfriesshire. So things in Scotland looking like a complete transformation from last time around, but one thing that hasn't transformed, I want to show you, just quickly, the equivalent of this for the Labour Party. So every seat that was Labour before tonight, have a look at this. This was precisely the board that the Conservatives wanted to eat into. They wanted to dig into this board, turning it from red to blue. In this kind of order, they wanted to start here and to dig down from Chester to Ealing. They wanted to dig into Brentford. And instead, look at what's happened. This has remained about as red as you can kind of imagine in an election. There's a few seats that have gone to the Conservatives. But so far, Labour's defence of its seats has gone well beyond what many people expected tonight. And that's before you get onto the question of the seats they are gaining, the seats they're gaining that they didn't even necessarily expect, like Canterbury. And so it's been one of those nights where some of these boards that a lot of people expected to be transformed haven't necessarily. And the boards that people thought, the SNP for instance, that they thought would stay the same colour, well, look at what's happened there. The complexion of Scotland has transformed tonight.
Ed, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's go through some of those results in a bit more detail with Lewis. And of course, the story we are seeing tonight is that the vote share for both Labour and Conservatives is up. It's just up more for Labour than it was for the Conservatives. But that means that, for example, the nearly 4 million votes that UKIP had 2 years ago are going begging. Where are they going?
Well, Adam, it's absolutely extraordinary. I mean, we've had, 554 results now, so only about 100, well, fewer than 100 to go. UKIP's current share is 1.9%. So that's down 11% in only 2 years. They are effectively finished as a political force in this country now. And as a result, what you've seen is a true return to two-party politics. So at the moment, we've got the Conservatives just shy of 42%, Labour on 40.4%. That, by the way, would be the best result, certainly since, 2001. since Tony Blair's landslide victory, because in 2005, Tony Blair only got 35%. So their vote would be up by nearly 10%, 9.5%. Jeremy Corbyn would have performed by far the best of any Labour leader since Tony Blair. So what you're clearly seeing is this strange return to two-party politics. Indeed, what you have to do, you have to go all the way back to 1970 to find an example where both Conservative and Labour were polling on more than 40% apiece. So what's really curious, I think, about this, us leaving the European Union, is we had two-party politics before we joined the European Union, and now we're leaving the European Union, we have two-party politics again. Maybe that's just a coincidence. Maybe it's something more. Maybe joining the European Union did something to fragment our politics, and now it's coming back together again. But you're seeing weird results in different parts of the country. So in some parts of the country, you are seeing the UKIP result coalesce behind the Conservatives. So we saw that in Mansfield, for example, which the Tories took off Labour. It was their 53rd target seat. So that was a real success. If that had been replicated across the rest of the country, we would be talking about a Theresa May landslide tonight. But it didn't. And the fact is that in different places, the UKIP vote has behaved in different ways. So in places like Canterbury, a Tory seat since the 1830s, just after the first Great Reform Act was passed, then in that case, you've actually seen some of that go towards the Labour Party. And you've seen in some places like Canterbury as well, a lot of the university towns and cities, increased turnout. So it's possible that some of that UKIP vote did just stayed at home. There wasn't a UKIP vote in somewhere, candidate in somewhere like Canterbury. UKIP has decided to stay at home, increased turnout for the Labour Party, has pushed them over the line in seats like Canterbury.
Lewis, have a look at this. This is showing you seats where the turnout has increased by 5% or more. Actually, it's gone beyond the amount that we can actually fit on there. But it's interesting to look at the colour, isn't it? These are the seats where the turnout has increased very sharply indeed. And it's just interesting to see the predominance of red on that. You know, a lot of people saying it was all about turnout, whether people would actually come out and vote for Jeremy Corbyn. And looking at that, it looks like the areas where they have turned out are the areas that have gone for...
And it looks like the turnout is going to be at its highest since 1997.
And so, some famous faces gone.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, have a look at these faces. I've got to say, you know, at the start of the night, we prepared some faces that we thought were likely candidates to go, and some of that has changed because, well, apart from Nick Clegg was one person who I think a lot of people were concerned might lose his seat, but there he is, the former Lib Dem leader, losing to Labour, but also Jane Ellison in Battersea again. In Battersea, about a kind of, what was it, about 10% swing or so to the Labour Party in Battersea. Angus Robertson and Alex Salmond, so that complexion changing in Scotland as well. And Ben Gummer as one of the faces of the future for the Conservative Party, losing out in Ipswich, again, the UKIP effect.
Just seen Labour holds Halifax. That's where the Conservatives had their manifesto launch. It didn't work.
Yeah, and Labour since 1987 or 35.
Who'd have thought Scotland?
87.
Who'd have thought Scotland would be the Conservative saviour tonight?
You're watching Vote 2017, the results, live on Sky News. It's now 4:30. Things are starting to get light in Westminster, and Sky News has forecast a hung parliament with the Conservatives winning between 315 to 325 seats. That would mean Theresa May is just short of a majority. Well, the Conservatives have just edged into the lead, winning more than 260 seats compared to Labour's tally of over 230 so far. Speaking after being re-elected in her constituency of Maidenhead, the Prime Minister Theresa May said this country needs stability and to get Brexit right.
We set out to consider the issues that are the key priorities for the British people. Getting the Brexit deal right, ensuring that we both identify and show how we can address the big challenges facing our country. The country needs a period of stability, and whatever the results are, the Conservative Party will ensure that we fulfil our duty in ensuring that stability so that we can all, as one country, go forward together.
But the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, said she made a mistake calling a snap election just to get a mandate, and that the results so far prove she should resign.
The Prime Minister called the election because she wanted a mandate. Well, the mandate she's got is lost Conservative seats, lost votes, lost support and lost confidence. I would have thought that's enough to go, actually, and make way for a government that will be truly representative of all of the people of this country.
It's been a bad night for the former Lib Dem leader Nick Clegg, who lost his seat in Sheffield Hallam, the first big political big beast to go, as his party called for the country to come together in these dark times.
In my time in Parliament, I've never shirked from political battles. I've never retreated from the political battlefield. I've always sought to stand by the liberal values I believe in. You live by the sword and you die by the sword.
Maybe politicians may learn that calling referendums and general elections to suit your party rather than suiting the country is something to be avoided. This is a moment where we as a country need genuinely to come together and find collective solutions that work for all of us. These are times which can be seen as dark, but they can be much brighter if we choose to work together.
The Scottish National Party have been left licking some wounds too. The former First Minister of Scotland and the former SNP leader Alex Salmond has just lost his seat in Gordon to the Conservatives. And earlier on, the SNP leader in Westminster, Angus Robertson, was another casualty.
I suspect the Prime Minister would like to be able to claim in the early hours of this morning, but may not be able to do so.
Clearly, it's a disappointing result. We've lost some tremendous MPs, obviously particularly and very personally disappointed that Angus Robertson lost his seat. He has been an outstanding MP, but also an outstanding leader of the SNP in the House of Commons, and he'll be a big loss, not just to Murray, but to parliamentary politics in Westminster as well.
And UKIP have won no seats, with party leader Paul Nuttall coming third in Boston and Skegness.
Well, this is the picture in Brighton, Kemp Town, which is being targeted by Labour. They hope to take that seat. And if you look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you can see the count so far with 570 results in. Labour are on 237. The point about that is that is more than Ed Miliband got back in 2 years ago when he had 232. So what we're seeing is that Labour are making gains in this election. Well, let's go to someone else who has made gains tonight. That is Ruth Davidson, the leader of the Scottish Conservatives. She joins us from Edinburgh. So to a certain extent, the two party leaders who are winning tonight are you and Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, I have to say we've got a historic night here in Scotland for the Scottish Conservatives. This is the first time in more than 20 years that we've returned multiple members of Parliament to the House of Commons. David Mundell's going to have a lot of friends on those green benches, and I'm so proud of the team that's brought that home tonight.
Do you think Theresa May should go as leader of the UK Conservatives?
Well, I don't think any good decisions are made at 4:30 in the morning, Adam, and I'm certainly not going to make any tonight. What I would say is that something very clear has happened in Scotland. The big issue of this campaign up here, it actually wasn't about Brexit, it was about Nicola Sturgeon in March trying to ram through a second independence referendum after she told the people of Scotland that the result the last time would last for a generation. And the people of Scotland have spoken tonight. That's why we've seen so many SNP seats fall here in Scotland. And, you know, honestly, I think NDREF 2 is dead. That's what happened in Scotland tonight. So, you know, we've got a lot of reassessment to do in the morning. The Conservative Party UK-wide has got a lot of reassessment to do in the morning. But in Scotland, Scottish terms, the First Minister of Scotland has got a huge reassessment to do too.
Why is a second Scottish referendum dead when the lion's share of the seats in the Holyrood Parliament and indeed tonight in Westminster are still held by the Scottish National Party?
Well, let's just look at the vote shared. Let's just look at what was considered the gold standard that decided this should happen in the first place. Way back for the 2014 vote, it was unanimous agreement across the parties. It was, you know, a 90-some percent agreement across the country that decisions should be put. It was a clear mandate and a manifesto that won a majority. The SNP has none of these things. They thought that they could hijack Brexit and they could ram through a referendum. Now, the people of Scotland, they don't mind that the SNP believe in independence. They know they always have had for 90 years. What they do mind is the fact that they were told if they made a decision, the country would stick by it. And Nicola Sturgeon's tried to go back on her word in very short order, and that's what they've reacted to tonight.
Well, we've just heard that you've also taken a seat in Banff and Buchan. So that's 11. That's your...
I think that was a 14,000 majority, isn't it?
Well, you're getting back to the position you were before the decline of the Scottish Conservative Party began. So congratulations on that. But I do want to put it to you that we've
got a couple of more seats to come in, Adam, if that's all right. And one thing I would say, and this is quite a serious point, there's a huge changing of the guard and a huge realignment in Scottish politics that's happening tonight. But there are some really good servants to Scotland and Scottish politics who I don't agree with, and I've had plenty of run-ins with, but who deserve the thanks of the people of Scotland for the service that they've given. And I speak particularly of Alex Salmond. Now, we've had our clashes in the past, but this is a man that served both at Holyrood and Westminster. He served as the First Minister of Scotland, and he's also conducted himself in great dignity this week.
Ruth Davidson, congratulations to you. This is Brighton Kemp Town, a target for Labour from the Conservatives.
18,835. Lloyd Russell Moyle, Labour and Cooperative Party, 28,703.
That's it. Massive win for the Labour Party in Brighton Kemp Town. Labour gain Brighton Kemp Town.
1,457. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of official mark 0, voting for more than permitted number 21, mark identifying voter 1. Unmarked or
no longer a marginal. Let's have a look at that result.
Rejected votes were 154.
And majority there of 10,000, more than half the votes going to Labour in Brighton Kemp Town. Up a swing there of, well, over 10% from Conservatives to Labour, but a massive boost for Labour, picking up from all the other parties.
I guess I would like to say thank you to Jeff Raw and all your team who have conducted a fantastic count tonight. Thank you to all the officers and everyone else.
Well, to have a look at the impact of some of the results that we've seen so far on this extraordinary night, we're now joined by Matt Zarb-Cousin, who's a former advisor to Jeremy Corbyn, and also Michael Heaver, who's a former advisor to Nigel Farage. Michael, let's talk to you first. Pretty disastrous night for UKIP. Vote shares going all over around the country. Paul Nuttall not only comes third in Boston and Skegness, but he sees his vote share there going down by 26%. I mean, surely he's got to resign as leader now of UKIP.
Well, look, I mean, it's been a tough night for UKIP. We knew it would be. We knew the vote share would go down. The interesting thing for me, I was just looking at Peterborough earlier. I mean, Stuart Jackson is in a constituency there that voted 61% for Brexit. You've got UKIP backed him, didn't stand in the seat, and he's lost it today, which shows you that the UKIP vote is changing and it's going to Labour. And I think this is because Theresa May has had a disastrous campaign. She's seen as a Remainer, and really, if the Conservatives had picked a more staunch Brexit candidate, they would have had more of that UKIP vote. The fact they haven't is a catastrophic failure.
Matt Zarb-Cousin, what do you think this means for Brexit? Because there is a big question now about whether or not there is a majority in the House of Commons for leaving the single market.
Well, Jeremy's been very clear that Brexit's happening. The result of the referendum has to be respected. But that Labour would prioritise tariff-free access to the single market, whereas obviously the Conservatives have tended to prioritise border control.
It looks like you'll have to be a bit clearer than that, though. It won't in the weeks to come.
Well, I think that there is a consensus, obviously, in the House of Commons that Brexit is happening. I think that this election has been fought on different terms. It's been fought on a whole range of different issues, and I think the public have accepted the result. Even people who voted Remain have accepted the referendum is the result of the referendum. So we are leaving the European Union, and I completely agree. I think Theresa May's run a terrible campaign. It's been very negative. It's not given anyone a real positive reason to vote for the Conservatives. It's tried to play on people's fears, and people haven't bought into it.
Do you think Nigel Farage could come back at all, Michael Heaver, someone who knows him quite well, to save the wreckage of UKIP
Well, it's not so much the record. It's never been about UKIP for Nigel. It's about Brexit. It's about the country. And where we sit now, I have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, are we going to end up in a situation with Jeremy Corbyn as Prime Minister, propped up by the Lib Dems and SNP, that would see the UK stay inside the single market, which would effectively mean free movement continues? In that case, I'm sure Nigel Farage will come back, because that's not what Brexit voters voted for. They voted to bring immigration down, have full border controls. Will the Tories, what's going to happen? I don't see how Theresa May can stay in place. Will there be a coronation? I very much doubt it. A Tory leadership election is going to take weeks. I mean, this is completely thrown open everything, including Brexit. And yes, I could very well see a situation where Nigel Farage and UKIP have to come back and save Brexit.
We can see Downing Street shots on your screens right now. That's the live shot from Downing Street. We're expecting Theresa May at some point. We're also expecting that declaration at Hastings and Rye in the next 10 minutes or so. That, of course, is the seat of Home Secretary Amber Rudd. Matt Zab-Cousins, do you think anyone in Labour was really expecting this? I mean, hung Parliament territory, according to the Sky News forecast.
Look, I think the public only really engages with politics properly when there's a general election or when there's an imminent decision to be made. People don't really follow the twists and turns of Westminster every day. And the impression that they would have got of Jeremy through that prism would have been very negative. But he's come forward, the manifesto leaked, which I think helped. People started talking about the policies. And people have seen a lot more of him now in the general election campaign, and they've realised he's not this, he's not this terrible person that he's been caricatured as by some in the right-wing press.
Do you agree with that, Michael Heaver?
Yeah, I think the great mistake I've made, and a lot of people have made, is I thought the people turning out, these big audiences with Jeremy Corbyn, yes, it looked very impressive, but my assumption was, well, they're all the same people. They're all people that were going to vote for Labour anyway. And there's no denying, looking at these figures, Jeremy Corbyn has brought new people in much of the way that Nigel Farage did. Big audiences, new voters, people that didn't vote last time, energised by something of a movement. They've came into play, and you can see that. I mean, the fact that Nick Clegg lost his seat this time, and not in 2015 after the tuition fees, that shows you that in that seat, which I understand Sheffield had a big student vote, Jeremy Corbyn must have energised new students, I think, to come and vote in that seat that didn't vote in 2015. I think that's what's cost people like Nick Clegg their seats today.
At the same time, though, it is important to take a step back from all this, because Labour is still on course to win fewer seats than the Conservatives and be a smaller party than the Conservatives. And yet we're talking about it like it's a win. I mean, is this just all expectation management?
I don't think so. Look, I mean, when she called the election, she was about 20 points ahead. It's very unusual for the polls to swing to the opposition. They normally swing towards the incumbent during a general election campaign. And I think that the campaign that they've run has been very good. It's surprised a lot of people. And she wanted to increase her majority to strengthen her hand in the Brexit negotiations. But I think what's happened now is the rest of Europe is looking at her and thinking that she's a bit of a joke, actually, and not going to take her seriously.
What do you think this means for the Conservative Party now? I mean, I know neither of you are necessarily plugged into the Conservative Party machinations, but at the same time, Michael Heaver, do you think there's going to be a leadership contest?
I think there will be, and I think I've heard the names I'm hearing already are David Davis, Boris Johnson, Michael Fallon. I don't think this is going to be a coronation. And again, the chaos that this throws up is that we know that's not going to be a short-term thing. That's going to take, 4, 5, 6 weeks. In the meantime, you've got Jeremy Corbyn potentially with a free run to try and form a government. I mean, either way, I just don't see how Theresa May can survive this, and I don't see a Tory coronation. So we're out for quite a drawn-out process, and where we go from here in terms of Brexit is completely thrown in the open now. Anything could happen, really.
It must be tempting for the Labour Party to look at how the seats are falling and think, if you did link up with the SNP, with the Lib Dems, form a progressive alliance, and you could get a majority.
Well, I think they've ruled out any formal coalitions and any formal deals, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. But, I mean, it would make sense for them to support, for the Lib Dems and the SNP to support Labour minority government if that would deliver the sort of Brexit that they want. I think they've obviously, there is a recognition that result has to be respected, and it's a case of what deal we get now.
OK, interesting stuff. Well, we are talking about Hastings and Rye quite a lot this evening because, of course, that is the seat of the Home Secretary, Amber Rudd, potentially a name we might be talking about if there was to be a Conservative Party leadership contest. But will she hang on to her seat? There's been 2 recounts. It looks like there may be a declaration in that crucial seat of Hastings and Rye. By all accounts, many commentators thought that Amber Rudd, the Home Secretary, has had quite a good campaign for the Conservatives. She stood in for Theresa May at some of the television debates. Her name has been mentioned in some circles as being a potential successor to Theresa May, but of course that is all completely dependent on whether she hangs on in Hastings and Rye. We'll bring you that as soon as we get that declaration.
We heard from Ruth Davidson on Sky News just a short time ago. The other big story of the night, of course, is what's happening in Scotland. Let's just look at some of the tweets that have been reacting to the Scottish vote. Next job, Prime Minister Ruth Davidson, MSP. Conservatives doing amazingly well north of the border. Anyone else think that Ruth Davidson would make a better PM than Theresa May? Quite stunning that under Ruth Davidson, the Tories in Scotland have been increased from 1 seat to 10, with possibly more to come, turning into a great night for the Union, according to Nigel Dodds. Well, it feels like the end of an era. No Angus Robertson, no Alex Salmond. And that has been reflected too from this guy, DJ Mack. He says, for as long as I can remember, Alex Salmond's been one of the big beasts of UK politics. His defeat to the Tories in Gordon is a seismic shock. Thanks for the kind messages. This is from Angus Robertson himself, from political friends and foes. It's been an honour to be MP for Moray for 16 years, and I wish my successor well. Let's just take a look at some of the things that you've been asking questions about on Google and Twitter over the last couple of hours. Between 3 and 4 top trending questions on Google. What time will we know the election result? Well, your guess is as good as ours. How did my constituency vote? You can go on the Sky News website. That'll help you. How many seats to win a majority in the UK? We know that answer. Rather worryingly, number 4, who is the Prime Minister? Come on, guys, you know the answer. A little earlier, 2:30 to 3:30, question 2. Who is Nick Clegg? A week is a short time in politics. Let's just look a little bit at the youth vote, and a lot of people now tweeting about that in the last few hours. Here's to Britain's young. You were ridiculed, patronised, demonised even, and you may have changed history. Whatever happens, election 2017. One guess is that after overclaiming their turnout in 2015, this time the young have done what they said they would. The political weather has changed. That's from Ben at Ipsos Mori. A Fleet Street Fox saying if younger voters have turned out in big numbers, it makes social media more relevant to elections, and politicians will abandon newspapers. This from somebody who is a columnist on The Mirror. What a night. This is from David Lammy. We've got another one from Hackney Abbott, Diane Abbott. And this one from Jim Waterson just an hour ago. George Osborne says we're heading for a caretaker minority Conservative government propped up by Northern Ireland's DUP when required. A couple of other ones about the youth vote. This one, right down at the bottom. I think this sums up what a lot of people are saying on Twitter tonight. If nothing else, this country may take the youth seriously after all of this.
Hastings and Rye. This is the declaration for the seat of Home Secretary Amber Rudd. There's already been 2 recounts, so things are looking very tight there.
The Hastings and Rye constituency declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Peter Donald James Chowney, Labour Party, 25,322. Nick Perry, Liberal Democrat, 1,885. Michael Sheridan Phillips, UKIP, 1,479. Amber Rudd, the Conservative Party candidate, 25,668.
Amber Rudd there, incredibly close in that seat of Hastings and Rye, but it does look like she has been re-elected.
The total number of ballot papers rejected was 97. The turnout was 70%. Therefore, I give public notice that Amber Rudd is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Hastings and Rye constituency.
Home Secretary Amber Rudd holding on to her seat in Hastings and Rye by the slimmest of margins. 2 recounts. Let's listen to what she has to say.
Returning officer and all the fantastic counting agents who have done the job twice this evening. We're all very grateful to you for staying so late and doing such a professional job. Thank you. I'd also like to thank my team in the right here who've done such a fantastic job supporting me, working with me, making sure we had a really good turnout on the day. And I'd particularly like to thank also the Labour candidate, Peter Chowney, who I know well and I'm sure will continue in his role as Leader of the Council. Thank you, Peter, for having, I thought, a good, effective, fair fight out of it. I am deeply honoured to have been re-elected for the third time by the residents of Hastings and Rye. This is a fantastic place to live and work, and I am going to continue, I hope, to build on the great opportunities and the great regeneration that's being taking place in this area, improving our schools, improving our NHS and getting the infrastructure investment that we need. This is what really matters to me, and this is what I hope to continue to deliver for the fantastic constituency of Hastings and Rye. Thank you very much.
Well, Amber Rudd there, narrowly winning in that constituency of Hastings and Rye. Let's just have a look at the result in Hastings. So a majority of 346, but the Home Secretary, Amber Rudd, hangs on to her seat. Now, we are in a position to bring you a revised version of the Sky forecast. This is, of course, tightening up as results come in. And Sky News is now forecasting that there will be a hung parliament and that the Conservatives will be between 315 and 321 seats. Labour will win between 260 and 266. And of course, if you take the midpoint of that, that means that the Conservatives will be well short of that 326 majority. Mrs May is going to be leading the largest party in a hung parliament. Let's bring in Lewis Goodall on that. Lewis.
I mean, really, really spectacular as the result starts to narrow now. Jeremy Corbyn will almost certainly now win more seats in Parliament than either Ed Miliband or Gordon Brown. So the most successful Labour leader since Tony Blair, and the first time that Labour has made a net gain of results in a general election since 1997. Theresa May, by contrast, doing only just a bit better than David Cameron did in 2010 when they got around 306 seats. Nowhere near, obviously, the sort of gains that we were talking about. If we're right, and this is going to be a hung parliament, then clearly all eyes are going to turn to deal-making, coalition-building, and one obvious source of that would be Northern Ireland, where we sort of missed some of those results tonight in terms of with all of the other dramatic things going on. But there, the DUP, who are the sort of natural allies of the Conservative Party, are up 2 seats. They have 10 seats. Sinn Féin are also up 3 seats. They're on 7 seats. Now, of course, that they don't take their seats in Parliament, but it does mean that the overall number required for an overall majority effectively does come down, and with the DUP managing to increase their result, that makes it a bit easier for Theresa May potentially to just about cobble together a working majority within Parliament. But my word, it's going to be very, very difficult and narrow.
Well, let's not forget the Liberal Democrats. I mean, they're a long way behind. They are the 4th largest party, but they're on 11, and they've just made a gain in Tewkesbury, which seems to have come out of nowhere.
We're not too sure about that yet, Adam. We think it seems to have been reported that way, but we're not entirely sure. If they have, then it would be the first time the Lib Dems have held that seat. But nonetheless, I think there'll be a sort of mixed picture for the Liberal Democrats in the sense that they've become much stronger in Scotland again, as have indeed the Labour Party and, of course, the Conservative Party. But they're mainly sort of concentrated now, of course, in South West London and Scotland, with a few little dots of Remain here and there, like Bath. So on 11 seats at the moment, obviously up from the 8 and eventually 9 that they became with the Richmond by-election, but clearly losing some of their big hitters, not least of course Nick Clegg.
Well, one of the things that was predicted tonight is that the counting would be quicker, and it has been, because there was only the general election to count in spite of that increase in turnout. We're now past the 600 mark, some 605 seats out of 650. And let's recap the picture of the night, the UK-wide chart showing the parties. And as you can see, the Conservatives are on 290. They are down 14. Labour are on 249. That is up 29 seats. The SNP are on 33. That's down 20. And the Liberal Democrats are on 12. That's up 6. UKIP don't have an MP. Of course, they did have Douglas Carswell. We're just seeing Liberal Democrats gaining Oxford West and Abingdon. from the Conservatives. And this is the change in share on the night. The Conservatives are up as the other parties are squeezed, 5.7, but Labour is up 9.5%. A disastrous night for UKIP. Liberal Democrats really staying where they are, but affecting them. And that is where we are on Vote 2017. Ed?
Yeah, have a look at this. This is the map of the UK, all of the different constituencies based on kind of equal size. So there they are from the bottom, from the south of the UK all the way up. And just look at how things have changed. In particular, look at how much more red there is on the map than there was before. And look up in Scotland. Just look at that map. That was previously almost entirely yellow. And now just take a look at it. That is a big transformation in the political picture, the political landscape in Scotland, with the SNP losing all of those seats. When we have a look at the SNP, for instance, this basically shows you how many seats they have and whether they've been losing them or indeed gaining them. And with the SNP, it's pretty straightforward what's going on here. 33 seats, 20 losses. Let's just kind of fill this in and see who they've been losing those seats to. 11 to the Conservatives, 6 to Labour, 3 to the Lib Dems. If we kind of zoom all the way up to the top, have a look at the Conservatives, because of course that's where a lot of the focus was tonight. 18 gains, you can see that on the right-hand side, 5 of them from Labour, 11 of them from the SNP. But have a look at the left-hand side, 32 losses of Tory seats. That's what's going on beneath the surface, with 26 of them being lost to Labour. That is the picture so far of the night. And there we have the Labour Party with 34 gains over here. 34 gains, 26 of them from the Conservative Party, 2 from the Lib Dems, 6 from the SNP. And, you know, it's been a night that I think no one really expected. And now Jeremy Corbyn actually overtaking Ed Miliband's total last time around. A very good night for him.
You're watching Vote 2017, the results, live on Sky News. It's now 5 a.m. In the last few minutes, Sky News has brought you our revised forecast, a hung parliament with the Conservatives winning between 315 and 321 seats. That would leave Theresa May short of a majority. The seats we now have in, the Tories are in the lead, winning 290 seats compared with Labour's tally of 249 so far. Speaking after being re-elected in her constituency of Maidenhead, the Prime Minister Theresa May said this country needs stability and to get Brexit right.
We set out to consider the issues that are the key priorities for the British people. Getting the Brexit deal right, ensuring that we both identify and show how we can address the big challenges facing our country. The country needs a period of stability, and whatever the results are, the Conservative Party will ensure that we fulfil our duty in ensuring that stability so that we can all, as one country, go forward together.
The Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, said she made a mistake calling a snap election just to get a mandate and that the results so far prove that she should resign.
The Prime Minister called the election because she wanted a mandate. Well, the mandate she's got is lost Conservative seats, lost votes, lost support and lost confidence. I would have thought that's enough to go, actually, and make way for a government that will be truly representative of all of the people of this country.
But the Conservatives have done better than expected in Scotland, taking seats off the former First Minister and SNP leader Alex Salmond and off the SNP leader in Westminster, Angus Robertson. He was another casualty for the SNP. But despite not having the best night, the SNP vowed to fight the Conservatives.
This is a disaster for Theresa May. You know, she called an election clearly very arrogantly thinking that she was going to crush the opposition, sweep everybody aside and cruise to a landslide majority. You know, her position, I think, is very, very difficult. Now, you know, we have to wait and see how things shake out. But, you know, I've always said the SNP would want to be part of a progressive alternative to a Tory government.
And it's been a bad night for the former Lib Dem leader Nick Clegg, who lost his seat in Sheffield Hallam, the first political big beast to go, as his party called for the country to come together in these dark times.
In my time in Parliament,